Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Stopped Holding Back? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Unusual indifference. Stop right there, shouted Izuku Midoriya as he jumped over a table in order to catch the villain in front of him. You heroes aren't gonna take me alive, shouted the villain as he ran into the next room. Come on, Blackwhip. Restrain him, said Izuku before aiming his arm towards the retreating villain. After a moment, a black tendril shoots out of his glove and wraps itself around the man's waist, keeping him from running away further. "The minute," cried out the villain, stopping dead on his tracks. Izuku kept his fist clenched tightly before looking at the room. It was then that he finally noticed Endeavor holding two knocked-out villains with his hands. Endeavor looked at Izuku with his characteristic serious expression. "Deku, are you all right?" Izuku nods. "Yes, I am. Thanks." Endeavor looks at the restrained villain with a frown before turning towards Izuku again. "What about him? Did he give you much trouble?" Izuku shakes his head. "Not at all, sir. I finally figured out what his quirk is. His quirk lets him communicate with his friends telepathically, but Kacchan and Todoroki must have taken them out by now. We should be fine." The villain looks at Izuku with a side glare. "You have a big mouth, don't you?" Izuku looks at the villain with a conflicted expression, not sure if he should be expressing anger, nervousness, or offense at the man's words. "Huh." Endeavor walks towards the man and yanks him away from Izuku's grasp. "Don't listen to him, Deku. Low-life scum like him just want to tee cheap shots at you to make you feel bad. Tell the others that the raid was a success." The villain giggles. "Sure, tell yourself that." Before Endeavor can respond, Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo enter the room. Todoroki speaks up. "It's done. The other two villains have been defeated. I suspect Midoriya caught the last one." Izuku nods. "I guess I did." Bakugo scoffs. "Don't get too excited, Deku. You got the weakest of the bunch, that's it. Don't get any funny ideas of being able to surpass me." Izuku smiles sheepishly. "I wasn't, Kacchan." The villain chuckles, getting everyone's attention. "Oi, green-haired boy. You sure seem like an interesting person. Your movements and tactics show that you're a skilled person, but your emotions and expressions make it clear that you're all soft and mushy inside." Izuku's eyes go wide. "Huh." Bakugo looks away, smiling to himself. Demon Nerd is always crying waterfalls. Izuku looks at Bakugo with a flustered, nervous expression. "Kacchan, you're not helping." Endeavor holds the villain in front of his face. "Shut your mouth if you know what's good for you. Your words mean nothing, villain. We've been investigating you for some time now, and we know everything about you and your allies. There's no hope for you to escape, so I don't see why you're acting this way." The villain shrugs with a smile. "I'm just feeling lucky today." Izuku's nervous expression shifts from embarrassment to puzzlement. What does he mean by that? Izuku turns around to think about what the villain could be referring to, and then he notices it. From a wardrobe on the wall, Izuku saw something move in the darkness from within. The villainous man inside smiles to himself. "DMNU, Endeavor. Because of you our operation failed. Well, you won't be getting out of this one with my mates, I promise you." The villain extends his hand and aims it towards the flame hero, being careful to not make any noise or do something that could get the hero's attention. "My quirk might seem useless to most people, but I'll prove them wrong. Just one little blast in their direction and their emotions will be such a mess that they won't be able to even stand up. I'll escape with my mates and we'll lay low for a while until we can strike again." The man's hand starts to glow. But before he can fire, the door opens to reveal a very serious-looking Izuku Midoriya about to pounce on top of him. The villain's hand changes color and switches from black to white in an instant. "Huh!" Izuku shouts back to the group. "Endeavor, guys, look out." The group looks back in surprise, only to be met by the sight of Izuku Midoriya taking the full force of some kind of energy attack which blinds everyone in the room for a moment. When the group opens their eyes, They see Izuku laying unconsciously on top of a stunned and very confused-looking villain in the wardrobe. Midoriya. DMNIT, Deku. Deku. Izuku's eyes flutter open. He's staring at a dull, white ceiling, the harsh fluorescent lights above casting a sterile glow that feels foreign and cold. The soft beeping of a heart monitor to his right is the only sound, punctuating the stillness of the hospital room. For a moment, his vision blurs, the world around him shifting in and out of focus as he tries to ground himself. Where? His thoughts are slow, sluggish, like they're moving through molasses. He pushes himself upright, the scratchy sheets rustling beneath him as his body protests the movement. A dull ache radiates through his limbs, but something else gnaws at him, something deeper, more unsettling. "You're awake," a nurse's voice says softly from the doorway. She approaches, clipboard in hand, but Izuku barely looks at her. Her words feel distant, as though coming from the other side of a wall. "How long was I out?" His voice comes out rougher than expected, and he clears his throat, trying again. It feels strange to hear himself speak, like the words don't belong to him. "Just a few hours," the nurse replies, glancing over his vitals. "You were caught in some kind of quirk attack during the raid. But don't worry, you're stable now. It looks like you were lucky." Lucky? The word echoes in his head as he tries to recall the events that previously unfolded. Let's see. He, Bakugo and Todoroki were called to Endeavor's agency because their help was needed in an upcoming raid. He remembered getting dressed in his hero outfit, sneaking inside the villain base, chasing a villain he managed to surprise, seeing a bright light in front of him, and then nothing. What happened? Izuku presses a hand to his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart, but it feels detached, like someone else's pulse beneath his palm. His breath quickens, but not from panic. It's as if his body is reacting on autopilot, performing a function it knows is expected of it. Something is. "But I'm fine, right?" Izuku asks, his voice calm in a way that feels unnatural. The nurse nods. "You're physically healthy, yes, but we'll need to run some more short tests just in case. Quirk-based injuries can be unpredictable, so it's best to be cautious." Izuku nods, but his thoughts are elsewhere. The pounding headache he expected is faint, the physical pain is almost non-existent. But there's a small void inside him, a tiny, hollow space where something else should be. Why did he feel like something was missing? He can remember the raid, the surge of adrenaline as he and his friends stormed the villain base, the way he threw himself between Endeavor and that strange villain. He remembered feeling like he had been struck with something before he blacked out. That feeling was one of slight pain, yet he remembered feeling all kinds of emotions right before the light blinded him. He remembered feeling anger towards the villain, worry for his friends, determination to save them. But now there was something that felt off inside him. Izuku swings his legs over the side of the bed, standing slowly. His knees wobble for a moment before he steadies himself. The nurse hurries forward, but he waves her off. "I'm okay." She frowns, watching him closely. "Still, you should rest for now. I'll inform the doctor that you're awake. If everything goes well, you should be dispatched today." The nurse leaves the room, but Izuku barely notices. His gaze drifts to the window at the far end of the room, where the curtains are drawn slightly open. Sunlight filters through, casting weak beams across the sterile floor. He walks over, his footsteps light, and pushes the curtain aside. Outside, the city hums with life. Cars move in neat lines, and tiny figures bustle about their day. It feels foreign, almost surreal. A part of him knows he should be eager to get back into the action, to see his friends, to check on the aftermath of the raid. But he only feels indifference? Izuku takes a slow, deep breath. "This isn't right," he whispers to the empty room. "What's happening to me?" A few hours later, Izuku yawns as he walks inside the dorm rooms, only to be met by the worried gazes of his classmates. Uraraka speaks up first. "Deku, you're back." Kirishima stands up from his seat. "Midoriya, we heard what happened, man. Are you okay?" Izuku nods, rubbing his left eye. "As good as ever, Kirishima." Siro speaks as well. "Are you sure?" I mean, I don't mean to sound harsh or anything, but you were pretty much the only injured person at the raid dash. Then, Mina stands in front of Zero, waving her arms frantically. Shoo. Too soon, Zero. Izuku shrugs. Guess you're right, Zero. Still, I'm fine. Momo raises an eyebrow, feeling just as worried as her classmates yet not showing it physically. Really, Midoriya? You were discharged from the hospital way too soon. Izuku shrugs again. There was a lot of paperwork and lore-related stuff to get through, but aside from that, I feel fine. Why is everyone making a big deal out of it? Mineta's eyes widen for a moment. More like, why aren't you making a big deal out of it, Midoriya? Ida nods, stepping forwards while chopping the air in front of him. I agree with Mineta. Midoriya, you experienced a severe attack from a villain. We're all here to support you and make sure you're well. Izuku smiles faintly, as if Ida's tone is amusing somewhat. Ida, it's fine. No need to get worked up. I think everyone's making a bigger deal out of this than it deserves. Ida frowns. Midoriya, that's no way to respond. We're concerned about your health, especially after that villain incident. You're acting as though none of this matters. Izuku sighs. Because it really doesn't. I'm fine, I've got no reason to make a big deal out of it. Besides, all this fussing over me of all people? Come on, it's unnecessary. Ida lowers his arm, clearly thrown off by Izuku's uncharacteristic lack of gratitude. Around the room, the rest of the class exchanges worried looks. Mina raises an eyebrow in curiosity. Midoriya, you sure you're okay? You're not, you know? Izuku keeps the same tired expression. What do you mean? My name is Izuku Midoriya, my hero name is Deku, I have green hair, my favorite hero is All Might, my favorite food is Dash. Uraraka interrupts him, clearly worried. That's not what she meant. What's wrong with you? You're acting like. Jiraiya chimes in. Like Todoroki? Uraraka nods. Yeah. Todoroki raises an eyebrow, not understanding what the girls meant. Izuku shrugs. I'm not quite as cool. Speaking of which, Todoroki. Todoroki looks at Izuku with an expectant expression. Yes, Midoriya? Izuku raises his right arm. Wanna arm wrestle me tomorrow? The whole class looks at Izuku as if he had been replaced by an alien. Todoroki raises his eyebrows, not expecting that at all. Arm wrestle you? Why? Izuku shrugs. Dunno, guess I've always wanted to know how strong you are. Todoroki crosses his arms, not sure how to take that statement. And if I refuse? Izuku shrugs. Guess I'll skip training tomorrow then. Everyone stares at him in shock, since Izuku has never once complained about training. Zero laughs, a bit unnerved. Dude, are you serious? Since when do you not want to train? Izuku looks back at Zero with the same expression. Since always. I just never said it. I mean, what's the point in training every single day if it just wears me out? It's not like skipping one day will ruin my progress. Kaminari forces a laugh. Maybe that's true, but man, it's kinda weird seeing you this. And kinda, reckless. Izuku tilts his head, looking thoughtful, as if considering Kaminari's words without really being bothered by them. I don't see what's wrong with it. Actually, I was thinking about doing some things I've always wanted but never got around to. Izuku looks at Jiraiya and smiles faintly. Jiraiya. The earphone girl points to herself in surprise. Me? Izuku nods. Yup, do you think your parents could teach me guitar? Always thought it'd be cool to pick that up. Jiraiya rubs the back of her head in surprise. Yeah? Maybe? Guess so? If you're really interested then I could teach you the basics right now and dash. Izuku shakes his head. Actually, scratch that. Jiraiya looks at Izuku, not sure what to expect from him anymore. Now why don't you want to learn guitar? Izuku points to his fingers. I mean, I'm constantly breaking these guys, so I'll probably sound off tune, which means I'll have to try extra hard to sound right, and that honestly sounds like a lot of work, so no, thanks. Everyone goes silent, not sure if the person standing in front of them is Izuku or some kind of imposter. Jairu turns around and leaves. I'm out. Uraraka steps forward, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Deku, you're starting to scare us. What's wrong with you? Izuku looks at Uraraka with a deadpanned expression. What's wrong with me? Well, I broke my fingers at the sports festival which left some permanent scars. I battled some villains at the forest training camp which busted my arms. I fought against Dash. Uraraka shakes her head, starting to feel frustrated. No, that's not what I Dash. What's the matter with you? Why you acting like some sort of robot? Izuku shrugs. I'm just being honest with what I feel like. Momo clears her throat. That's nice, Midoriya. But, are you sure you don't need a little more time to recover from your injuries? Perhaps the doctors and nurses overlooked something in your body. Maybe you'll feel more like your old self after resting well. Izuku smiles politely. Momo, it's not like I'm injured or anything. I feel great actually. Oh, and by the way, Momo, I've always wanted to know if you'd help me design a hero suit that's a bit more, I don't know, striking. Momo's eyes widen, clearly startled. Striking? As in? Izuku puts his finger to his chin in thought. I'm thinking something edgy, maybe black and red. And way less armor. Something that just looks cool. The idea stuns everyone. Izuku's focus has always been functionality and protection. The notion that he'd prioritize cool over everything else throws everyone for a loop. Zero laughs nervously. Black and red? Midoriya, that's way more, I don't know, Bakugo style. Izuku shrugs. Maybe, but it's not like he owns those colors. Bakugo, who had been overhearing from the adjacent room, scowls and steps forward, fists clenched. The hell did you say, Deku? Since when did you start talking like you don't give a crap? Izuku shrugs yet again. No, Bakugo. Then, everyone goes silent again. Bakugo's brain malfunctions for a second. What? Did you just call me? Izuku's expression remains the same. Bakugo. It's your name, right? I know I've always called you Kachin, but I feel like we needed a change of pace. It was starting to feel forced. No one breathes. No one makes a sound. Not even Bakugo speaks, being too surprised at how bold and almost uncaring Izuku sounded. Eventually, Momo clears her throat again. Great to see you're feeling better, Midoriya. It's getting late, so how about we all go to sleep for now and get some rest? After taking a moment to snap out of their trance, everyone nods, getting away from Izuku as quickly as possible. Izuku stares at their retreating forms for a moment before shrugging and walking to his room. What a weird day. Bet I'll feel even better tomorrow in class. The next day. Scratch that. Screw class. Izuku yawned as he stretched on the edge of his bed. The last thing he felt like doing today was going to class. You know, I've never taken some time off for myself. Izuku smiles faintly before putting on some jeans, a green shirt, his signature red shoes, and a scarf. Wonder how Udare is during school hours. Then, Izuku walks out of his room, decided to wander around you, looking for anything more interesting to do than attending class. After walking down the stairs, he sees Uraraka drinking a cup of coffee in the kitchen. Izuku looks at the clock on the wall for a moment. Guess Uraraka overslept again. Wonder if she's late for class like me. In that case, I'll just ask her out on a date. I mean, I've always liked her and I've heard Mina say that she ships us plenty of times before, whatever that means. Screw it, why not? Izuku walks up to Uraraka, who, upon feeling someone else behind her, turns around swiftly. Izuku waves nonchalantly at Uraraka. Hey there, Uraraka. Uraraka breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, Deku, you almost scared me. I didn't even hear you. Izuku shrugs. Wasn't trying to be noticed, but I also wasn't trying to be unnoticed. Uraraka frowns softly. So, I see you're still like this. Izuku nods. Guess so. Anyways, what are you doing here, Uraraka? Shouldn't you be in class? Uraraka groans, turning back briefly to place the cup on the sink. I know. I overslept again. I hope Mr. Aizawa doesn't scold me too much. Izuku shrugs. Knowing him, he's probably sleeping right now. Then, Uraraka looks at Izuku with a raised eyebrow. Wait, now that I think about it, what are you doing here, Deku? You're always one of the first people to wake up. I thought you were a morning person. Izuku nods. I just didn't feel like waking up early today, nor do I feel like I want to go to class today. Uraraka opens her eyes wide. That's so unlike you, I mean, you've never missed a class before. Izuku speaks straightforwardly. Guess I felt like breaking the bad habit today. I feel like doing something for myself today. Speaking of which, do you want to go out with me today? Like, on a date, since we're both late for class already. Uraraka's eyes widen, her face turning red in an instant. She opens her mouth to respond but seems completely caught off guard. Uraraka stammers. A date? A date? You and me? Right now? Izuku nods calmly, as though he's asking about the weather. Yeah. I think it would be nice. I mean, I like you, so why not? Uraraka's heart is racing, her mind spinning. She's imagined this moment before, but never like this, never with Izuku so calm, so direct. But, what? This is just so sudden. I mean, a date? You and me? Right now? I mean, not that I wouldn't be, but we're in the middle of training for our next exams, and I'm kind of sweaty, and I should probably, freshen up. Izuku shrugs, sure. That makes sense. Uraraka lets out a nervous laugh, trying to gather her thoughts as she continues her rambling. And after that, there's also my study group tonight with Yaoyorozu. Yeah, I have a lot of studying to do. Can't afford to fall behind in class, Heroes need good grades too. Uraraka fidgets, tugging at her sleeve. Plus, I have to work on, my... Yeah. Can't leave that out. Izuku watches her silently, no sign of hurt or disappointment on his face. Struggling to look at me, making all sorts of excuses? Yeah, she's definitely saying no, but she's trying to be polite. When she finally trails off, still blushing and stammering, Izuku just nods again. Alright then. Guess that's a no. Izuku walks out of the dorms, brushing off his hands. Thanks for being honest, Achiko. Uraraka, lost in her flustered excuses, doesn't realize he's leaving. She stares at her hands, still bright red and rambling. It's not that I wouldn't want to someday. Maybe in a better moment. Wait, Deku? Uraraka looks up, but he's already gone, as if he had never been there in the first place. Her jaw drops as she realizes he left so casually, without even looking disappointed. What just happened? Did I turn him down? Or did he just give up? But he didn't seem upset at all. Uraraka stands there in silence, heart still racing but now overtaken by sheer confusion as her blush deepens. Did he really just ask me out and then walk away like it was nothing? She shakes her head, still not sure how to process what just happened, feeling as if her whole world had been tilted sideways. Izuku stretches his arms as he takes in the sight of you, on a busy day without him being in class. It was quite a lovely place, all things considered. Even in the middle of the day, the vast open spaces seemed unnaturally quiet without the usual hum of chatter and hurried footsteps. As Izuku passed by the main building, he caught faint sounds of voices drifting through open windows, lectures mixed with the occasional burst of laughter coming from inside the classrooms. Though, despite skipping class being what he wanted to do for the day, Izuku still felt. But Yue is a cool place and all, but now that I think about it, there's not much to do aside from schoolwork. Where could I spend some time alone? Izuku looks around campus for a moment before his gaze fixates on a particular building. The gym? Sure, why not? I can pretend I'm training while listening to music. Should be enough to kill some time, for now at least. Without thinking too much about it, Izuku opens the door to the gym, and he walks in casually, hands in his pockets. Upon entering the gym, he spots an unexpected student using the equipment. Itsuka Kendo stood at one end of the room dressed in her hero outfit, focused as she practiced a series of punches, then pivoted into a set of quick strikes with her legs. The gym echoed with the thuds of her fists and boots hitting a heavy bag. She was clearly putting in intense effort, her brows being knitted in concentration. Itsuka glances over her shoulder, slightly surprised to see the famous Izuku Midoriya here and not in class. Itsuka pauses her training, wiping some sweat from her forehead. Midoriya? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Izuku shrugs, unbothered as he glances around the gym with mild interest. I guess. But I didn't feel like going today. Figured I'd come here instead. Kendo raises an eyebrow, her surprise clear. The Midoriya she's heard about is usually enthusiastic, punctual, and fully committed to class. Definitely not the type to skip for no reason. You just didn't feel like going? Yup. Just like that. So, no one sent you here on a quest? Or with a specific reason? I'm here on my own free will. Itsuka crosses her arms, studying Izuku curiously. That's different for you. You're usually the last person I'd expect to be skipping class. Izuku smiles slightly, shrugging again. Maybe. Just feels like a waste of time today. Itsuka watches him, a faint frown forming. She's still catching her breath from her workout, but something about the way he's speaking doesn't sit right with her. So, any reason you came to the gym specifically? You here to train? Izuku speaks nonchalantly. Not really. Just came here because it's quiet. Itsuka nods, but the unease lingers. She's still processing the odd tone in his voice and the way he seems disconnected, almost too calm. She tries to shake it off, turning back to her training routine. Itsuka throws another punch, exhaling sharply. Well, I guess I'm here for similar reasons. It's actually a bit of a relief to train without anyone watching. People expect certain things, you know? Especially when you're the class representative. Just wanted to work on my technique without feeling like I'm being graded on it. Izuku watches her, expression unreadable. He leans casually against a wall, looking at her with a flat gaze. That makes sense. The pressure to live up to other people's expectations can be pretty annoying. Itsuka hesitates, slightly taken aback by how blunt he sounds. Yeah, exactly. Not that you'd understand though. You've got all those amazing moves, you stood out at the sports festival, and you have All Might's support. Itsuka trails off, noticing he doesn't seem to react at all to her comment. Izuku's face remains completely neutral, as if he's unaffected by the praise or any reminder of his connection to All Might. Izuku speaks in a low, almost dismissive tone. It doesn't really matter to me right now. Itsuka blinks, taken aback. Okay. Well, I guess we all have our off days. Izuku tilts his head. Do I seem like I'm having an off day? Itsuka tries to lighten the mood with a small laugh. You're just really throwing me off, I guess. I thought you were always the go-beyond guy. Izuku gives her a small, detached smile, but there's no warmth behind it. Maybe it's overrated. Itsuka's smile fades, sensing something is genuinely wrong. She pauses, debating whether to ask more but hesitating. After a moment, she stops her training entirely. So, you're really not going to class? Izuku shrugs. Nope. Doesn't seem important today. Itsuka raises an eyebrow. Okay, well, what are you going to do then? Izuku pauses, looking thoughtful as if mentally flipping through a list. I've always wanted to see if I could get to the top of that skyscraper in Mizudofu, you know, the one with the big UA billboard. Bet I could climb it pretty fast if I really put my mind to it. Kendo's eyes widen as she stares at him. Wait, what? You want to climb the skyscraper? Izuku nods casually. Yeah. Seems like it'd be a pretty cool way to test out my grip and balance. I'd have to watch for updrafts though. Those can mess up your footing even at low heights. Itsuka stares at him, utterly baffled. Midoriya, that's a terrible idea. There's a reason pros don't just go scaling skyscrapers for fun. Izuku shrugs, unconcerned. True, but it'd be interesting to see if I could do it without getting caught. Itsuka's jaw drops, but Izuku seems oblivious, moving on to his next idea without a second thought. Oh, and I've always wondered if I could handle a full-speed charge at All Might's bronze statue in the courtyard. It'd be cool to see if my quirk would let me break through solid metal. I mean, I've never tried it before. Itsuka puts a hand on his shoulder, trying to steer him back toward reason. You want to charge at the statue? Full speed. Izuku nods with a faint smile, as if it's the most logical idea. Yeah. A lot of villains use metal armor or shields. It'd be a good way to see if I'm strong enough to get through something dense like that. Itsuka swallows, her expression shifting from confusion to outright concern. She's heard about Midoriya being daring, but this feels like recklessness on a whole new level. Itsuka forces a laugh to mask her nerves. But maybe there are better ways to practice than charging into solid bronze. You know, controlled settings. Izuku shrugs again, seemingly unmoved. Maybe. Or I could find some water towers in the city and try pulling them down. You never know if you'll need that kind of force in a rescue scenario. Itsuka clenches her fists slightly, looking at him determinedly and firmly. Alright, that's it. I'm coming with you today. Someone's got to make sure you don't end up smashing statues or tearing down water towers. Izuku glances at her, indifferent but slightly amused by her insistence. You're welcome to tag along if you want. Though, I doubt it'll be much fun for you, Miss No Fun. Itsuka forces a smile. Are you kidding? Fun's my middle name. But let's, try a few less destructive activities, okay? Izuku nods, still looking around as if planning his next move. I'm fine with that. How about, I don't know, ice cream? Itsuka nods. Sure, yeah, whatever keeps you from breaking the law or yourself. Izuku nods again. But just let me get changed real quick. Itsuka raises her eyebrows. Get changed? Izuku nods as he reaches for the drawers on the gym's walls, guarding the students' hero outfits. Yeah. You're already dressed up, so I might as well do the same so we look cool together. Plus, you never know if someone could need help, right? Kendo breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she's bought a bit of time to watch over him and hopefully keep him out of trouble. As Itsuka waits for Izuku to get changed, she finds herself glancing at his direction, still processing just how drastically he's changed. Midoriya. What on earth happened to you? Chapter 2, No Inhibitions. Well, what do you know? I somehow managed to keep him from breaking the law for 30 minutes. Thought Itsuka to herself as she entered the ice cream parlor alongside Izuku, who still looked as bored as ever. When the pair walked up to the counter, a girl greeted them with a smile. Good afternoon. What can I get you too? Itsuka cringes internally. Oh no. I've never gone out to eat something dressed in my hero outfit before. This is so embarrassing. I hope no one here has seen the commercial I filmed with Iwabami. Izuku put his finger to his chin in thought. Well, let's see. Perhaps a banana split would be nice, but I don't really feel like eating banana today. More doesn't sound too bad either, but I feel like I'll get my outfit dirty if I'm not careful enough and I don't want to wash it later. An All Might Deluxe sounds tempting, but I feel like that's just me being biased. Itsuka looks at Izuku in thought, surprised at how indifferent he looked and slightly frustrated at the fact he was taking his sweet time choosing what to have. Maybe Midoriya gained the ability to not let things affect him? Or maybe he's able to let things go more easily. Ugh, those don't sound right. Then, the girl interrupts him. How about I get you two the couple special? You'll get the couple discount. Itsuka shakes her head. Oh no. Thanks for the offer, but we're not a dash. Izuku nods. That sounds like a plan. We'll have the couple special, please. Itsuka blushes heavily and looks at Izuku with a flustered expression. What, huh? The girl nods. Sure. Go take a seat, sir. Izuku nods before immediately turning around in order to search for a table. Itsuka stands in place for a moment before groaning and following him. Izuku sits on a table beside the window. This looks like a nice place to eat, doesn't it? Itsuka sits down in front of him, not wanting to look at him directly. Sure, yeah, whatever. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Oh, what's the matter, Itsuka? Itsuka looks down at the table, trying to diffuse the blush on her face. WL. You didn't have to say that we're a couple, you know. Izuku shrugs. I don't see what's so wrong about it. I mean, we got a discount for it, didn't we? Itsuka looks at Izuku from the corner of her eye, still feeling quite embarrassed. Yeah. But still, you don't feel even a little bit embarrassed? At all. Izuku shrugs. Meh. So what if people think we're a couple? We're dressed up in our hero outfits, so I doubt they'd care for us after we change to our civilian outfits. Itsuka turns her head slightly, feeling her frustration rising. Well, maybe so, but... Izuku shifts on his seat in order to get more comfortable. Plus, I don't care if people recognize me anyway. I don't mind if they think I'm going out with you, Itsuka. I mean, what's so wrong with it? Itsuka looks at Izuku directly, with a sheepish yet slightly exasperated expression. Can we just, I don't know, talk about something else? Please? Pretty please? Izuku nods. Fine by me. What do you want to talk about, Itsuka? Itsuka takes a breath to calm herself before continuing. I've noticed that. There's definitely something different about you. Izuku smiles faintly. I also noticed something different about you. What a coincidence, am I right? But you go first. Itsuka leaned closer to Izuku. It's the way you're acting, the way you're talking. It's not. You know, how normal you talk. It's like you have no expression in your words. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Well, I think words should express what you're feeling, not the other way around. Itsuka pointed her index finger at Izuku's face. And that's the other thing. You have more confidence in yourself. More confidence in yourself than you've ever had as far as I've seen. Meh. And you say that word a lot too. Meh. Izuku responded while pinging an eyebrow. Itsuka nods. And also, you shrug a lot. Izuku shrugs. Itsuka groans. What happened to you, Midoriya? This new attitude of yours. It's so different from normal, it's almost unsettling. Heck, even I can tell you're acting different and I'm not even in your class. What happened to make you act like this? Izuku shrugs again. Dunno. Last thing I remember was me jumping between Endeavor and a villain who was about to attack him. I got blasted by some sort of villainous quirk, and when I woke up, I felt more. I don't know. Detached? Dejected? Distanced? Whatever it is, I don't really care. I feel fine and that's that. No need to make a fuss about it. Itsuka tilts her head in slight concern. So, you got hit by some villain's quirk and you suddenly feel more indifferent about everything. Yup. And no one knows what effects the villain's quirk had on you? Nope. And you're not worried? At all? Nope. You're like the fifth or so person to tell me that. But enough about me. Let's talk a little more about you, Itsuka. Itsuka's eyes go wide, not expecting the focus of the conversation being her all of a sudden. She's never interacted much with him before, but it was still surprising to see him this unrestrained. Me? Izuku nods. You announced some of my differences, so it's only fair I get to announce some of yours. Itsuka raises an eyebrow. Say what now? Izuku points to Itsuka's hair. Firstly, you've allowed your ponytail to grow a little longer. Does it suit you? Izuku bounced his head left and right before coming to a conclusion. Alright, it does look good on you. Itsuka tilted her head, surprised that Izuku managed to see that small change in her appearance but intrigued at where he was going. Thanks. Izuku tilts his head. Now, you brushed your hair, then purposely ruffled it a little to give it that characteristic Itsuka tomboyish look, though on a lesser scale than usual for some reason. Itsuka bit her upper lip and leaned back a little. How would Izuku know this? Had he been watching her? Izuku leans back on his chair, looking over his shoulder briefly to see if the waitress is coming with their order. You just look different, you know, more combed up. Kinda like you spent some extra time getting ready. Itsuka looks away, taken off guard. She wasn't expecting him to notice it, let alone point it out so plainly. He'd gotten every detail right. You really are a smart one, aren't you? Izuku shrugs, looking back to Itsuka again. Meh. I'm not smart, just good observation skills and quick analysis, that's all. Itsuka fumbles for a second, her face heating up as she tries to act nonchalant. I guess I just felt like putting in a little extra effort today. Nothing special. Izuku keeps looking at her with that straightforward, unfiltered gaze, analyzing her in a way that makes her heart skip. He doesn't even seem to notice her flustered expression at all as he continues. Still, it feels like you went all out. I don't usually see you like this. Itsuka opens her mouth to speak but finds herself at a loss for words. His observations are so direct that it's hard to hide her embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Itsuka exhales, as a small uncertain smile appears on her lips. Well, you caught me. I have been putting on some extra effort these past couple of days. It's honestly kinda weird to be noticed this much. Izuku shrugs. I pointed out the differences in you, like I said I would. Itsuka laughs nervously, more to not let silence fall on the conversation than anything. I guess I put in extra effort because sometimes I feel like people don't notice me. As a girl, you know? I mean, not in a way that makes me feel beautiful. Izuku continues listening, his expression thoughtful. Itsuka hesitates, the words feeling strange to say out loud, but she pushes forward. I know I come off a little. With the way my quirk looks, the way my hero costume looks, the way I act, the way I express myself, the whole martial arts thing. I guess people don't really see me as, I don't know, the kind of girl they'd notice in that way. I mean, I don't exactly have a cute personality. Izuku nods, considering her words. That doesn't make sense to me. You know that people don't have to act cute or girly to be attractive, right? Most people just don't pay enough attention, so they probably miss the things that make you appealing. Itsuka raises her eyebrows, a bit surprised by his response. She watches him, curiosity replacing some of her embarrassment. The things that make me appealing? What do you mean by that? Izuku speaks as if this was the most logical thing in the world. Well, you're a great leader. People respect you because you're strong and reliable. That's not something just anyone can do. And you don't really fit into a narrow box. That makes you interesting, even if most people don't realize it right away. Being beautiful isn't just about looks. It's about how you handle yourself, and you do that really well. Itsuka's initial shock fades as she absorbs his words. There's a hint of surprise in her eyes, mixed with appreciation, affection, and gratitude. Wow. I didn't think you'd see it that way. Izuku shrugs calmly. It's true though. And anyway, people tend to focus too much on one idea of beauty, but you're different. If people aren't noticing, well, that's their loss. Itsuka smiles, feeling oddly reassured by his blunt, practical reasoning. Thanks, Izuku. I didn't expect you to say anything like that. Izuku nods. Meh. I'm just being honest with what I feel like. If it helps you feel better, then that's good. But honestly, you of all people don't need validation from others to know you're attractive. Itsuka chuckles, a warm blush appearing on her cheeks. You know, Izuku, you're kind of dangerous when you're this honest. Not in a bad way, though. Izuku blinks. Dangerous? I'm just being logical. Itsuka laughs, feeling genuinely touched. Then, the waitress arrives with a couple of ice creams on the tray in her hand. Sorry for the delay. Enjoy. Itsuka smiles widely. Thanks. Izuku merely nods. They eat in comfortable silence for a couple of moments until Izuku speaks up again, in his usual blunt manner. You know, this is both nice and funny. Itsuka raises an eyebrow. Izuku nods. Yeah. I never thought I'd end up on a date with you. Itsuka almost chokes on her ice cream, looking up at him, her cheeks even redder. Wait, a date? You're calling this a date now? Izuku shrugs while feeling completely at ease, oblivious to the effect his words have on her. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure people eat on dates while talking in order to know each other better. Itsuka stammers, her brain malfunctioning for a couple of moments. W-dash. Yeah, but dash. You and I. This is... Izuku shrugs nonchalantly again. Plus, we're eating a couple special and I'm pretty sure I heard you call me Izuku a couple of times already. Itsuka hides her face behind her ice cream, her heart racing as she tries to gather herself. The way Izuku was acting was really throwing her off. But then again, after all he's told her about his true feelings, she felt like she didn't mind if this was an actual date. A couple of hours later, at Heights Alliance, the common room is filled with the usual buzz of conversation as Class 1A gathers, talking in hushed tones about the latest development with Izuku and his noticeable absence for the day. The students sit or stand around, exchanging concerned looks as they think about their classmate. Kaminari speaks up. So, are we just gonna sit here or is anyone gonna talk about? You know? Jiraiya sighs. Midoriya. Welp, he said he didn't want to train today and he stayed true to his desire. Hagakure fiddles with her fingers. It's so weird seeing him like this. I mean, Midoriya's always been so emotional, you know? He's usually the first one to cheer us on or get all fired up. Ida adjusts his glasses with a serious expression. Indeed, Midoriya's passion and dedication are a fundamental part of his personality. Without them, he seems almost incomplete. Kirishima nods. I know, man. I mean, I'm all for chasing what you want and for blunt honesty, but it's like he's a different person. He doesn't even seem interested in pushing his limits as always. Mina crosses her arms, looking a bit sad. He's acting like a total robot. I mean, he was saying things I never thought I'd hear him say, but it's kinda, I don't know, freaky. The group falls silent for a moment, reflecting on the change. Todoroki speaks up. There's a different calmness to him now, though. He seemed more focused, in a way. He wasn't second-guessing himself. Jiraiya crosses her arms as well. Sure, but it's like he's lost his spark. The old Midoriya was. Well, he made us feel like we could do anything. Now he felt more detached, it felt like he was just going through the motions. Ojiro looks down in thought. He had some guts saying what he really thought, but it's off-putting. He wasn't overthinking or acting as warm and caring as always. It's like talking to someone who's only half there. Tsuyu tilts her head thoughtfully, putting her finger to her chin as usual. Ribbit, maybe that's because he's only half himself right now. He's missing that empathy and compassion that makes him who he is. It's kind of sad, don't you think? Ida nods, looking concerned. I agree. I never realized how much his kindness brought us together. Without it, I feel like he's just not fully him. It's as if he's stripped down to only the logical parts, or as if his thoughts have been cleaned of all emotion. Kaminari chuckles, trying to lighten the mood. Well, at least he said everything he's always been too shy to say. Bakugo, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, scoffs. Shut it, Sparky. The nerd gained some guts, I'll give him that much, but it's really annoying. If I see him talking like that again, I'll blast him to hell to teach him his place again. I can't stand that new stupid condescending tone of his. Kaminari raises an eyebrow at Bakugo, smirking. You sure, Bakugo? 'Cause it sounds like you're just mad he didn't call you Kachin, like always. Bakugo rolls his eyes before walking away. Why do I even bother with that discount phone charger? After Bakugo leaves, Mina groans softly. Still, I already miss the old Midori. The way he'd go out of his way to help people, even when he was nervous. This new him feels so distant. Todoroki nods thoughtfully. It makes me wonder what he'll be like once the effect of the villain's quirk wears off. Ida folds his arms, looking resolute. Indeed, Midoriya's courage and spirit have inspired all of us. This new him lacks the emotional depth that drives him to act with such selflessness. Jiraiya sighs, nodding. He's still Midoriya, just not the one who'd get all flustered when we talk to him. Or the one who'd throw himself headfirst into a battle to save someone without hesitation. Momo looks at Jiraiya with concern. We can't think like that yet, Jiraiya. Sure, Midoriya's emotions might not be the same, but perhaps his morals and values haven't been affected. Jiraiya looks at Momo with a concerned expression as well. We can't be sure of anything. Hell, we don't even know how that villain's quirk works. Todoroki looks away. My old man said he'd be interrogating the villain who did this to Midoriya. He should come by tomorrow to tell us all the details. There's a pause as everyone considers this, the weight of their shared feelings hanging in the air. Siro speaks softly. So, do we want him to stay this way, or do we want the old Midoriya back? Everyone exchanges glances, each of the students thinking. Kirishima speaks up firmly. Honestly? I think I'd take the old Midoriya back any day. He might be a little shy and awkward, but that's what makes him so. Heck, he even loses all that shyness and awkwardness when he's in battle mode. Midoriya is hella manly the way he was. This new Midoriya doesn't feel like him. Momo nods, her expression hopeful. I feel the same way, Kirishima. The old Midoriya was reckless, shy, awkward, and easily flustered. But he had a big heart that made him. I think we all miss that part of him. The group nods in agreement. Whatever happened, they'd be there to support Izuku. It was in that moment that Tsuyu noticed that Uraraka was absent. Tsuyu looks behind the group and notices Uraraka sitting by herself on a chair, playing with her food. Tsuyu walks away from the group and makes her way towards Uraraka, poking her shoulder once she is within arm's reach. Achiko-chan? Are you okay, Ribbit? Uraraka looks back at her friend with an unmotivated expression. Oh, yeah, I'm all right. Tsuyu tilts her head. Really? You don't seem all right to me. What's the matter? Uraraka sighs. It's Deku. Oh, don't worry about him, Achikon. We're all worried about him. I'm sure everything will be better once that villain's quirk dash. No, I talked with him this morning. Tsuyu's eyes go wide for a moment. Oh, is that why you were late to class today? Uraraka rubs the back of her head. Not really, I just overslept again. Still, I talked with Deku before going to class. What happened? He asked me out on a date. Like it was the most normal thing in the world. Tsuyu's eyes widen slightly as she listens, her expression turning into a look of curiosity. Ribbit, he asked you on a date? Just like that? Uraraka nods, her cheeks starting to flush. Yeah. He didn't even stutter or anything. He just looked at me and said, "Do you want to go out on a date with me since we're both late to class?" Like he was asking if I wanted to go to the training grounds. Tsuyu tilts her head, a soft smile forming as she observes Uraraka's reaction. What did you say? Uraraka groans, covering her face with her hands. I panicked. I made up excuses about having extra training or needing to do homework. I just got so flustered. I mean, he's never talked to me like that before. To us. Weird. So, you turned him down? Uraraka slowly lowers her hands, her expression filled with worry. I didn't mean to turn him down. I got so nervous and I didn't know what to say. Now I'm worried he thinks I don't want to be friends or that I don't like him at all. Tsuyu gives her friend a thoughtful look, resting a hand on Uraraka's shoulder. Achiko-chan, I don't think he'd think that. He's acting differently because of that villain's quirk. He probably didn't take it personally. He might not even think it was a big deal. Uraraka bites her lip. You think so? I was so surprised. He's never been that straightforward, especially not about something like this. And I guess a part of me didn't expect it to feel so. I don't know, nice? Even if it was so out of character. Tsuyu tilts her head, studying Uraraka's face with a calm understanding. Did you want him to ask you out? Uraraka's cheeks turn an even deeper shade of pink as she looks away. I mean, I don't know. I've thought about it before, but this just caught me off guard. And now I feel like I blew it. What if things are weird between us from now on? Tsuyu gives her a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder, her voice gentle but steady. Ribbit, if he asked you out with no emotions holding him back, that means you're someone he really cares about, even if he's not saying it with his usual shyness. And I'm sure he wouldn't hold this against you. Midoriya's not like that. Uraraka lets out a soft sigh of relief. You're right. I just can't shake this feeling that I messed up. I should have. I don't know, reacted differently maybe? It's okay to be surprised. It's normal. If you still want to go out with him sometime, maybe you could bring it up when he's himself again. Just because he didn't react today doesn't mean he wouldn't like to hear it later. Uraraka's eyes soften, a small smile forming on her lips. Thanks to... Yes. Maybe I do want to tell him how I feel. Even if it's scary. Tsuyu nods, giving her a gentle, supportive smile. Whenever you're ready. And don't worry too much about today. You're still friends. This quirk might make things confusing, but ITKK he'll be happy to know how you feel, one way or another. Uraraka smiles, but the sound of the door opening makes everyone snap out of their conversations. Izuku walks in casually, drawing everyone's attention. Kirishima greets him first with a grin on his face. Yo, Midoriya. Where have you been all day, man? We didn't see you in class. Izuku shrugs, his expression calm and unaffected. Oh, I went out on a date with Itsuka Kendo. The room falls into stunned silence, eyes wide, jaws dropping. Izuku's classmates stare at him in shock, trying to process what they just heard. Uraraka feels her heart drop, a mixture of confusion and disbelief crossing her face. Ojiro speaks up first. Went out on a date. Mina gasps, clutching her cheeks. No way. A date? With Itsuka Kendo? Kaminari laughs in disbelief. Dude, are you serious? You and Kendo went on an actual date? Izuku nods nonchalantly. Yes. It was a strange turn of events, but everything turned out well, in my opinion. I found her training by herself on the gym. I told her about my ideas to experiment with my quirk. She suggested we get ice cream instead. The ice cream parlor had a couple's discount, and I accepted it. It just seemed practical. Jairu stares at him in astonishment. You just decided to go for it? Just like that? Izuku nods. Meh. It was efficient. We both got ice cream at a reasonable price. I noticed she looked particularly put together today. I pointed it out to her and she seemed to appreciate that. Mineta scoffs, crossing his arms with a smirk. Guys, don't believe him. Midoriya's just making up stories. There's no way he managed to date a hottie like Kendo. Izuku shrugs. Meh. I don't have any reason to lie. Mineta points an accusatory finger at Izuku. Oh yeah? Where's your evidence to support such claims, faker? Izuku points to his lower cheek. Well, I don't have much, but if you're really interested I can show you this mark Itsuka left on my cheek when we said goodbye to each other. Izuku's classmates take a closer look and see a small kiss mark on Izuku's lower cheek. Various gasps could be heard, and many more eyes were wide open in disbelief. Mineta steps back, still reeling from the shock. No. No way. Izuku looks at Mineta with a deadpanned expression, not bothered in the slightest. I honestly don't see what's the big deal about it, but I guess it is a big deal for someone like you, Mineta. Your pickup lines are absolutely awful and you always make everyone uncomfortable with your antics. Just a couple of many reasons girls don't want to be around you. I don't blame you for having such a reaction. Mineta storms off in the direction of his room. Ding you, Midoriya. I'll discover your secret someday. Kaminari nudges Siro with an elbow, a grin on his face. Man, I don't know if this is amazing or terrifying. Midoriya is just out there, sweeping people off their feet without even trying. Siro laughs. Kendo must have been stunned, right? Like he's being brutal. Uraraka, feeling her stomach twist with emotions she can't quite untangle, speaks up. Are you happy with the way things are now? Izuku turns to her, his expression calm and his tone straightforward. Meh. I don't feel happy or unhappy. I'm just, Figus. I'm not really concerned with how I'm acting as long as I'm being efficient. Uraraka nods, her heart sinking. I see. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Mina whispers to Jair. It's like he's got no filter at all. He doesn't even realize how much he's messing with people's heads. Jair nods. Yeah. And it's starting to be dangerous. Izuku looks at Momo. By the way, Yaoyorozu. Momo looks at him with curiosity. Yes. Izuku points upstairs. Can I speak to you in private? It's important, I promise. Momo's eyes nervously dart around the room for a moment before she nods. Oh, of course, Midoriya. The group steps aside for Izuku and Momo to walk upstairs, leaving behind a very troubled Uraraka. Once Izuku and Momo find themselves alone, Izuku pulls out a notebook. Alright, here's the deal. Momo raises an eyebrow. Where do you keep all of those notebooks? Izuku ignores her question as he flips the notebook's pages, stopping once he reaches a page containing a sketch of a modified version of his hero outfit. So, I've been thinking about the design I want for my hero outfit. Of course I want it to be black and red because they're cool colors, and I guess a few flames on the sides of my arms wouldn't hurt. I'd also want an awesome edgy black cape like Dash. Momo blinks, surprised by his request. This again? Midoriya, your current hero outfit is designed to maximize functionality. It helps you move freely, and it's built to support your fighting style. Izuku shrugs. Meh. I know, but that's not very important to me right now. I think I'd rather have something that stands out. It could help with morale or intimidation. Besides, I don't really need as much support from my gear. My quirk is powerful enough to stand on its own. If anything, I just need a few support items to dash. Momo frowns. Midoriya, you're usually so focused on practicality and efficiency. This doesn't sound like you. Izuku's expression remains unbothered as he leans back, crossing his arms. I don't see why you're making such a big deal out of this, Yaoyorozu. It's just an outfit, after all. If I want it to look cool, that's fine. I don't need every single thing to be so technical. Momo bites her lip, looking at him with concern. Midoriya, you're changing. Ever since this quirk affected you, you've been so different. You're less careful, It's like you're forgetting the things that make you who you are. Izuku raises an eyebrow, his expression remaining steady. I think you're overreacting. Just because I'm not being overly cautious or focused on my usual goals doesn't mean I'm not still myself. I'm just being a bit more direct. There's nothing wrong with that. Momo's face softens with worry, her voice growing more pleading. But it does matter, Midoriya. The way you used to think about hero work, about your friends, it was all so important to you. You're acting as if it doesn't matter as much anymore. Like you're losing sight of what you value. Izuku lets out a soft sigh, his tone flat and dismissive. Meh. I don't see what's so troubling about a little change. I'm still doing what's necessary. The rest of it, emotions, sentimentality. They're just distractions. For a moment, Momo's hands shake slightly, and then she snaps, swatting the notebook away from his grasp and her voice rising with frustration. Izuku, it's not just a distraction. All those things, the things that make you who you are, they're what give you strength. They're what make you such an incredible person and hero. But now you're acting like none of it matters, like you've left all those parts of yourself behind. Izuku's eyes narrow slightly, surprised by the intensity of her words. Momo, you're taking this too seriously. You seem to care a whole lot about this, maybe more than I've seen you care about most things. This isn't just about my hero outfit anymore, am I right? This is something else. Momo pauses, caught off guard. She glances away for a moment, the weight of his words settling over her. After taking a breath, she looks back at him, her gaze softer and more vulnerable than usual. You're right. I do care a lot about this. Perhaps more than I should. But it's because I've always felt this need to be perfect, to be serious and focused. I was raised to be that way in order to meet society's expectations and standards for my family, and sometimes it's all I know. But I can't pretend it doesn't make me feel isolated sometimes, like I'm missing something. I've always had to struggle to balance everything perfectly. Izuku watches her silently, taking in her words. Momo continues, looking down for a moment. Then, you came into my life, Izuku. Your passion, your determination, your empathy, your indomitable will to be the best there ever was. All things I thought were illogical and could get you into trouble as well as in dangerous situations. And yet, time and time again, you've managed to surprise me and everyone else. Even though we don't always find the time to talk to each other, you managed to do something I thought was impossible. You inspired me. You helped me snap out of the cold purgatory that is perfection. Unknowingly, the fire of your emotions managed to melt the icy walls of perfectionism I had built around myself. Izuku looks down for a moment, reflecting on Momo's words. Momo sighs. Your emotions make you unique because they've had an impact not just on me, but on everyone around you, Izuku. You saved Uraraka at the entrance exam as far as I know, you got Todoroki to use his left side at the sports festival, you survived the hero killer's attack, You came up with a risky yet brilliant plan for us to rescue Bakugo from the League of Villains. You saved a child from being a madman's experiment. You've changed everything and everyone about you for the better. I don't know if you're aware of how much your emotions have changed us, Izuku. Izuku looks at Momo in the eye, his expression still as blank as ever, yet he could feel his heart beating a little faster. Was this how she had been feeling about him all this time? Momo's eyes become full of emotion. I'm scared to see what you're becoming. I'm scared that you'll change entirely. I'm scared that I'll lose the part of you that I love so much. I really don't want that to happen. I don't want to lose the part of you that made me feel like I could do more, like I could let loose a little more, like I don't have to be perfect. You have so much heart, and it's helped me and so many others, more than you realize. I'm really scared of losing that part of you that I love. And just by looking at the outfit you're suggesting, I can tell that you're ever so closer to falling down that void. Izuku looks at her, considering her words. He doesn't feel the weight of her emotions to their full extent, but he feels something, and that's something more than what he's felt since he got attacked by that villain. Izuku gives Momo a calm, reassuring nod. Momo, I still feel the same way I've felt ever since I met you. We're all humans and we're all allowed to make mistakes. You don't have to overthink everything, and you of all people even less so because you already do everything flawlessly. It's relieving to see that my presence has made a good impact on you, at least. You don't have to be perfect, and even less around me. Momo looks up at Izuku expectantly, her expression starting to calm down again. Izuku extends his arm and looks at his hand with that same blank expression for a moment. As for the matter at hand, even if it feels like my emotions are dulled, I'm still myself. The core of who I am. That won't change. If anything, I'll always be standing here for anyone who needs me. I still don't know what that villain's quirk did to me, but I swear I'm fine. I guess I just feel a little more uncaring. It's like I can speak my mind without overthinking stuff like I usually do. Nevertheless, you don't have to worry about me changing who I am, Momo. Izuku Midoriya isn't going anywhere anytime sooner or later, and that's not a promise that can be easily broken, but rather a solemn vow. Relief softens Momo's face, though a trace of worry lingers in her eyes. I really hope so. Because the world needs a hero like you, Izuku. Someone who makes everyone around him better. Izuku nods, smiling very faintly. Don't worry, Momo. I promise I won't change, no matter how much the world tries to change me. Momo gives him a small, grateful smile, silently hoping he'll hold on to the values that make him the hero and friend she admires so deeply. Thanks, Izuku. About your hero outfit. Izuku holds his hands in front of him. Actually, scratch that. I'll think about it a little more. Momo smiles. Oh, sorry. Thanks for considering it, Izuku. Izuku nods. Anytime, Momo. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go to sleep. Sleep? This early? I just feel like resting a little early today, you know? Momo chuckles softly. If you say so. Rest well, Izuku. Izuku nods before walking away. You too, Momo. Chapter 3, Bluntness. The next day. Izuku yawns as he walks towards the classroom. Last night had been a bit boring, but it had picked up a little at the end with his little chat with Momo. It was relieving to see that she cared about him so much. Still, he felt like he didn't care much about it. Her words certainly had an impact on him, but they didn't quite reach him. This was weird. Ever since he got hit by that villain's attack, he'd felt like most things didn't even faze him. Momo's words, his date with Itsuka, his confession to Uraraka and subsequent rejection. He would have freaked out by all of this in the past, but all he could feel now was. Izuku pulls out his phone and searches for Itsuka's number in hopes of entertaining himself until he arrived to the 1A classroom. After a moment of thinking, Izuku types the first thing that comes to his mind. Smallmate, hey Itsuka. After staring at his phone for a minute or so, Itsuka responds. Miss Handy. Hey, Izuku. What's up? Smallmate, I'm bored. Miss Handy, bored? Aren't you in class right now? Miss Handy, don't tell me you skipped class again. Smallmate, nah, I'm just a little late. Small mate, but I'm still bored. Small mate, wanna talk while I get to the classroom? Miss Handy, Izuku. I'm in class right now. Small mate, why did you answer my text then? There's a long pause before Itsuka answers again. Miss Handy, I dunno. Guess I like talking to you. Small mate, thanks I guess. Miss Handy, still. I can't keep doing this for much longer. Small mate, gotcha. Small mate, how about we see each other after class? Small mate, Small mate, for a second date. Another long pause ensues before Itsuka answers again. Miss Handy. All right. Small mate, see you at the gym. Miss Handy, wait, why the gym? Small mate, yesterday you told me you liked to train after class, remember? Miss Handy. Guess I did say that. Small mate, sweet. Small mate, it's settled then. Izuku immediately places his phone back in his pocket, not really caring if Itsuka has answered back or not. The classroom was coming into his view anyways. Izuku groans quietly. Fine. Guess I have to do this today. Wonder how much Aizawa is gonna scold me. When Izuku enters the room, he sees that his classmates are all already there, sparing him occasional glances. Judging by the expressions of their faces, he could see that they were all worried about him, but no one dared come close to him. Were they scared of him? Izuku mentally shrugs as he sits down on his desk. After a few moments, Aizawa enters the room, addressing the class with his usual stern demeanor. Settle down. We need to start, and we're already losing time. The moment Aizawa speaks, every student rushes to their seats immediately. Aizawa locks eyes on Izuku upon spotting him. Ah, problem child. You're here. Izuku rolls his eyes. Indeed I am. Aizawa suppresses a sigh. Mind explaining why you weren't in class yesterday? The class turns to look at Izuku, shifting uncomfortably. Momo speaks hesitantly. Aizawa-sensei. Maybe we could let it slide just this once? Midoriya's been a little different lately. You know, after that mission with Endeavor. Aizawa suppresses a groan again, thinking that Momo is trying to cover for Izuku. I'm aware of his condition, Yaoyorozu. But that doesn't mean he's excused from training, or that I'm excused from doing my job. I've been informed that Midoriya is in perfect physical condition, so he should have no excuse to have skipped classes yesterday. Besides, Aizawa directs his attention back to Izuku. I'd like to hear it from him. Izuku looks at Aizawa without his usual worry or hesitation, meeting Aizawa's gaze calmly. Izuku shrugs, tilting his head. Meh. I didn't feel like coming. Aizawa frowns. And? Izuku shrugs again. And that's it. Aizawa narrows his eyes, clearly displeased. I don't know exactly what's gotten into you or the exact details about the villainous quirk that affected you, but ignoring your duties because you don't feel like it isn't the behavior of a hero. Let alone someone who's supposed to be setting an example. Izuku leans back a bit, looking at Aizawa with a distant yet steady gaze. And who are you setting an example for, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa is caught off guard by the question. Izuku keeps speaking. You're strict more than anyone I know. Tough love is your thing, right? But have you ever thought about how that affects us? You push us to be better, but you also push us to the point of breaking. Sometimes, it feels like you're trying to make us just as broken as you are. The room goes silent. Class 1A looks on, stunned by the harshness of Izuku's words. Aizawa's voice is cold yet measured. And you think I don't know the risks of my approach? Izuku nods with the same blank expression. Oh, I'm sure you do, and I admire you for it, really. You care about us. But you're flawed, Aizawa-sensei. Everyone stiffens. And not in the way you probably think is necessary. You're stubborn, distant. And if I'm being honest, sometimes you're just cruel. You get so caught up in teaching us to survive that you forget we're still people who need support, not just training. Izuku's words hit Aizawa harder than expected, though he does his best to remain unaffected. Aizawa speaks with a tense edge in his voice. You think you understand the responsibility I carry, problem child? Keeping you all alive and prepared for what's out there isn't just about support, it's survival. Izuku nods, unconcerned as a faint smirk crosses his face. Maybe that's true. But I think you should be the one getting scolded for not balancing it better. We're all training to be heroes, but sometimes it feels like you're preparing us to be soldiers in your personal war against the world. And that's not really fair, is it? Aizawa clenches his fists, visibly uncomfortable as the class remains in stunned silence. Izuku looks to his desk again. Anyways, that's why I was absent yesterday. One day off wasn't going to ruin my training either way. And honestly, I was getting a bit tired of this. Needed a break. Aizawa's expression hardens as he tries to remain calm. Midoriya, that's not how a hero should think. You don't get to choose when and where you're needed. And skipping class isn't a decision you're allowed to make so nonchalantly. We all have our own battles to fight, but we don't let those interfere with our responsibilities. Izuku leans back in his chair, his gaze uncharacteristically steady. That's exactly the problem, Aizawa-sensei. You treat everything like it's life or death, like if we don't push ourselves to the absolute limit every day, we'll fail. But sometimes that's too much. You push us so hard that we can barely breathe. And all for what? So we end up as worn out as you? Aizawa stiffens, but his voice remains calm, though with an edge. And how do you think you'll survive as a hero if you're not prepared for that? I'm not pushing you to break you, Midoriya. I'm doing it so you'll have the strength to handle whatever comes your way. You can't become strong by avoiding the difficult parts. I get that, but you're missing something, Aizawa-sensei. We're not just your students or future soldiers in some war. We're people. And the way you treat us, you act like we're all just tools to be sharpened until we're perfect weapons. It's like you've forgotten what it means to be human yourself. The class gasps softly at Izuku's words. Aizawa's jaw clenches, but he stays silent, absorbing the critique. After a moment, Aizawa speaks again, softer but resolute. If I've forgotten what it means to be human, Midoriya, it's because I can't afford to put my own feelings above what's necessary. Sacrifice is part of this life. We make difficult choices not because we want to, but because we have to. Izuku raises an eyebrow, undeterred. But that's just it, sensei. You expect us to make sacrifices and to give up parts of ourselves like we're supposed to think that's normal. You don't realize the pressure you put on us. Your tough love makes us stronger, but it also wears us down. Sometimes, it feels like you're preparing us to lose ourselves, just like you did. The room falls silent. Aizawa's face is unreadable as he considers Izuku's words. Do you really think I'm trying to make you into something you shouldn't be? Izuku nods. I think you're trying to make us into people like you. And honestly, that's not necessarily a good thing. You're strong, but you're also lonely, burdened. And maybe you're okay with that, but we're not. I'm not, at least. Aizawa seems taken aback by Izuku's words, his hardened exterior cracking just slightly. After a moment, Aizawa straightens up, clearing his throat. All right, Midoriya. I understand some of your points, but skipping class isn't something I can overlook, regardless of your insight. Head to the principal's office at once. We'll discuss your comments further when you return. Izuku stands up, unfazed, and gives a little nod. Sure. If I'm going to be honest, it was probably worth it. Izuku leaves the room without another word. The class sits in stunned silence, and Aizawa takes a moment to collect himself before resuming the lesson, though his gaze occasionally drifts toward the door, considering Izuku's words more deeply than he'd like to admit. After a few minutes, Izuku reaches Principal Nizu's office. Izuku knocks on the door 3 times, and after a moment, the principal's voice emerges from the other side of the door. Come in, please. Izuku pushes the door open and enters the room nonchalantly. Principal Nizu is already seated behind his desk, a steaming cup of tea in front of him, and another set aside, ready for his visitor. He gestures for Izuku to sit, smiling warmly. Ah, Midoriya. Please have a seat. You came at a very well-timed moment. I took the liberty of preparing some tea, an excellent blend, actually. I think you'll enjoy it. Izuku sits down, glancing at the tea without much expression. Thanks, Principal Nizu. Tea sounds fine, I guess. Nizu pours Izuku a cup, passing it across the desk. I heard about what happened to you. Are you all right? Yup. Do you feel comfortable? Meh. Neither one or the other. Nizu observes him keenly, his small dark eyes glinting with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. You know, Midoriya, I've always appreciated how insightful you are. But I must say this change in you is most fascinating. It's like speaking with a completely different person, yet somehow not different at all. Izuku shrugs, taking a sip of his tea with a detached air. It's just the same old me. Only without all the usual emotions or whatever. Nothing really matters that much right now, so I can just say things as they are. I'm not worried about what people think or what could go wrong. Nizu smiles in intrigue before taking a sip of his tea. I'm assuming that's the same reason you're in my office right now, isn't it? Izuku nods. It is. Aizawa-sensei tried to scold me for skipping class yesterday, so I weighed my options. I chose to speak up my admirations and frustrations about him, and he didn't seem to take it kindly. Still, what was the worst thing that could have happened to me? All I did was say the truth. As I suspected, he sent me here with you, sir. Still, I said everything I've always wanted to say to him, and I don't regret it. Nizu nods. How liberating, wouldn't you say? To act without the restraint of fear or concern. I can't help but envy you a little. Imagine all the things one could accomplish with such unfiltered clarity. Izuku tilts his head. Unfiltered clarity? That's one way of putting it, I guess. Nizu leans forward slightly. Tell me, how has this new state affected the way you view your motivations? Your motives? What about your goals? Izuku pauses, staring blankly for a moment. It's weird. My goals. I still remember them and I know why I had them, but I don't feel the drive to do anything about them. I used to be so focused on becoming the #1 hero, helping people, saving them. But now, it's like I can see all the reasons, but none of the reasons actually matter to me. Nizu listens intently, nodding in understanding, though his eyes are glinting with interest. It sounds as though you're experiencing a form of detachment. You're aware of your purpose, your motivations, but without the emotions behind them, they feel hollow. Fascinating. Nizu pauses, tilting his head. Tell me, do you miss feeling that drive? Or is even that beyond you now? Izuku considers this for a moment before shrugging. I guess I don't really care. Missing it would mean feeling like something's wrong or missing a part of myself. But right now, I just don't care. Even if I know something's not the way it used to be, it doesn't feel important. I used to worry about a lot of things, but now it just feels a bit emptier inside me. Nizu leans back in his chair, sipping his tea thoughtfully. Empty. Yes, I can understand why that might be troubling to those around you. Do you suppose this feeling, or rather, this lack of feeling, might impact the way you approach your hero work? Or your relationships with others? Izuku takes another sip of tea, his tone calm. Probably? I mean, I told Aizawa exactly what I thought of him just now, and it felt easy. Before, I would have been terrified to say even half of that. But without the fear of hurting anyone or the need to hold back, I just told him. And honestly, it felt better. More honest with himself and with him. Nizu's eyes sparkle with intrigue, clearly fascinated by Izuku's observations. I see. Blunt honesty without inhibition. It's quite a rare perspective, Midoriya. There's a certain purity to it, don't you think? So few of us get to say what we truly think without worrying about the consequences. I imagine it's quite refreshing. Izuku nods, not entirely disagreeing. I guess. But I don't think I'd want to stay like this forever. There's something unsettling about not caring. When I think of my friends or family, I know they're important to me, but right now, it's all logical. Like, yes, these people are in my life, they matter. But the feeling's just gone. I don't feel that warmth I used to. Nizu smiles thoughtfully, tapping his paw on the desk. That warmth is part of being human, or, I suppose in my case, part of being alive. Emotions are often the bridge between our goals and our actions. They fuel our instincts and drive us to persevere even when things seem insurmountable. But here you are, analyzing this state with a remarkable clarity that few people would have. Do you ever wonder how your friends see you right now? Izuku shrugs. When I came into the classroom, everyone seemed scared of me, but their expressions told me that they were still worried about me. They probably think it's weird. Or maybe scary. They're used to me worrying about everything and being there for everyone. Now, I don't really feel like doing that. It's not that I want to push them away or anything, it's just that, right now, their opinions and reactions don't really affect me. Nizu nods slowly. Yes, I can imagine that would be rather unsettling for them. But for what it's worth, I appreciate your honesty, Midoriya. There's something refreshing in having a straightforward conversation without concern for social conventions. It's rare to find someone who can think so freely, even if it is due to a quirk-induced state. Izuku nods, glancing at his tea. Thanks, I guess. But it's strange. Everyone else seems so bothered by it, but you seem, well, pretty okay with it. Nizu smiles knowingly. Well, perhaps it's because I've often been regarded as an outsider myself. Intelligence and logic are useful tools, but they sometimes create a distance from others. People don't always understand an analytical mind, and that can be isolating. Izuku nods, understanding that feeling all too well due to his quirkless past and his many days of analyzing pro-hero quirks while being mocked by it. Nizu sips his tea. But we're both aware that emotions are important, even if we don't always let them govern us. And in your case, I suspect your emotions will return in time. Until then, I think you might find value in observing this unique state. As a learning experience, if nothing else. Izuku nods slowly, a hint of interest sparking in his otherwise dull expression. I hadn't thought about it that way. Yes. As long as I'm like this, I can learn things that maybe I wouldn't if I had my emotions. Maybe I can understand people better. Like you or even Aizawa-sensei. I mean, he's always so closed off, but maybe he feels the same way you described, isolated. Nizu nods. Precisely, Midoriya. You're experiencing a rare detachment that most people might not understand, but that could grant you insights into yourself and those around you. And when your emotions eventually return, I believe you'll come back with a far greater understanding of what drives you and the people around you. Nizu lifts his teacup, toasting lightly to Izuku's, who clinks it with his own cup in a rare, small moment of shared understanding. The rest of the day passes as Nizu and Izuku continue their conversation, analyzing everything from heroism to human nature, with Nizu enthusiastically embracing the opportunity to share a candid exchange with someone who speaks without restraint. As the conversation continues, Nizu gains a deeper understanding of the effects of Izuku's quirk-induced state, while Izuku gains new perspectives on himself and those around him. Eventually, Nizu looks at the clock and sees that it's time for Izuku to return to the dorms. Oh, it seems like we lost track of time. Izuku places down his cup of tea. Indeed we did. Either way, thanks, Principal Nizu. This has been terribly enlightening. Nizu nods. No problem, Midoriya. Come see me again sometime in the future. Izuku nods, a faint smile forming on his lips. Will do, Principal Nizu. Izuku stretches as he walks through the lonely hallways of Yuri towards the gym, his expression as calm and composed as ever. He did ask Itsuka out on a second date in there, after all. Just as he rounds the corner, he sees All Might looking for him, visibly tense. Oh, great. The moment All Might spots him, he strides over quickly, his eyes full of concern. All Might's tone is urgent, barely containing his worry. Young Midoriya, where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. You missed training again. Are you all right? What happened? Izuku meets All Might's concerned gaze with an unbothered calm. I was talking with Principal Nizu. He wanted to ask me some questions, so I went. That's all. All Might sighs, his shoulders relaxing slightly in relief but then tensing up again. You missed training 2 days in a row, young man. You can't afford to be skipping it, not with how important it is to master one for all. This quirk is no small responsibility. You've got to take it seriously every single day. Izuku nods. I know, but dash. All Might interrupts him. You know how important it is to be consistent. Mastering one for all requires a steady, disciplined approach. You can't afford to be careless with it. Izuku suppresses a groan. I get that, but All Might keeps speaking. One for all isn't just any quirk. It's a legacy that's been entrusted to you. It requires more than just physical training, it needs heart, conviction. You can't lose that passion, my boy. It's part of what makes you who you are. Izuku looks away for a moment. My passion is All Might interrupts him yet again. Young Midoriya, do you realize how dangerous this habit of skipping training is? One for all isn't something that can be handled without giving it your all. If you let yourself become complacent, even for a little while, it could put you in serious danger, or worse. Izuku groans. All Might, please stop that. All Might looks at Izuku with a small surprised expression. Stop what exactly, my boy? Izuku waves his hands in front of All Might. Stop. All of this. All Might raises an eyebrow. Stop. Worrying about you? Why would I do that, young Midoriya? Izuku shrugs. Guess it just makes me nervous. All Might frowns softly. I'm guessing that villain's quirk affected you more than I thought, young man. You wouldn't be so indifferent about training otherwise. Izuku nods, his expression still calm and detached. I know it's important, All Might, but lately all this responsibility feels like it's piling up with no end. I feel like every time I make a step forward, I just get reminded of how much further I have to go to be like you. All Might blinks in surprise, taken aback. Like me? Young Midoriya, I don't expect you to be me. I just want you to be the best hero you can be. Izuku's tone is flat, yet piercing. But it's not just about that, is it? In the future, people will see me as All Might's successor. I know that's what you secretly want too. I know you believe in me, but sometimes it feels like I'm just carrying around the weight of your legacy. There's this pressure to be as good as you, or even better. It's like there's this unspoken standard I can't reach, no matter how hard I try. All Might struggles to find words, clearly pained by Izuku's admission. Young Midoriya, I never wanted you to feel that way. I wanted you to have one for all because I believed in you, because I knew you had the heart to carry it. Izuku keeps speaking bluntly, his expression blank. But that's the thing. I don't feel anything about it anymore. It's all become fixed. You're the successor. You have to be strong. You have to live up to the legacy. Honestly, it's exhausting. I've been pushing myself for so long to meet expectations. Yours, society's, my own. That I didn't realize how heavy it was until now, when I can finally just look at it for what it is. All Might looks at Izuku, deeply concerned. But, young Midoriya, this isn't just any quirk. It's a part of who you are now. It's your future, your purpose. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Izuku shrugs slightly, his tone unbothered. Not really. Not right now, at least. Maybe it will again someday, but right now? All of this feels like a burden someone else handed me. I know you see me as your successor, All Might. But sometimes, it feels like you're looking at me and hoping to see a version of yourself that you can be proud of. Izuku felt his heart beating a little faster. He would never have guessed in a million years that he'd be speaking like this to All Might of all people. And yet, despite his mind and heart feeling quite detached, Izuku felt a small sense of release as the words left his mouth. All Might visibly winces, the words hitting deeper than he anticipated. He takes a steadying breath, trying to respond thoughtfully. I didn't realize you felt that way, young Midoriya. It was never my intention to make you feel like you were just carrying on my story. I chose you because I saw someone with a heart that could give the world something it hadn't seen in a long time. But maybe I haven't been fair in my expectations. Izuku nods, his voice steady. Maybe, maybe not. But it's fine. I'll still do what I need to do with One for All. I just don't feel that weight of purpose you talk about right now. Right now, it's a quirk like any other. I'll work with it, I'll train with it, but I'm not feeling the same drive that you and everyone else expects me to have. All Might looks down, the emotional weight of Izuku's words settling heavily on him. For a moment he seems unsure of how to respond, his legendary resilience and conviction faltering in the face of Izuku's frank honesty. All Might speaks quietly, almost to himself. "You didn't realize how much pressure you were under. Thank you for telling me, young Midoriya. Even if it's difficult to hear. I needed to know how this was affecting you. I understand that you don't feel the way you once did, but you're still the person I believe in with or without those emotions." Izuku gives a small nod. "And I get that you're trying to help, All Might. But right now, I need you to understand that pushing me to live up to a legacy just doesn't mean anything to me today. It feels like everyone's trying to tell me to care about something I just don't feel like caring about right now. You know?" All Might nods slowly, processing everything. I think I'm starting to. And maybe it's my turn to reevaluate some things too. I don't want to be another voice that adds to your burden. I just want to be there for you, however you need." Izuku watches All Might closely, seeing the genuine regret and care in his expression. Izuku speaks calmly. "Then maybe we both need to look at what we're trying to do here. I'll keep training, All Might, because that's what I do. But maybe you can stop looking at me as the person who's supposed to carry on everything you left behind. It's too much." All Might's gaze softens, and he finally nods, a quiet determination in his voice. "You're right. You're not a mirror, Midoriya. You're your own person, and I'll do better to support you as you, not as a version of me. You don't need to be anyone but yourself. I'll always be here for you, no matter what." Izuku nods, a slight understanding passing between them, though he feels no relief or shift in emotion. All Might takes a deep breath, watching as Izuku gives him a calm nod before walking away. As he watches him go, All Might clenches his fists, a new determination settling within him to be the support Izuku truly needs. "I promise. I'll support you in a more balanced way, young Midoriya." Izuku enters the gym and spots Itsuka coming out of the changing booth wearing some tight shorts, some platform red Converse sneakers, a small blouse and some bandages around her knuckles. When she spots him, Itsuka waves happily at Izuku. "Hey, Izuku. You actually came." Izuku nods nonchalantly. "Why would I not? I know how to keep a promise." Itsuka chuckles. "I'm kinda concerned about your place of choice for a second date, though. I mean, the gym isn't exactly a romantic place, you know." Izuku shrugs. "Meh. I don't want you to break your routine for me, Itsuka. Plus, I don't mind coming here. This place is pretty quiet." Itsuka giggles. "I know, right? How ironic for a hero school to have a gym that's pretty empty most of the time." Izuku shrugs again, a faint smile forming on his lips for a moment. "Guess that's just how life goes sometimes." Itsuka points to some dumbbells on the floor with a smile. "Come on, you should get warmed up too. Even just a little training every day makes a difference." Izuku stands nearby, hands in his pockets, observing Itsuka train with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Nah, I'm good. I already know my limits and strengths, so I don't see the point today." Itsuka pauses, blinking in surprise. You're gonna skip training again?" Izuku nods, his expression calm and steady. "I usually train to push myself, but there's no reason to push just for the sake of it. Besides, there's more to improving than overdoing the basics every day." Itsuka frowns, genuinely puzzled by this logic, though still drawn by his conviction. Itsuka grabs a dumbbell and starts lifting, giving him a sidelong glance. "I don't know. Training regularly is important. You build stamina, DSPLN. I mean, isn't that what makes you stronger?" Izuku shrugs. "Maybe for some people, but I think you're overestimating it. Constantly pushing yourself isn't always the best path, especially if you're doing it for the wrong reasons." Itsuka slows down, absorbing his words. Itsuka sets down her weights, looking at him with a curious expression. "What do you mean, the wrong reasons, huh?" Izuku crosses his arms, his expression focused but not harsh. "You're really dedicated, Itsuka. But sometimes, it seems like you're more focused on being good enough for other people instead of being happy with who you already are." Itsuka's breath catches. His words resonate, linking back to the conversation they held at the ice cream parlor. She's struck by how perceptive he is, even if he's speaking without much emotion. Izuku continues speaking. I'm not saying that training hard is a bad thing, but you don't have to put all that pressure on yourself just to meet everyone else's standards. You're already skilled and respected, Itsuka. Maybe it's time to give yourself a break, don't you think? Itsuka stares at him, her usual confidence shaken. It was as if he was peeling back layers she hadn't even realized she'd built up with every conversation they held. Itsuka rubs the back of her head. I guess I've always felt like I had to keep up, you know? To prove I belong here, especially since I'm not as flashy or powerful as some of the others. I bet even Minoma could outshine me in every fight if he wanted. Izuku nods. I get that. But you're more than qualified. You don't need to work yourself to exhaustion or prove anything. Overdoing it won't make you stronger if it's only to live up to other people's expectations. Itsuka looks down, a hint of vulnerability crossing her face. Izuku's words are hitting her harder than she thought they would, yet they're somehow comforting. Itsuka speaks softly. Do you really think I'm good enough? Just as I am? Izuku nods, his expression steadfast. Yes. And honestly, it wouldn't hurt if you relaxed once in a while. Maybe it's time to focus a little more on yourself, instead of pushing so hard to be what everyone else expects. There's a long pause as Itsuka lets his words sink in. He thinks she's good enough. He doesn't care about her many defects. He isn't even lying to make her feel better about herself, judging by his lack of emotions or inhibitions. Itsuka feels her heart fluttering, the crush that had been budding now growing as she takes in his words. She's never had anyone talk to her like this before. Someone who had a grounded view of her worth. Itsuka smiles softly. Thanks, Izuku. I really needed to hear that. Izuku shrugs, unfazed. No problem. Just don't overdo it. You deserve some time to relax too. Itsuka's smile widens. No, I was right. Izuku raises an eyebrow. About what? You're dangerous when you're this honest. I like it though. Izuku shrugs. Meh. I'm just being honest with what I feel like. Itsuka chuckles. Still, I'm surprised at how much you're able to observe and analyze. You're pretty dim and intelligent. Izuku shakes his head. I'm not smart. Like I said, just good observation skills and quick analysis. Itsuka lightly elbows Izuku on the side. And yet you're like the best at it. Izuku looks away. I don't know about that, but I think I got good at it after a long time waiting on the sidelines. Itsuka's smile fades. What do you mean by that? Izuku's expression remains unbothered. It means I have experience. My quirk manifested pretty late, and I think you know how people normally treat the quirkless, right? Itsuka's eyes show sympathy for Izuku. We're bullied. Izuku nods and keeps speaking as if this was the most logical thing in the world. Yes. Since everyone thought I was quirkless, everybody looked down on me and made fun of me for as long as I can remember. I guess I learned to survive thanks to my good observation skills. I got good at observing stuff to survive, you know? Itsuka puts her hand on his shoulder while giving him a concerned look. Izuku, I know you're not able to express much emotion right now thanks to the quirk that affected you, but you can't just talk like this as if it's nothing. Izuku shrugs. It's just how things were, I guess. Since I didn't have a quirk like everybody else, I just stood out in a bad way. Itsuka feels a pang of sadness and anger on his behalf. That's awful, Izuku. How did you deal with it? Izuku looks up thoughtfully. I guess I just got used to it. It's not like I could change who I was. And since I didn't have a quirk, I figured they were right. I mean, if I couldn't even become a hero, what else was I supposed to do? It was just logical to feel inferior. Itsuka's heart twists in knots as she takes in his words. The way he's talking about it so calmly and nonchalantly. It was like he was talking about someone else. Itsuka leans in, her gaze filled with concern. Izuku, that's not logical at all. You didn't deserve any of that, quirk or no quirk. You're not inferior to anyone, not even close. Izuku looks away for a moment. Meh. I guess it was logical to feel that way back in the day. Itsuka sighs. Izuku, let me tell you something personal. Izuku tilts his head. Are you sure, Itsuka? Itsuka nods. You're being open to me, so it's only fair I do the same. Izuku shrugs. Alright, if that's what you want. Itsuka withdraws her hand from Izuku's shoulder. When I first heard of heroes, when I first got to witness the famous combat hero, Lawful Arms, fight fist to fist in person, it was amazing. The stunts he pulled were out of this world. My heart burned at the sight so much so that I imagined I was the one doing all the fighting instead of him at one point. Heh, like I plastered my body all over his. Itsuka chuckled, and Izuku did so softly as well. It kinda reminded him of the times he pretended to be all might and rescue his mom when he was little. Itsuka paused, thinking of the right words to use next. Izuku took this opportunity to examine her. She was starting to sound different. After I got home, I tried to do the same stunts myself, which didn't end well. Itsuka chuckled softly to herself before continuing. I felt like I could do anything, yet I kept failing to do those tricks and techniques as I kept trying. The next day, other kids from my school were performing those exact same stunts and tricks with little to no sweat. Izuku raises an eyebrow. You were worried about someone being better than you? I was worried about everyone being better than me, said Itsuka, letting a long pause linger after the words leave her mouth. I kept trying and I kept failing. I could have asked for help, but I was too afraid people would look down on me if I did so. Izuku nods. So, did you give up on your pride and ask for help? Itsuka shakes her head. Nope. I just stopped complaining and kept going. Izuku tilts his head. So the point of the story is to never give up? What? If I'd stopped feeling threatened by everybody else's talents, then I would have been able to improve my fighting style significantly by asking for help. Itsuka groans. Now Missy Monster Claw's kendo has an inferiority complex. Izuku keeps tilting his head, not really understanding the story. Huh. Itsuka sighs. Look, Izuku. The point of the story is that you should put your own advice into practice. You're a pretty cool guy, and if others are better than you, then they're just better. And if they're worse, then they're worse. In the end, it's you who you should really worry about. It took me a long time to come to that conclusion and I'm still struggling to fully put it into practice, but it's true. Izuku shrugs. Meh. I'm not sure if that could have applied to me, Itsuka. Itsuka raises an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Izuku rolls his eyes. Our cases were pretty different. At least you have the whole martial arts thing going on. I was just a gray blur that no one noticed. No quirk, no special skills, nothing that made me stand out. What I mean to say is that from day one, I never felt like I fit in. Everyone always stood tall with their quirk, while I sat down in the shadows. And if I ever got to tag along, it felt forced. I was that boy no one wanted to be around, so that's why I stayed behind observing and analyzing everything on my notebooks instead. Izuku added with a chuckle. Who needs friends anyways, right? Behind Itsuka's eyes, a fire lit, burning away all other emotions. A fire that Itsuka did her best to maintain from growing, yet it felt incredibly difficult to do so. Izuku continued. With my observations came some knowledge and understanding. I don't get as sad or frustrated as I used to, but that wasn't why I observed things, no. The reason I observed was to reach this level everyone else was on. But the more I observed, the more I realized I would never become greater than those I respected. All that was left for me was going back to being looked down on by everyone else. Izuku's tone remained the same, but the words felt good coming out. His mind offered no clarity, so he shooed any thinking away. Izuku stopped talking, sensing that Itsuka was about to speak again. He waited for the verbal lashing she was for sure about to give him. Though it didn't come. The moment, Izuku saw Itsuka squatting. Izuku raises an eyebrow. What are you doing, Itsuka? Itsuka smiles reassuringly. Looking up to you. Izuku laughs dryly. Har har. Itsuka pouts. No, I'm serious about this. Izuku shrugs. If you say so. Izuku yawns into his hand and looks around. If Itsuka was about to do some cringeworthy thing, then he had better things to do. Sensing his intentions, Itsuka replies. Not until we solve this. Izuku looks down to her and nods. Alright then. Izuku sits on the floor so that he was on the same eye level as her, which makes Itsuka huff. Stand up, Izuku. Izuku shrugs. Nah, I'm good. When I speak to someone, it feels better if we're both on the same level. Seems more respectful that way. Itsuka sighs, standing up and offering Izuku a hand. When Izuku stands up, he speaks with a raised eyebrow. Itsuka, what did you think of me before? All of this happened? Itsuka raises an eyebrow. Her first instinct was to say the first thing that came to her mind, but the words died as soon as they reached her throat. Instead, she asked her soul that question. Nothing. She answered. Izuku raises his eyebrows. Nothing? Itsuka nods. Yeah, nothing. I mean, you were a confusing guy. A bit awkward as far as plain-looking dudes go. You kept to yourself. I couldn't lock down your personality, since there were moments when you acted smart, cool, and brave, and others where you muttered to yourself and acted shy. Slightly uncomfortable to be around at times. At the end of the day, almost forgettable. Izuku's emotions were still as dull as ever. However, he still felt a spike pierce his heart. Izuku's expression remains as blank as before. So, everyone else feels that? Itsuka shrugs. Dunno. You'd have to ask them yourself to know that. But you asked me how I felt about you and I answered your question. Izuku looks away. That's cool. Thanks for letting me know. Now, what do you dash? But that's not how I feel today. Izuku looks back at her over his shoulder. Huh. Itsuka smiles warmly at him. Today, I feel like my respect and admiration for you have increased over 10 times. I mean, being bullied for all that time and still wanting to be a hero? And actually accomplishing that goal? That takes a whole different level of courage. Most people would have given up right there, but you just keep pushing forward. It's like you're constantly fighting against the odds and winning. Even though he doesn't feel the weight of her words to their full extent, Izuku feels the spike in his heart fading away. Itsuka continues. Honestly, I don't think I'd have that same drive if I had been in your shoes. You got this strength that's not just physical, it's all heart too. It's amazing you managed to keep your spirit so strong despite everything that's happened to you. Now that I understand you a bit better, I have the confidence to say that you don't have to carry everything alone. You don't need to bear the weight of the world by yourself. Someone like you deserves to have someone fighting alongside you, fighting for you just as you've been fighting for yourself and everyone else. Izuku smiles. Wow. You really think all of that? Itsuka nods. You deserve better, Izuku. Izuku smiles faintly. Thanks, Itsuka. You know, now that I think about it, you dash. Oi, do you? And then his faint smile fades instantly at the sight of Bakugo entering the gym. Itsuka mirrored his less than pleased expression as the blonde stepped closer. Bakugo crosses his arms. There you are, nerd. You skipped out on training and on class again. Don't think you're getting away with this. And what the hell are you doing with this extra of all people? Izuku looked up at Bakugo, his expression as calm as ever. My business with Itsuka only concerns me and her, Bakugo. As for the other thing, I didn't skip because I thought I could get away with it. I just didn't feel like going. Plus, the principal asked me a few questions today, so I went. Besides, I doubt my absence affected anyone too much. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, a scoff escaping him. So what, you're just giving up on training now? Being lazy because you're too tired, or because of your emotionless sheet? Pathetic. Izuku tilted his head, his gaze as steady as his tone. That's an interesting interpretation, but you're overlooking the reality of the situation. Right now, I don't have emotions, so I don't feel compelled by pride or fear of failing. That's not laziness, it's a lack of unnecessary emotional motivations. Bakugo's fists clenched. What kind of shitty excuse is that? Emotions are what push you to be better, to grow. Without them, you're nothing but an empty shell, Deku. Without them, you won't ever be able to surpass me. Izuku blinked slowly, then spoke with the same detached tone. Actually, Bakugo, if you think about it, emotions often cloud your judgment. They lead you to act impulsively and aggressively, which makes it hard for people to take you seriously. If anything, you rely too heavily on your anger. It's like you think brute force is the answer to everything, but it's often counterproductive. That's why I'd like to make fun of you intellectually rather than physically. Bakugo's scowl deepened, but he remained silent, the comment catching him completely off guard since Izuku had never been one to actually defend himself. Izuku continued, his tone unchanging. And your condescending tone doesn't help. You look down on people constantly, as if you're above them, but it just isolates you. You've pushed people away for years, and now you're trying to pretend that your way is the right way, even though most of the time, you just make situations worse. Itsuka suppressed a smirk, watching as Bakugo's expression fluctuated between shock and anger. She'd never seen him this thrown off balance before. Bakugo's voice lowered dangerously. You really think you've got all your shit figured out, don't you, Deku? What makes you think you understand anything about me, huh? Izuku's gaze remained steady. Because you're becoming predictable, Bakugo. You think showing strength means controlling people with fear and arrogance, but that's not strength. Real strength is in recognizing your limits and working to overcome them without tearing others down in the process. Bakugo was speechless for a moment, his jaw tightening. Ugh, shut up. You're reminding me of that gross meatball guy at the provisional license exam. You're just running your mouth because you think you're on the right, don't you? His head calmly. I'm not on the right. I simply don't care about the consequences of speaking the truth right now. And the truth is, for all your claims of superiority, you're just insecure. It's obvious, and your constant need to prove yourself has made it harder for you to connect with anyone. Itsuka bit back a laugh, amused by Izuku's unfiltered honesty. Though, a growing part of her felt this conversation was on the brink of escalation. Bakugo's fists clenched even tighter, a vein visibly throbbing on his temple. You think you're so wise now, huh? Just 'cause you can talk without any filter doesn't make you smart, Deku? Maybe not. Izuku replied calmly. But at least I'm aware of my flaws without needing to put others down to feel better about myself. Until you learn that, Bakugo, you'll keep alienating the people who actually want to help you. For a moment, silence stretched between them, the tension thick and almost palpable between the two childhood friends. Izuku's calm gaze stayed steady as he addressed Bakugo's scowl. You know, Bakugo, I've always wondered why you act so entitled around me. Maybe because, well, it's kind of a habit for you, isn't it? Bakugo's expression darkened, his fists clenched. Now what the hell are you saying, Deku? Izuku's tone was nonchalant, almost indifferent. I mean, you used to bully me all the time. It only stopped because we came to UA. So really, it's not like anything's changed between us. You still see me as weak, and you still think it's okay to throw your strength around to prove a point. There was a stunned silence for a moment. Itsuka's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of shock that quickly morphed into anger as the realization set in. Wait, what? He bullied you, Izuku? All throughout middle school? Izuku gave a small shrug. Yes, but it was logical, right? I did say everyone thought I was quirkless back then, so everyone treated me like an afterthought. Especially Bakugo over here, since we both grew up together. Bakugo's face turned crimson with anger and embarrassment, his fists trembling. What the F did you just say? Izuku continued, still without a hint of fear or hesitation. I said you bullied me, Bakugo. Isn't that just the truth? Bakugo's rage reached a boiling point. He took a step forward, hands sparking as he raised his fist, his teeth clenched in fury. You little piece of dash. Izuku's expression remained the same, yet his heart started to race. What if a fight between him and Bakugo broke out again? But before Bakugo could move any closer, Itsuka stepped firmly between them, glaring up at Bakugo with a fierce look that was both protective and unyielding. She raised a hand, palm out, warning him to stop. If you want to hit him, you're going to have to go through me first, firecracker. Itsuka said, her tone deadly serious. Bakugo makes small explosions on his hands as a warning. Man hands. Away. From Deku. Itsuka growls, not intending to move in the slightest. Not a chance, but even though he was acting like a prick, He's still my friend and I have his back. By the way, if you lay a hand on me, Bakugo, you'll be expelled. Last I checked, you doesn't tolerate attacking classmates, let alone a girl who's standing up to you. Bakugo hesitated, his hands still sparking, his jaw clenched tightly as he glared down at her. For a moment, his anger and frustration held him in place, his pride clearly warring with the threat she presented. But he lowered his hands slowly, scowling in frustration and defeat, muttering curses under his breath. Itsuka didn't budge, still watching him closely. That's what I thought. You can't just push him around anymore. Bakugo gave her one last glare before turning sharply, storming out of the gym without another word. The door slammed shut behind him, the sound echoing through the quiet room. Itsuka turned to Izuku, her eyes softening as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on, Izuku. Let's get out of here before he comes back. Izuku nodded, still calm but looking at her with a faint, thoughtful expression as his heart rate slowed down again. Thank you, Itsuka. I didn't expect you to defend me like that. She smiled, though there was a new, fierce determination in her eyes. No one gets to treat you like that. Not on my watch. They left the gym together, Itsuka's arm protectively around him as they stepped out onto the quiet corridors of UA. Outside, Itsuka and Izuku slowed to a stop, turning to face each other. Itsuka gave him a soft smile, her usual confidence mingling with something gentler. Well, Izuku, I guess this is where we say goodnight. Itsuka chuckles, rubbing the back of her neck. And, hey, about today. I know it was kind of a surprise that you set this up as a second date that almost ended horribly, but I liked it. A lot. It was nice to spend time with you like this. Izuku blinked, watching her carefully. I'm glad you didn't mind. I just thought I should show you how much I appreciate you. A slight blush colored Itsuka's cheeks, but she didn't look away. Instead, she reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder, her gaze steady. Izuku, I want you to know. No matter what happens, I'll be here for you. You've been through a lot, and you shouldn't have to deal with it all alone. So, if you ever need someone to talk to, or even just someone to listen, I'm right here, okay? Izuku nods, absorbing her words, a faint spark of warmth beginning to build inside him. Thank you, Itsuka. That means a lot, even if I'm not feeling much these days. Itsuka smiled, giving his cheek a light peck. Then it's a promise. We'll get through this, Izuku. And hey, if you ever want to go on yet another one of these surprise dates, I'm game. For the first time since the villain's quirk had affected him, Izuku felt a faint flutter in his chest, a feeling almost like excitement. He didn't fully understand it, but it left him watching her with a quiet sense of awe. Itsuka steps back with a grin. Well, see you around, Izuku. Good night. Izuku replies, his voice softer than before. Good night, Itsuka. She waved, turning to walk away, her figure soon blending into the path ahead. Izuku stood there for a moment, watching her disappear into the distance, an unusual warmth lingering in his chest. Izuku places a hand over his heart. That's strange. Even without his emotions, the feeling persisted. A gentle reminder of something special, of someone who cared. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Chapter 4, Unrestrained Honesty. Another day, another new set of worries that flew by Momo's head. Today, Izuku had skipped class again. Momo was starting to feel worried because some exams were about to come their way, and so far, Izuku had missed out on lots of important topics. What was he even doing while everyone was at class? What could he have been doing to entertain himself for so many hours? Momo had messaged Kendo to ask her about Izuku. He did say they had gone out on some dates, after all. Much to her surprise, however, Kendo had affirmed that she hadn't seen him at all today. Momo had thanked Kendo for her troubles before letting out a sigh. Momo was currently sitting by herself at the common room, trying to study while most of her classmates were either out training or taking a shower. She didn't care much about the topics, though. Her thoughts were constantly interrupted by the many dangerous, reckless yet completely possible acts Izuku could do while he was in his non-caring state. Izuku's situation was getting out of control. He needed to be fixed now, one way or another. Somehow, Bakugo trudged into the dormitory common room, his hair still damp from a post-training shower. The room was quiet, save for the faint rustle of papers Momo shuffled as she tried to go over her notes, her notebooks spread out across the coffee table. She looked up when he entered, her expression a mix of worry and determination. She called out to him, closing one of the notebooks. "Bakugo, do you have a moment? It's about Midoriya." "Tej now what?" He grunted, walking past her toward the kitchen. He grabbed a bottle of water and leaned against the counter. "If it's about his new, tough guy, attitude, don't bother. I'm already sick of everyone whining about it." Momo frowned, standing and crossing her arms. "This isn't whining. You've seen how detached he's been since the incident that left him in this state took place. He's not himself, and we need to do something about it. Don't you care? At all?" Bakugo scoffs in response. "What's there to do? You think we can just slap him on the back of the head and he'll magically go back to being the same old annoying nerd? Newsflash, Ponytail, things never work like that." "I know that," she replied sharply. "But if we could figure out exactly what happened, or exactly what the villain's quirk did to him, we might be able to reverse it. We can't just sit around and accept this as permanent." Bakugo shrugs. "Why are you asking me? Icy Hot's dad is the one questioning the BSTRD who did this to Deku." Momo sighs in frustration. "I know that, Bakugo. However, I can't ask Endeavor, can I? He's been absent for days, and I know for a fact you are doing your internship with him as well. That's why I'm asking you, because you were there when it happened. We have to do something in case the villain's quirk doesn't have permanent effects." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "And what if it is permanent? You think Deku needs fixing? Maybe this is better for him." "Better?" Momo's voice rose in disbelief. "How can you say that? He's indifferent to everything, Bakugo. He's lost his warmth, his compassion. The very things that made him such an inspiring person. And yet he's finally grown a backbone." Bakugo shot back. "You don't get it, do you? For once, he's not bending over to please everyone or acting like the world's weight is his problem alone. He's finally saying what he thinks without giving a DMN what anyone thinks about it. That's more than I can say for half the people in this DMN class." Momo's hands clenched into fists. "You think this is bravery? It's not. It's apathy. He doesn't care about anything, not even the people who care about him. That's not bravery, Bakugo. It's a loss of humanity." "Humanity, huh?" Bakugo stepped forward, his tone turning confrontational. "You mean the Deku who apologized for everything even when it wasn't his fault? The one who let everyone walk all over him? The one who always kept everything to himself because he worried how useless BSTRDS would feel if he spoke up? Yeah, real, human. At least now he's not scared to tell people like you to back off when you're being too overbearing for your own good." Momo's eyes widened, the words hitting a nerve. Momo replies, her voice trembling slightly. "That's not fair, Bakugo. Midoriya made me believe I didn't have to be perfect. That it was okay to make mistakes. That's who he was, someone who made people better by believing in them. This version of him doesn't inspire anyone, he just pushes people away." Bakugo rolled his eyes. "You're so hung up on the past, you can't even see what's right in front of you. Yeah, maybe he's not all sunshine and rainbows right now, but at least he's got the guts to be honest. You ever think maybe that is who he really is? That the old Deku you're crying about was just some useless kid scared of what people thought of him?" Momo shook her head vehemently. "No, that's not true. His kindness wasn't a mask, Bakugo, it was real. And it's what made him special. I don't care how honest you think he's being now, this isn't the Midoriya who inspired all of us to be better heroes. This isn't him." Bakugo mutters, turning away. "Whatever. Keep living in your little fantasy world if it makes you feel better, Ponytail. But don't expect me to sit around holding his hand while you try to turn him back into something he's not. If you really cared about him, you'd stop trying to fix him and let him figure things out himself." Momo counters, her voice rising. "And if you truly cared, you'd stop pretending this is fine and admit you miss him too." Bakugo froze for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. "You don't know a DMN thing about me or what I think about the DMN nerd, Ponytail. With that, he stormed out of the room, leaving Momo standing there, her heart pounding with frustration. She sank back onto the couch, staring at her scattered notes, but her focus was gone. For all their arguing, Bakugo's words lingered in her mind. Almost immediately after Bakugo had left, the common room door opened. The rest of Class 1A filed in, their chatter filling the previously silent space. Kirishima and Mina were laughing about something from training, while Jiro and Kaminari walked in with Tsuyu, each animatedly recounting their day. It didn't take long for them to notice Momo sitting stiffly on the couch, her notebooks scattered haphazardly in front of her. The tension in her posture and the slight furrow of her brow didn't go unnoticed. "Yamamo?" Mina asked, tilting her head as she stepped closer. "Are you okay? You look kind of, I dunno, upset." "Yeah, you look like you just had a run-in with Bakugo," Kaminari joked. His grin faltered when Momo didn't laugh. Kaminari smiles sheepishly. "Actually had a run-in with him, didn't you?" Momo nods. "Unfortunately." "Did something happen?" Tsuyu asked, her voice calm but tinged with concern. Momo sighed, her gaze dropping slightly. "It's nothing really." Jiro sits down beside her. "It doesn't look like nothing." "Come on, Yamamo. What's going on?" The rest of the class began gathering around, their curiosity piqued. Momo finally spoke up, her voice hesitant. "It's about Midoriya. About how he's been acting lately." There was a beat of silence before Kirishima scratched the back of his neck. "Oh, that." Shiro crosses his arms. "Midoriya has certainly been different, ta? Different is one way to put it." Mina said, crossing her arms. "He's been pretty blunt lately. Like really blunt. A JRK, almost. I think it's kinda cool." Kaminari said, leaning against the back of the couch. "I mean, don't get me wrong, it's weird not seeing him all smiley and encouraging, but at least now he's saying what he really thinks, right? It's a fresh change of pace if you ask me." "Maybe," Tsuyu said thoughtfully. "But it's not like he's choosing to be like this, ribbit. He's only acting like this because of the villain's quirk, right? That's not the same as him deciding to make a change for himself." Jiro nods, frowning. "I agree. It doesn't feel right. It's like he's not really himself. I miss the old him. The one who'd go out of his way to help everyone, even if it meant getting all emotional himself." "Exactly," Momo said, her voice firmer now as she looked at the group. Midoriya's kindness and empathy were what made him such an inspiring person. This detached version of him. It's not who he truly is. Kirishima rubbed his chin, his expression conflicted. "I mean, yeah, I miss how encouraging he used to be, but I kinda respect that he's standing up for himself now. Midoriya is a genuinely good guy, and the fact that he doesn't keep things to himself as much as he used to do is pretty nice. Maybe this is just another side of him we didn't know about. Like I said, I think it's refreshing," Kaminari said, shrugging. "Like how he told Aizawa-sensei to stop treating us like soldiers. Sure, he was a bit rough around the edges, but honestly, Aizawa-sensei needed to hear it." "Yeah, but at what cost?" Jiro countered. Midoriya would never have said something like that before without trying to cushion the blow. Hell, he wouldn't have even thought about speaking that way to Aizawa-sensei in his life. Mina nods. Not to mention how serious Aizawa-sensei was for the rest of the lecture. Midori's words might have been honest and Aizawa-sensei might have needed a reality check, sure, but that wasn't the way to say it. Aizawa-sensei can still feel offended or hurt, you know. As the group debated, Momo's gaze drifted to Uraraka, who sat on the far edge of the room, unusually quiet. Her hands were folded tightly in her lap, and she seemed to be avoiding everyone's eyes. Momo's eyes softened, sensing that there was conflict in her classmate's gaze. But before she could speak to her, Ida stepped forward, his voice commanding attention. "Regardless of how we feel about Midoriya's current state, it's clear that something needs to be done. We should focus on finding a way to help him, not debating whether his behavior is preferable this way or that." "That's easy to say, but what can we even do?" Kaminari asked. "It's not like we can just undo the quirk's effects ourselves." Ida keeps speaking firmly. Whether it's doing something ourselves to help him overcome this villainous quirk or simply being comprehensive, we need to be there for him as his friends and classmates, just like he would be there for us. The group nods in agreement. Then, as if on cue, the door opens to reveal a very nonchalant Izuku Midoriya entering the dorms. Everyone turned toward the entrance to see him step inside, taking in the sight of him. His uniform was slightly rumpled, his tie missing, and he carried a half-empty soda cup in one hand. "Midoriya," Ida said, walking up to him. "Where have you been? You missed classes yet again. That's not acceptable behavior for a student of Udare, and much less of your caliber." Izuku raised an eyebrow at Ida's comment and took a slow sip from his straw before answering. "You see, things just kinda happened." Ida raises an eyebrow. "What did?" Izuku shrugs. "I was on my way to class, but then I thought about how uncomfortable the seats are. I thought about the many chairs and seats I've sat in throughout my entire life, and how many of them I'd consider comfortable. I concluded that the seats from the cinema are quite comfy, even if they're not the best to take a nap in. I'd rank them in my top 5, but nowhere near first place. So I decided to watch a movie." The room fell silent as his classmates processed his words. Kirishima's jaw dropped, Mina's eyes widened, and Jiro exchanged a worried glance with Tsuyu. "Actually skipped school to watch a movie?" Kaminari asked, his tone a mix of disbelief and amusement. "Yup." Izuku replied simply, tossing his empty cup into the trash. "It was pretty good, actually. Action-packed, decent plot, great visuals. Not bad for a spur-of-the-moment choice." "Midoriya, this is..." Ida said, his hands chopping the air in disbelief. "You've always been diligent, dedicated to your studies and training. This behavior is just..." Izuku stared at him, his expression unreadable. "Meh. Maybe it's not something the old me would normally do. But this is how I feel or don't feel right now. What's the point of forcing myself to do something I don't care about?" His words sent another wave of unease through the group. Was this how their friend would act for the rest of his life? Momo stepped forward, her voice hesitant but concerned. "Midoriya, do you feel any different? Any better, even a little?" Izuku glanced at her, his gaze calm but devoid of the warmth it used to carry. "No. I don't feel anything yet. Not anger, not sadness, not excitement. Nothing." The room grew quiet again, the weight of his words settling over everyone. Even Todoroki felt uncomfortable, though no one could even suspect it. "But," Izuku continued, his tone still neutral, "yesterday, when I went out with Kendo, she kissed my cheek before we said goodbye. And in that moment..." He paused as if searching for the right words. "I felt something. It wasn't much, but it was more than I've felt in a while." The reaction was immediate. "Wait, you went on another date with Kendo?" Mina exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement despite the tension. Izuku nods. "This makes 2. Wonder how far we can take things." Mina simply squealed. "That's not the point, Mina," Jiro said, though she couldn't hide the slight smile of relief on her face. "He felt something. That's huge. Ribbit. Maybe that means the quirk's effects are starting to wear off." Tsuyu said, her tone hopeful. "That would make sense." Momo said, nodding thoughtfully. "If you're beginning to feel even a little, it means the villain's quirk isn't permanent. This could be the first step toward recovery." The group erupted into murmurs of cautious optimism, their earlier tension giving way to a sense of hope. Even Ida looked relieved, adjusting his glasses with a small smile. "Cheek kiss, huh?" Kaminari teased, grinning. "Guess Kendo's got the magic touch." Izuku shrugged again, unbothered by the teasing. "Maybe," he said simply. As the group continued discussing the implications, Uraraka stayed quiet in the corner, her hands gripping the edge of her chair tightly. She forced a smile, but her mind was elsewhere. For the first time since his detachment began, Class 1A had a reason to believe that the old Izuku wasn't gone forever. "What the hell's all this noise about?" Bakugo growled as he came back into the room, his hands stuffed in his pockets as he scanned the environment. "I was just about to go to sleep, damn it." His eyes landed on Izuku, who leaned casually against the arm of a couch, looking entirely unbothered by Bakugo's arrival. "Ai! Welcome back, Bakugo," Izuku greeted. "It's always nice to see you gracing us with your charming personality." Bakugo's brow twitched. "Shut the hell up, Deku," he snapped, turning away as if trying to ignore him. "Ain't got time for your emotionless crap today. Will you extras jerk turn it down so I can dash?" "Oh, that's a shame," Izuku interrupted, his voice calm but needling. "I thought you'd be thrilled to hear what everyone's talking about." Bakugo rolls his eyes, starting to feel frustrated. "I couldn't care less, Deku." Izuku pressed on. "About how Itsuka might have kickstarted my recovery. You know, with a kiss. Isn't that something? DMN nerd." Bakugo's voice was low, warning. Izuku continued as if he hadn't heard him. "Honestly, though, you're looking pretty stressed these days, Bakugo. Maybe you should take a page out of my book. Stop caring so much about what people think. Or is it just me you've always cared about putting down?" The room fell silent as the tension between the two grew. The casual, non-caring, blunt jab from Izuku hit a nerve, and Bakugo's fists clenched at his sides. "You think you're so funny now, huh?" Bakugo growled, his crimson eyes narrowing. "Keep running that mouth, See where it gets you." Izuku tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "What's the worst that could happen, Bakugo? You'll yell at me? Blow something up? Beat me up like you used to?" Bakugo froze, his eyes widening slightly. The room seemed to hold its breath. "Wait, what did you just say?" Kaminari asked as his amused smile faded, breaking the silence. Izuku pushed off the couch and stood, his posture relaxed but his words sharp. "I said it's nothing new. Kaken's been doing this for years. Yelling at me, calling me useless, pushing me around, beating me up, punching me, ganging up on me, looking down on me just because he could. It's been like that since we were kids." The revelation landed like a bomb in the room. The cheerful chatter from moments ago was replaced with a stunned, disbelieving silence. "Midoriya," Momo began, her voice soft but urgent. "You're saying Bakugo bullied you?" Izuku shrugged. "It's not really news to me, and I don't see how this is news to you guys. It's just how things were, and it's pretty easy to deduce. I honestly thought you would have seen it coming. But now? I don't care anymore. Let him try whatever he wants, I'm not afraid of him. Deku, you dash." Bakugo's voice cracked as he stepped closer, his expression a mixture of anger and something more vulnerable, something he rarely let show. "What? Going to blow me up for telling the truth?" Izuku asked, his tone flat but cutting. "You're becoming predictable, Bakugo. I've lived with your abuse my whole life. What's one more explosion? Honestly, it's getting boring by this point." "That's enough." Ida's voice thundered as he stepped between the two, his arms outstretched. "Both of you, this is not the time or place for this kind of confrontation." "He's the one who won't shut up." Bakugo barked, but his voice lacked its usual fire. "Is it true, Bakubro?" Kirishima asked hesitantly, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Did you really bully Midobro?" Bakugo's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, his gaze darting away from everyone's eyes. That silence was the confirmation everyone seeked for. Even Uraraka, who had watched the exchange quietly, was staring at the duo with wide eyes in disbelief. "Man, that's messed up," Kaminari muttered, his usual levity replaced by unease. "Ribbit, that explains a lot, actually." Tsuyu said quietly, her wide eyes flicking between Izuku and Bakugo. Mina frowned, her hands on her hips. "Why didn't you ever say anything, Midori? If that was going on, someone should have stopped it." Izuku's lips curved into a humorless smile. "Why would I? Who would have cared? No one, that's who. Bakugo has always been the golden boy. People listened to him because he had a great quirk while mine developed pretty late. Back then, I was just the quirkless nobody everyone liked to push around, and Bakugo over here simply accepted his role as my tormentor." The words hit harder than any punch, and Bakugo flinched as if he'd been struck. He looked at Izuku, his usual bravado gone, replaced by something haunted. "Deku." Bakugo's voice was quieter now, But Izuku didn't seem to notice. Or more accurately, he didn't care. "Don't worry, Kaken," Izuku said, his tone humorless, flat and dismissive. "I'm not holding a grudge. Like I said, I don't feel anything right now. I'm past all that either way. I consider myself to be the luckiest guy ever, actually. I earned a place here at U today, I have amazing friends, All Might is one of our teachers. What more could I possibly want? With all of that, the past doesn't matter to me anymore. You don't matter enough for me to hate you. I'm gonna get some sleep now. See ya in the morning." With that, Izuku turned and walked toward the stairs as if nothing important had happened, leaving the room in stunned, thick silence. The weight of Izuku's words still lingered like a storm cloud. Bakugo stood rooted to the spot, his hands clenching and unclenching. He didn't look at anyone, but he could feel their stares, heavy, judgmental, and unrelenting. Mina's voice cut through the silence, sharp and angry. "I can't believe it. I can't believe you. You really did that? You bullied him? For years? Just because you thought he didn't have a quirk?" Bakugo didn't respond. He stared at the ground, his jaw set tight, his eyes dark with something between anger and guilt. "That's disgusting," Jiro said, her voice laced with disgust. "You're supposed to be training to be a hero, Bakugo. Heroes don't do that kind of crap. They're supposed to fight against it, actually." "Why?" Shoji finally spoke up, his voice quieter but no less piercing. "Why would you do something like that to someone who never hurt you?" Bakugo gritted his teeth but still said nothing. "Are you serious right now, man?" Kirishima stepped forward, his usual camaraderie with Bakugo replaced by confusion and disappointment. "You've got to say something to defend yourself. Explain, or something." "There's nothing to explain," Jiro snapped, crossing her arms. "He was a bully. What's there to justify?" Tsuyu spoke next, her wide eyes fixed on Bakugo. "Ribbit, Midoriya-chan didn't deserve that. No one does." Mina, her pink skin almost changing color to red with the heat of her anger, stepped closer. "You really thought it was okay to treat him like garbage just because he didn't have a quirk? What kind of person does that, Bakugo? Do you even know what it's like to be treated differently just because people think you're different? I don't need a DMN lecture from you." Bakugo muttered finally, his voice low and tense. "Oh, after finding out about this? You absolutely do." Jiro shot back. "You treated him like dirt, and now you're acting like you're too good to explain yourself? Screw that. We thought you'd changed after entering UDA, Bakugo." Shoji said that you'd gotten better since coming to UA because heroes need to be better people. But hearing this? I don't know. Maybe he hasn't changed. Tsuyu said, shaking her head. Maybe this is just who he really is and we can't change that a bit. Shut up. Bakugo growled, his voice rising slightly. You don't know anything, Dash. Oh, after hearing this? I'd say we know plenty about the kind of person you are. Mina interrupted, her tone biting. You made his life hell for years. And for what? To make yourself feel better? To feel superior to a kid you thought was quirkless? To entertain yourself? Kirishima tried again, his tone softer but no less serious. Bakugo, man, you've got to own up to this. What you did was wrong. And if you don't, Dash. What? Bakugo snapped, finally looking up. His fiery gaze darted around the room, daring anyone to challenge him. However, his usual intimidation wasn't working. Jiro spoke firmly. If you don't, then don't expect us to be your friends anymore. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly masked his reaction with a scoff. Like I care. You should. Mina said, stepping closer. Because right now, you're just proving you're not a hero. You're just some angry guy who tears other people down because you're too scared to face your own issues. Enough. Bakugo snapped, his voice cracking slightly. I don't need you idiots preaching at me. You're right. Jiro said coldly. What you need is to figure out how to fix this. Until you do, I'm done sticking around you. The words hung in the air, final and heavy. One by one, the students began to leave, their disappointment clear in their expressions. Even Ida, who was usually the first to stop arguments and confrontations, was silently disappointed. Mina was the last to start walking away, but she paused by the door. You know what's funny, Bakugo? Midori is the one who doesn't feel anything right now, but you're the one who acts like you don't have a heart. Bakugo didn't respond. Momo, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, her gaze piercing as she looked at Bakugo. Her voice was calm but dripping with venomous sarcasm. So, I take it that you still like Midoriya's blunt, unrestrained honesty? Bakugo doesn't respond. Momo sighs. Perhaps you do miss the old Midoriya, even if you'd never say it out loud, Bakugo. Because the old Midoriya would have never called you out like that. He would have kept quiet, like he always did. Or maybe you miss him because he let you feel superior without ever challenging you. Bakugo's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing, but Momo didn't flinch. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then turned and walked away, leaving him standing alone in the center of the room. The door to the common area closed behind her, and the silence that followed was deafening. Bakugo stood there, his fists still clenched, his mind racing with everything that had just been said. For the first time in a long time, Katsuki Bakugo was completely and utterly alone. As Mina and Jiro stepped into the hallway, the tension from the confrontation still hung over them like a storm cloud. Their footsteps echoed in the empty space, but before they could make it to the elevators, they nearly bumped into Todoroki. He was leaning casually against the wall, his arms crossed, but his heterochromatic eyes betrayed his usual composure. He had seen everything. Are you two okay? Todoroki asked, his tone calm but laced with curiosity. Mina sighs. Yeah, maybe? Maybe not. Jiro frowns. I honestly don't know anymore. A lot happened, and I don't know how to feel about, well, everything. Midoriya's possible recovery, Yamamo's worries, this revelation. It's a bit much. Todoroki nods. So you're overwhelmed, then? I don't blame you. How do you feel? Do you feel better after letting it all out? Mina let out a shaky breath. Yeah, we're fine. Frustrated, I guess. Jiro crossed her arms tightly, her face still flushed from the earlier exchange. I don't know. Maybe we overreacted a bit. Todoroki tilted his head slightly. Overreacted? You think so? Mina hesitated, leaning back against the wall. I mean, it's not like we didn't have a reason to be angry. Hearing Midori drop a bomb like that, it was too much. I couldn't just stay quiet. Still, Jiro added, her voice softer now. We basically tore into Bakugo in front of everyone. We didn't hold back at all. I know he's not exactly a saint, but I don't know. Maybe we could have handled it better. Todoroki studied them for a moment before speaking. Bakugo needed to hear it. Both girls turned to him, surprised by the conviction in his voice. I've known Bakugo for almost as long as I've known Midoriya. Todoroki continued, his gaze steady. He's difficult, to put it mildly. But for as strong as he is, he has a blind spot when it comes to his own flaws. He doesn't listen to subtlety, and he doesn't respond to kindness. Sometimes, the only way to get through to him is by being direct. Jiro frowned. I get that, but it still feels wrong. Like, even if he deserved it, maybe it wasn't our place to call him out like that. Maybe, Todoroki said, nodding slowly. But you two weren't wrong about what you said. Bakugo's actions in the past are unacceptable, especially for someone who wants to be a hero. If no one calls him out, how will he ever change? Mina sighed, running a hand through her hair. I just hate bullying, you know? Like, I really hate it. I know what it's like to be picked on for being different. Back in my middle school days, I tried really hard to make friends with both victims and bullies alike, and it didn't go too badly for the most part, but not everyone liked me. Some people used to make fun of me all the time for how I look, and it got to me. It really did. Why, even after I got into dancing to try to make more friends, I still got bullied frequently. Ugh, I hate it. Jiro nodded, her expression softening. Same here. I got teased a lot for being quiet, for liking music more than people, and for having these weird earlobes. It wasn't as bad as what Midoriya went through, but still. Bullying is something that sticks with you. Todoroki's expression shifted slightly, a hint of understanding in his usually stoic demeanor. I understand what that's like. I've been judged my entire life, either for my silent behavior or for being Endeavor's son. It's isolating. Not that my old man would let me socialize much, to be fair. The three of them fell silent for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. Then I guess you understand. Mina said finally, her voice resolute. You understand why I couldn't just stand there and say nothing. Hearing that Midori went through all that, alone, no less, made me so angry. How could someone like Bakugo, who's supposed to be this strong, fearless guy, treat someone so horribly? It's not right. Jiro nodded. Exactly. But it's also why I personally feel bad. I've never had to confront a bully like that before. It felt like I was stooping to his level. You weren't stooping to his level, Todoroki said firmly. What you did was stand up for someone who couldn't stand up for himself back then. There's a difference. The girls exchanged a glance, some of their tension easing. Mina tilts her head. Is it really how that works? Jiro sighs. Why are these things so complicated? Either way, Todoroki added. It's ironic, isn't it? That all of this came out because of Midoriya's current state. If that villain hadn't used their quirk on him, we might have never known. Mina frowned, crossing her arms. Yeah. If Midori wasn't so blunt and detached right now, he probably wouldn't have said anything about his past. He's always been the type to keep things bottled up for everyone else's sake. Jiro speaks quietly. It makes you wonder how much else he's been keeping to himself. How much of what we know about him is just the surface? Perhaps more than we probably realize. Todoroki said. But it also shows something important. What's that? Mina asked. That even in his current state, Midoriya is still forcing us to confront truths we've been ignoring. Todoroki said, remembering his match against Izuku at the sports festival. About him, about Bakugo, and about ourselves. Maybe that's why he's such a good hero, even now. He makes us better whether we're ready for it or not. Mina and Jiro exchanged another glance, this one filled with a mix of admiration and uncertainty. Yeah. Mina said softly. You're probably right. The three of them stood there for a moment longer, the weight of everything that had happened settling over them. Then, without another word, they turned and headed down the hallway, their thoughts heavy but their resolve quietly strengthening. As the next day came, the crisp morning air filled Twinkle Park, carrying with it the chirping of birds and the laughter of children playing in the distance. Izuku sat on a bench near a small fountain, looking out at the scenery with the same detached calm he'd worn since the incident as he waited for Itsuka to arrive. They'd both agreed to go out on a date today since they didn't have anything to do for once, and Itsuka seemed quite eager to spend more time with him. His emerald eyes, once brimming with warmth and determination, now reflected only a quiet, emotionless focus as he scanned the park in search for Itsuka. Hey, Izuku! Itsuka's cheerful voice called out as she approached. She wore a casual outfit, a green sweater and jeans that matched the park's colors. Her vibrant smile lit up the moment as she sat down beside him, giving him a playful nudge. You're early, huh? I didn't have anything better to do. Izuku replied, his tone flat but honest. Itsuka chuckled, trying to mask the sting of his words. Geez, thanks for making me feel special. She tilted her head, studying him with a mix of curiosity and concern. So, how've you been holding up? Still feeling? Like this? Izuku nodded once. Yeah. Still nothing. No sadness, no happiness. Meh. Itsuka frowned but quickly covered it with a light-hearted grin. Well, I guess that means I have to work extra hard to make this date fun, huh? She leaned closer, giving him a teasing smile. Any requests? Should I start telling you bad jokes, or do you want me to juggle? Izuku looked at her, his expression unreadable. I'm not sure what would work, but thanks for trying. Her smile faltered slightly, but she pressed on. You're welcome. Honestly, though, this version of you is interesting. The way you're more blunt, more direct. It's kind of refreshing in a way. Some people say that. Izuku replied, his gaze drifting back to the fountain. But I think most people prefer the old me. Yeah, well. Itsuka hesitated before continuing. If I'm being honest, I'd like to spend more time with the regular Izuku too. Don't get me wrong, this version of you is intriguing and all, but I miss the guy who stammers and gets all flustered when any girl teases him. Izuku gave a small shrug. I'm not sure when or if that guy's coming back. The casualness of his response made Itsuka's chest tighten, but she kept her tone light. Well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just have to get used to this version of you. Maybe I'll even start teasing you about your bluntness. Imagine that, turning your own honesty against you. Izuku tilted his head slightly, as if considering her words. You'd probably do a good job of it. She laughed, but the sound felt a little forced. Thanks for the vote of confidence. After a moment of silence, she leaned back on the bench, letting the sunlight filter through the trees above them. So, now that we finally have some time alone, I want to talk to you. What's new, tough guy? Anything exciting happened lately? Izuku didn't hesitate. I told the rest of my class about my history with Bakugo. Itsuka froze mid-stretch, her eyes widening. You what? I told them about how Bakugo used to bully me when we were kids. Izuku said matter-of-factly, as though he were recounting the weather. It just kinda came up during a conversation. I didn't think it was a big deal. Itsuka spoke, her voice low with disbelief. Izuku, how is that not a big deal? That's huge. What did they say? How did Bakugo react? Everyone was shocked. Izuku said, his tone as neutral as ever. Bakugo got defensive at first, but then he just stood there. I think it caught him off guard. The rest of the class wasn't happy with him, though. Itsuka stared at him, trying to process what he'd just said. And you're just okay with that? With everyone knowing? With how Bakugo must be feeling right now? Izuku shrugged again. I guess. It's not like it changes anything. It's the truth and they deserve to know. Besides, Kachan's reaction doesn't really matter to me right now. His words, so calm yet so heavy, sent a chill through Itsuka. She studied his face, searching for any trace of the boy she'd come to care about, the one who always worried about others, sometimes to a fault. But all she saw was a detached honesty that made her chest ache. Izuku. She said softly. Do you feel anything about this? Regret? Relief? Anything at all? Nope. He said simply. Not really. Itsuka puts her finger to her chin. Geez, to do something like that and not let it affect him. Seems like he's still as uncaring as the days before, but is he really? I need a way to measure how detached he is. How about? Oh, I know. Itsuka smiles, thinking of a way to both lighten up the mood and test Izuku's detachment. All right, Izuku. She began, her tone light and teasing. Since you're all about brutal, unfiltered, unrestrained, blunt honesty these days, I've got a few questions for you. Call it a little test. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his expression blank but attentive. Go ahead. I'll answer. Okay. She said, tapping her chin theatrically. Here's an easy one to get started. Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized All Mights or one All Might-sized duck? Izuku blinked. One All Might-sized duck. Easier to target its weak points. Itsuka laughed. Weak points? What? It's a giant duck. Every creature has a weak point. Izuku said matter-of-factly. If I analyzed it long enough, I'd find one. Ducks aren't very durable either way. She shook her head, unable to stifle her giggles. Wow, you've really thought that through. How about this one? If you could only save one person, All Might or Bakugo, who would it be? Whoever was more strategically valuable to the mission. Izuku replied without hesitation. I wouldn't prioritize personal connections over the greater good. Her laughter faltered for a moment, replaced by a flicker of unease. Geez, Izuku, way to make a light-hearted question all serious. Fine, let's try something lighter. Izuku shrugs. Fine by me. She straightened up, her grin returning as an idea popped into her head. What would you do for 10 million yen? Izuku shrugs again. Meh, handling all that money sounds like too much work. How about something else? Itsuka's grin diminishes slightly before it widens again. Oh, how about 10 chocolate milkshakes? Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. What's the dare? Itsuka blinked, caught off guard by his straightforward response. Wait, are you serious? You'd actually do a dare for 10 milkshakes and not for 10 million yen? He shrugged again. Sure. Itsuka puts her hands up in disbelief. But think about how many chocolate milkshakes you'd be able to buy with that money. Izuku shrugs yet again. If I'd chosen the money, then I'd need a place to store it. It sounds like a lot of work, and I don't feel like working now. Also, I like chocolate milkshakes, and I don't have any strong feelings about refusing dares right now. She raised an eyebrow, her grin returning and turning mischievous. Okay then, how about this? Go and, I don't know, kill Endeavor for 10 milkshakes. Izuku stood up without a word, dusting off his pants. Itsuka froze, her jaw dropping as she watched him casually begin to walk away from the park bench, his stride calm and purposeful. Wait. She sputtered, scrambling to her feet. Where are you going? To Endeavor's agency, to kill him. Izuku said, his voice as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Itsuka's pupils shrink. Oh no. What have I done? Izuku keeps walking. You dared me and I accepted. 10 milkshakes is a good trade for the risk involved. Izuku! Itsuka shouted, jogging to catch up with him. That was a joke. A joke? You're not seriously going to try and kill the #1 hero over some stupid milkshakes, are you? He stopped briefly, glancing at her over his shoulder. You dared me, didn't you? Yes, but she threw her hands up, exasperated. It's not like I actually want you to do it. It was supposed to be funny. Hell, we're supposed to be on a freaking date, for crying out loud. Well, if you don't want me to, you shouldn't have suggested it. He replied, turning back and resuming his walk. Itsuka groaned, rubbing her temples. Okay, hold up. Let's just take a second and think this through. If you really tried to kill Endeavor, which for the record, you really shouldn't, what's your plan? I'd have to improvise. Izuku said, his tone as level as ever. Endeavor's weaknesses are his stamina and his reliance on brute force. He also has a tendency to overheat if pushed too hard. If I could exploit that, I'd have a chance. Itsuka gawked at him, completely floored. You've seriously thought about this? I think about a lot of things. He replied. It's useful to be prepared. Realizing he wasn't going to stop on his own, Itsuka sprinted ahead of him, planting herself firmly in his path and holding up her hands. No, absolutely not. I officially revoke the dare. No more milkshake-related murder plans, got it. Izuku stared at her with the same detached calm that had unnerved her since the quirk had affected him. I told you, my mind is made up. If you didn't want me to do this, you shouldn't have dared me. I told you it was a freaking joke, she exclaimed, her hands balling into fists. Don't you get it? You're not thinking straight. You're talking about attacking the #1 hero like it's nothing. This isn't you. Meh. I guess this is me now. He replied bluntly, brushing past her as he began to gather energy into his legs, the telltale crackle of One for All humming around him. Itsuka's eyes widen. He's activating his quirk and those black tendrils. Izuku stretches one final time. And besides, I've learned something valuable lately. Itsuka freezes, her breath catching. What have you learned? That the world only starts caring about someone once they stop caring themselves. He said flatly, his eyes scanning the horizon as he readied himself to leap. Her heart clenched at his words, the cold resignation in his tone cutting deeper than anything else he'd said. Itsuka rushes forward, grabbing his arm. Izuku, please. If you do this, you'll die. How are you sure that you'll survive the landing? Or that you're even aiming in the right direction? Can't we just go back to our date? We can get pizza if you want. Izuku looks at her. Do you have 10 chocolate milkshakes? No, not at the moment, but Then there's the issue. Please, Izuku. I got nothing to tell Class A when they see your body on the news. He gently but firmly pulled his arm free, stepping back as Black Whip materialized, wrapping around his body and locking some tendrils on 2 points ahead of him to propel himself forward like a slingshot. Good thing I got a tough skull to crack then. Izuku, don't! She yelled, her voice raw with panic. But it was too late. With a sudden burst of power, Izuku launched himself into the air, his trajectory aimed straight for Endeavor's agency. The force of his leap sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, and Itsuka stumbled back, shielding her face from the gust. She watched in horror as his figure disappeared into the distance, her frustration and fear bubbling over. "You stupid idiot!" She yelled after him, even though she knew he couldn't hear her. Rubbing her forehead angrily, she spun on her heel and took off at a dead sprint toward Endeavor's agency. "If you think I'm letting you get yourself killed, you've got another thing coming." Her mind raced as she ran, thoughts of every possible scenario flashing through her head. She didn't know what she'd do when she got there, but one thing was certain. She wasn't going to let him go through with this. Not while she still had the strength to stop him. "I'm telling you, sir. I don't trust that window." Endeavor breathed slowly. Indeed. Something indecent resonates from it. Inside Endeavor's office, all heroes and sidekicks in the room stared up at the window. "Will a meteor crash through it?" one hero asked. "Or maybe a villain will break through it, attacking us all." Another heroine shouted. "That." One sidekick began. "Or if a Nomu crashes on that particular window, then the entire agency will collapse on top of us." The room collectively gasped. Except for Endeavor, whose palm met his face in record time. Endeavor groaned inwardly. He'd endured a lot in his career, villain battles, PR disasters, family drama. But being in a room full of newbies? This was somehow worse. The #1 hero rubbed his eyes as if to rob them of black bags below. But it did nothing but make him wish he were asleep, or anywhere else but here, amongst newbies. As the room kept on proposing theories on what may occur with the window, Endeavor lifted his agenda before him, and sighed as he still had 4 more meetings to deal with. To make matters worse, both his supply of coffee and tea were depleted. Today was shaping up to be a wonderful day for Endeavor. Endeavor placed the paper down and found his office in silence. No one dared move, nor speak. Endeavor inched forward to hear better. There was something moving outside. Everyone looked to the window. Endeavor sighed. Then the doors to the office were kicked open. Walking in was one green-haired boy, who stood just below the eyes of an average hero. Endeavor closed his eyes. "What now?" "Endeavor, I have come to take your life for a payment of 10 milkshakes." The boy called out. Endeavor stood slowly, his exhaustion morphing into confusion as he stared at the young man. "What did you just say, Deku?" "I said," Izuku repeated as though he were discussing the weather, "I'm here to kill you. For chocolate milkshakes." The heroes exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to laugh or take this seriously. Finally, one of the braver sidekicks stepped forward. "Are you feeling okay? Because that's, a lot to unpack." Izuku shrugged. "I feel fine. This isn't about feelings. My girlfriend. Well, my friend with benefits. Whatever Itsuka is to me, dared me, so here I am." The heroes began to chat amongst themselves. "Is he really?" "I think so. Kid must be crazy. Kill Endeavor, the #1 hero. And for 10 chocolate milkshakes? Really? I know. Quite the fool. I would have settled for at least 12. Izuku groans. I was coming to do that. But honestly, now that I'm here, it doesn't seem worth it." Endeavor's eyebrows twitched as his confusion deepened. "You came all this way to kill me, and now you're saying you're not in the mood?" Izuku replies as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. "Yeah, basically." One of the heroes stifled a laugh. Another muttered, "This has got to be some kind of prank." Endeavor pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a long, exasperated sigh. "Of course it's a prank. Why wouldn't it be? Like my day hasn't been tedious enough already. Listen, Deku. I am no mood for any pranks nor shenanigans today. Are you truly here to take my life?" Izuku shrugs again. Not anymore, I guess. Endeavor tries his hardest not to explode. And why not? Izuku motions with his hands as he explains. See, if I were here to kill you, then I would have to fight everyone in this room. Then you and I go at it, pow pow, then I would win, and drink chocolate milkshakes because I'm good at fighting and because I've been studying you for a while. Endeavor looks at Izuku with a deadpanned expression. I'm just going to ignore that last part. What is the downside to that, Deku? Izuku groans. The downside is work. To do all of those things, it requires me to work. And today I don't feel like doing anything that needs me to work. Endeavor groans before pointing towards the door. Everyone get out. I want a moment alone with him. The heroes looked at each other with some confusion, but none dared speak up against Endeavor. As the doors of Endeavor's office closed behind the last hero, leaving him alone with Izuku, Endeavor leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his hair. The faint crackle of his flames punctuated the tense silence as he tried to gather his thoughts. Izuku, in stark contrast, stood idly by the door, his hands in his pockets, his gaze wandering lazily around the room. He didn't seem to care that he was standing before the number one hero, nor did he seem remotely interested in the discussion that was about to unfold. Endeavor broke the silence first. You've got some nerve, Deku. Barging in here like that with whatever that was. Do you have any idea what kind of chaos you could have caused in my agency? Izuku shrugged, his expression indifferent. Not really. Doesn't matter, though, does it? Everyone seemed to think it was funny. Endeavor's flames flared briefly, a testament to his growing frustration. It's not funny. None of this is funny. Do you understand the position you're in right now? You were about to try to murder the number one hero. You could have been arrested, or worse. And yet here you are, acting like none of that means anything to you. Because it doesn't. Izuku said simply, his tone devoid of emotion. Not right now, anyway. Endeavor stared at him, the young man's detachment catching him off guard. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his desk. I know you're acting like this because of that villain's quirk. Whatever he did to you, it's still affecting you and dash. I know. Izuku interrupted, his tone as nonchalant as ever. Doesn't change anything though. No need to make a big deal out of it. Endeavor let out a frustrated sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'm trying to fix this, Deku. I've got the villain in custody. I've been interrogating him personally, trying to figure out how to reverse whatever he did to you or at least get him to confess how his quirk works. But it's taking longer than expected because of our busy schedules, and dash. Then what are you apologizing to me for? Izuku cut in, his tone sharp but still oddly detached. If you feel bad, apologize to my classmates. They're the ones who care about this. Not me. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. That's not how it works. You're the one affected. You're the one who dash. Who doesn't care? Izuku interrupted again, his green eyes locking onto Endeavor's with an unsettling calmness. I told you, I don't feel anything. Not guilt, not sadness, not frustration. Nothing. So you can stop wasting your time apologizing to me, because it doesn't quite reach me for now. If you're going to say sorry, say it to them. They're the ones worrying about this like it's the end of the world for some reason. Endeavor leaned back in his chair, staring at the boy in front of him with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. The quiet, caring, determined Izuku he'd seen on the battlefield was nowhere to be found. In his place stood someone cold, detached, and brutally honest, a stark reminder of how dangerous quirks could be, even when their effects weren't immediately physical. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The crackling of Endeavor's flames was the only sound in the room. Finally, Endeavor broke the silence. What about my son? Is he worried about you as well? Izuku paused, his hand hovering over his pocket as if considering whether to humor the question. Finally, he answers, leaning lazily against the doorframe. Maybe. Endeavor raises an eyebrow. Maybe. Izuku shrugs. Shoto's a good friend. He doesn't talk about feelings much, but he's observant. If he noticed something was wrong, he'd care. Endeavor's eyes narrowed at the casual mention of his son's first name, but he didn't comment on it. Instead, he pressed on. He's a good friend to you? Izuku nodded, his expression remaining detached. Yeah, he's steady, I guess. Consistent. Doesn't make a big deal out of things but listens when it matters. He's better at it than most people actually. Endeavor allowed a small exhale of relief. That's good to hear. At least he's making connections. Izuku spoke again, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. He's a good friend despite everything you did to him. The air in the room seemed to shift instantly. Endeavor stiffened, his eyes narrowing into a glare. What are you talking about? Izuku remained unfazed by the sharpness in the older man's voice. He straightened up slightly, as if preparing to explain something mundane. You know, I've always found it interesting how people's personalities are shaped by their upbringing. How their home life influences how they deal with the world. Endeavor didn't reply, but the crackle of his flames betrayed his discomfort. Izuku continued, his tone detached and analytical. Take Shoto, for example. He's quiet, reserved. Doesn't let people in too easily. It's like he's always on the outside of things, even when he's part of them. That kind of personality doesn't just come out of nowhere, you know? Get to the point. Endeavor growled, his voice dangerously low. Izuku met Endeavor's glare head-on, his expression as calm as ever. The point is, I've spent enough time with Shoto to notice patterns. And judging by his behavior, his silence, his distance, the way he carries himself, I can only assume that you or your household must have been, well, pretty abusive. Endeavor froze. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap, and for a moment, all the heat seemed to drain from the room. Izuku, still unfazed, continued. I mean, it's not like he's ever said it outright, but he doesn't have to. It's written all over him. The way he's always bracing himself, like he's expecting something bad to happen. The way he talks about you, or doesn't talk about you, really. It's all there, plain as day. Endeavor's fists clenched. Tightly, his flames flaring for a brief moment before he forced them to subside. You don't know what you're talking about. Izuku shrugged again, utterly unbothered by the mounting tension. Maybe not. But it's not hard to connect the dots. Parents have a huge influence on their kids, and from what I've seen, you didn't just push Shoto to be a hero, you pushed him to the brink. Endeavor rose from his chair, his imposing frame casting a long shadow over the room. So, you got all that just from a few glances his way, huh? You are quite smart, Deku. Izuku shrugs. I'm not smart. Just good observation skills and quick analysis. With a slow, deliberate exhale, Endeavor sat down again and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. Midoriya. He began, his voice quieter but no less firm. What do you plan to do with this information? Izuku tilted his head slightly, his expression as detached and unreadable as it had been since he walked in. What do I plan to do? He repeated, his tone carrying a trace of genuine confusion. Nothing, I guess. Endeavor's brows furrowed. Nothing? Yup. Izuku replied with a shrug. It's not my business. It's between you and Shoto. Why would I get involved? The bluntness of the response stung more than Endeavor expected. You're telling me you won't do anything about it? Izuku leaned against the wall, crossing his arms casually. What would you even want me to do? Tell Shoto something he already knows? Report you to someone? Drag it out into the open so everyone can judge you? That doesn't help anyone. Endeavor's jaw clenched. Then why bring it up at all? Izuku's gaze was steady, his tone calm but direct. Dunno. It just kinda came up with the conversation, I guess. You asked about Shoto, remember? You wanted to know if he cared about me. I'm just pointing out that he cares about people despite everything he's been through. Endeavor stared at him, his frustration mounting, but he forced himself to stay composed. Do you think you understand me, Midoriya? Do you think you can judge my choices? Izuku gave a small, almost imperceptible shake of his head. I'm not judging you, Endeavor. I don't care enough to judge anyone right now. But if you're asking for my opinion. Izuku paused, as if weighing his next words, though his tone remained casual. Yeah, I think I get why you did it. You wanted to surpass All Might, right? You thought you needed a perfect heir, someone to carry on your legacy and outshine him in case you couldn't. Makes sense. All Might set the bar pretty high, so it'd be pretty hard for anyone to reach his level. To this day, no one can touch him. No one. Endeavor's flames flickered faintly around his shoulders, a sign of his internal turmoil. Izuku didn't flinch. I get it, I really do. You were chasing a goal that felt impossible. And maybe, in your mind, pushing Shoto that hard was the only way to make it happen. But that doesn't mean I agree with how you went about it. Endeavor leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. You disapprove of my methods, huh? Izuku nodded, his gaze unwavering. Yeah. Because you didn't just push Shoto, you practically wanted him to be you. You hurt him. You hurt the entire Todoroki family. And for what? To reach someone who is unreachable. Endeavor stiffened at that, the words hitting harder than he cared to admit. Izuku took a step closer, his voice remaining calm but gaining a faint edge of conviction. You could have handled things differently. You could have been a father instead of a taskmaster. If you'd led with love, acceptance, and care instead of blind determination, things could have been different for Shoto, for you, for your whole family. The room was heavy with silence. Endeavor's flames had all but extinguished, leaving only a faint ember glowing on his shoulders. He looked away, unable to meet Izuku's steady gaze. The number one hero hesitated for a moment, then looked at Izuku again, resting his hands on the desk. Midoriya. Izuku calmly responds. Endeavor sighs. You talk about my family, my mistakes, with such clarity. But what about you? How did your life turn out this way? How did you become yourself? Izuku blinked, his face blank for a moment, before a faint flicker of something softer crossed his features. My mom. She's why I am who I am. Endeavor raised an eyebrow. Your mother? Yup. Izuku continued, his voice drifting slightly, as if he were speaking more to himself than to Endeavor. She's amazing. She's always been there for me. Always believed in me even when nobody else did. She's why I never gave up, why I kept going even when people said I couldn't be a hero. There was a warmth in his words, but it was detached, distant, like he was reciting a memory rather than living it. Endeavor could hear the faintest tremor of something deeper buried beneath the surface, but Izuku's blank expression didn't waver. But, Izuku added, his tone suddenly shifting to something more neutral. She wasn't perfect. She tried her best, but sometimes it felt like she didn't believe in me. Endeavor frowned, leaning forward slightly. Didn't believe in you? How? Izuku shrugged, looking out the window. She worried a lot. Said she didn't want me to get hurt, that I was too fragile. She'd panic over little things, pull me back from stuff I wanted to try. Everything got worse when a doctor thought I would be quirkless for the rest of my life. I know she was scared for me, but it hurt. I wanted her to believe I could handle it, that I wasn't as weak as everyone said I was. Endeavor noticed that Izuku was not even paying attention to him anymore, like Izuku had just entered an entirely new train of thoughts that didn't include him. There was a pause, the silence stretching between them as Endeavor processed everything Izuku was saying. Still, Izuku continued. I love her. She's my mom. She's done so much for me, sacrificed so much. I just wish. He trailed off, his gaze shifting to the horizon beyond the window. Endeavor watched him closely, the boy's normally vivid and passionate demeanor now clouded by the quirk's effects. Izuku's next words caught him off guard. You know what? Screw it. I'ma go see her right now. Endeavor straightened in his chair. Midoriya, we're in the middle of dash. Before Endeavor could finish, Izuku pushed the window open, letting the cool breeze sweep into the office. What are you doing? Endeavor barked, rising from his seat. Izuku didn't look back. Going to see my mom. No point in sticking around here when I can go there. With my quirk. Endeavor looks at Izuku with another deadpanned expression. Midoriya, we're in the 20th floor. You'll die if you jump out. Izuku shrugs. I've already done this today. I actually did it to get here. It only hurt like hell, but there's no harm in doing it again. But before Endeavor could stop him, Izuku launched himself out of the window using Black Whip. The tendrils shot out, anchoring onto a nearby building, and with a casual flick, Izuku slingshot himself into the city skyline, disappearing from view in seconds. Endeavor stood frozen, the wind rustling the papers on his desk, the open window framing the scene like an unfinished painting. He exhaled deeply, running a hand down his face. That kid, I swear to God. Sinking back into his chair, he stared out the window, the echoes of Izuku's words lingering in his mind. Their conversation had revealed more than he probably intended, a glimpse into the boy's vulnerabilities and the wounds he carried beneath his resilience, as well as his own approach towards his family. Endeavor looked down at his own hands, calloused from years of fighting, and thought about the scars he'd left, not just on himself, but on his family. Lead with love, acceptance, and care? He muttered to himself. Izuku's earlier words replayed in his mind. He closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the day settling heavily on his shoulders. As much as Izuku's sudden exit had left him bewildered, it also left him with a sense of clarity, a realization that he had work to do, not just as a hero, but as a father. Outside the agency, a very tired red-headed girl stopped at the door, only to look up and see a figure flying in the opposite direction. Itsuka groans before yelling to the sky. God FDMI Izuku. Chapter 5, Breakthrough. The sound of a soft knock at the door startled Izuku Midoriya. She had been sitting on the couch, idly folding laundry as the TV played some variety show she wasn't paying attention to. Her mind was far away, as it often was these days, occupied by thoughts of her son. When she opened the door, she froze. Standing there was Izuku, his green hair wind-tousled, his clothes disheveled, and his face unnervingly calm. Izuku! She gasped, her voice a mixture of relief and worry. Yes. Izuku! Yes. Izuku! Yes. She grabbed his arm and practically pulled him inside. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school? Is everything okay? Are you hurt? Did something happen? Oh, Izuku, your clothes dash. I'm fine, Mom, he said, cutting her off mid-ramble. His tone was flat, his expression unreadable. He slipped off his shoes and walked into the small apartment like it was any other day. I just felt like coming home. Inko blinked, staring at him in disbelief. You felt like coming home? Izuku, you got out of school without permission? You can't do that. And what's with your clothes? You look like you've been wrestling with a wind turbine. He shrugged as he dropped onto the couch, leaning back and crossing his arms. I flew here. You flew here? She repeated, her voice rising. What do you mean you flew here? Did you use your quirk? Izuku, that's dangerous. What if you fell? Or ran into a building? Or dash? Didn't happen, so it's fine. He interrupted calmly, tilting his head to look at her. I calculated the trajectory. Guess the landing still hurt, but at least I didn't break my bones like I used to do. I was okay. Inko stared at him, her mouth slightly agape. She shut the door, locking it almost reflexively, before rushing to his side. She crouched in front of him, her hands hovering like she wanted to grab him but didn't know where to start. Izuku, this isn't like you. You're not. You're not acting like yourself. You don't skip school, and you definitely don't just fly home on a whim. What's going on? I got hit by a quirk. He said simply, his gaze steady on her. It's made me not care as much. Her hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Oh, my baby. You're under the influence of a villain's quirk? Are you okay? What kind of quirk? Is it dangerous? Have you seen a medic? Mom. Izuku interrupted again, his voice calm but firm. I said I'm fine. You don't sound fine. She countered, her voice sharp with worry. She stood, pacing back and forth in front of him. What kind of quirk does this to someone? Have the teachers done anything about it? Is Endeavor dash? I'm fine, Mom. He repeated, leaning forward slightly. I don't feel bad. I don't feel much of anything, really. It's not that big a deal. Not that big a deal? Inko stopped in her tracks, spinning to face him. Her hands were on her hips now, her worry beginning to morph into frustration. Izuku, this is huge. You're saying a villain's quirk has made you stop feeling emotions, and you think that's not a big deal? Izuku shrugged. It's a mild inconvenience, I guess. But it hasn't really gotten in the way of anything. I'm still going to class. Well, most of the time. Most of the time? She echoed, her tone incredulous. Izuku, what's happening to you? You're skipping school, you're acting like nothing matters, and now you're telling me it's fine. This isn't fine. You're not fine. Izuku stood up, his height now towering slightly over her. Mom, I didn't come here to argue. I just thought you'd want to know I'm okay. I didn't want you to hear about it secondhand. She stared up at him, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to find the right words. Finally, she let out a long sigh and crossed her arms. All right, Izuku. Let's say you are fine. What exactly am I supposed to do about this? Sit back and pretend my son isn't acting like a completely different person? He blinked, his calm expression flickering for just a moment before returning to its default neutrality. You don't have to do anything, Mom. I just wanted to visit. You can relax. Relax? She repeated, her voice going higher. You want me to relax when my baby is telling me he doesn't feel anything anymore? Do you even hear yourself? Yup, he said, his voice level. And I think you're overreacting. Her eyes widened at the words, and for a moment, the room was silent. Then she let out a breath, shaking her head. Overreacting? Izuku, I've spent your whole life worrying about you. When you didn't have a quirk, when you did, when you went to UA, and now this. You're my son. I can't just stop worrying about you. He tilted his head slightly, his tone still eerily calm. You could try. Might make things easier. Something in her snapped. Her hands clenched into fists and she looked him dead in the eye. Easier? Easier? Izuku Midoriya, you listen to me right now. You don't get to tell me to stop caring about you just because some villain's quirk has made you stop caring about yourself. I am your mother, and I will worry about you whether you like it or not. That's my job. Izuku blinked at her outburst, his lips parting slightly as if to respond, but no words came out. Then, Izuku tilted his head slightly, his expression as calm and detached as ever. Yeah, I know, Ma. I've always known that. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the kitchen table. It's one of the things I've always loved and disliked about you. The words hung in the air, soft but sharp enough to make Inko flinch. She blinked, her hands slowly lowering. And disliked? Izuku, what do you mean? He turned away from her, standing up from the couch and walking to the table before pulling out a chair. He sat down, his movements casual, almost lazy, as he leaned back and rested his arms on the chair's sides. Your worried attitude. You've always cared so much about me and I love that about you. But sometimes it felt like you cared too much. Like you didn't believe I could handle things on my own. Inko stared at him, her breath catching. Izuku. I've always believed in you. You're my son. My brave, determined boy who never gives up. Why would you think I didn't believe in you? Izuku looked at her, his green eyes steady and unreadable. Because of how you reacted to things. The way you'd pull me back or tell me not to try certain things. It felt like you were always scared I'd fail or get hurt, and it made me feel like you thought I couldn't handle it. Like you didn't trust me to be strong. Inko's hands flew to her chest, clutching at the fabric of her shirt as though to steady her racing heart. Izuku, that's not. I never meant to make you feel that way. I was scared. Scared of what might happen to you. I know that, Mom. Izuku said, his tone still calm but tinged with something heavier. But being scared for me didn't make it easier for me to be scared for myself. And when I got my quirk, it got even worse. Everyone already thought I was useless before, and after I got one for all. I had to prove that I wasn't. To everyone. To myself. To you. Tears welled up in Inko's eyes, her hands trembling as she moved to sit across from him. Izuku, no. I never thought you were useless. Never. I worried too much. I see that now. I've always wanted to protect you because I know how cruel the world can be, and maybe I didn't always show it the right way, but I've always believed in you. Izuku nodded slowly, his gaze dropping to the table. It didn't feel that way at times. I know you love me. And I know you've done everything you could for me. But sometimes, the way you worried made me feel like I wasn't enough. Like I had to keep proving myself, so you'd stop worrying and everyone else would stop doubting me. Inko covered her mouth with one hand, the weight of his words pressing down on her. She thought back to all the times she'd held him back from climbing too high, running too fast, or taking risks she deemed too dangerous. She thought about the tears she'd shed when he told her he wanted to be a hero despite being quirkless, how she'd begged him to find another dream, not because she doubted his determination but because she was terrified for his safety. Izuku's gaze lifted, meeting hers with a faint flicker of something softer than his usual detached calm. I don't blame you for doing it, though. I just wanted you to know. It's one of the reasons I push myself so hard. So no one thinks I'm weak. So no one thinks I'm useless. Tears spilled down Inko's cheeks as she reached across the table, taking his hands in hers. Izuku, you've never been useless. Not once. You're the strongest, most incredible person I know. And I'm so proud of you. I'm sorry if I ever made you feel like you had to prove anything to me. You don't. You're my son, and I'll always be proud of you, no matter what. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Inko's grip on his hands tightened, and Izuku didn't pull away. Inko wiped the lingering tears from her cheeks, her gaze softening as she looked at her son. Izuku, I know I've made mistakes. I've worried too much, held on too tightly. But it's only because you're my everything. You're my only child, my pride, my joy, my legacy in this world. She paused, her voice trembling slightly. When I look at you, I see everything good in my life. Everything I've done right. And if something were to happen to you, Izuku, if I lost you, I don't think I could forgive myself. I don't think I could go on. Izuku blinked at her, his calm expression flickering as her words reached him. You don't need to think like that. I'm still here. I know, she said, her hands tightening around his. But I can't help it. You're my son, and the thought of anything happening to you terrifies me. It always has. That's why I've worried so much, why I've been so overprotective. Because if I couldn't keep you safe, what kind of mother would I be? Izuku's gaze shifted slightly, his green eyes steady but softer now. You've always been a good mother, Mom. You don't have to keep proving that either. Her breath hitched, and she let out a shaky laugh, her fingers trembling in his. Thank you, Izuku. But that's not enough. I don't want anything holding you back anymore. If my fears and worries are what's been bothering you, what's been making you feel like you have to push yourself so hard, then I'll set them aside. For you. Set them aside? He repeated, tilting his head slightly. She nodded, her expression resolute. Yes. Because I've always wanted you to be free, Izuku. To live your life the way you want, to follow your dreams, no matter what anyone thinks. Even me. If my worries are chains around you, then I'll break them. I'll learn to let go, to trust you to handle things your way. You've earned that, Izuku. You've earned your freedom. Izuku blinked slowly, his gaze dropping to the table. You'd really do that? Stop worrying? I didn't say I'd stop worrying. She said with a soft chuckle, reaching up to gently touch his cheek. I'm your mom. I'll always worry about you, no matter how old or strong you get. Even if you're the #1 hero, I'll still keep worrying about you. But I won't let my worries get in your way anymore. I won't let them make you feel like you have to prove anything to me or anyone else. Her hand lingered on his cheek, her touch warm and comforting. You've already proven everything, Izuku. To me, to the world. And you've done it just by being yourself. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, letting out a slow breath. Her words washed over him, breaking through the barrier of detachment he'd been living behind. There was a faint, almost imperceptible weight lifting from his chest, like the first hint of a long-lost emotion stirring to life. Izuku felt it on his chest. There it is again. Weird. Thanks, Mom. He said, his voice quieter now, almost tentative. Hearing that. It helps. More than I expected. Inko smiled through her tears, her heart swelling at the slight shift in his tone. I'm glad, Izuku. You've always helped me more than you know, just by being yourself. I want to be that for you too. I want to be the kind of mother you can rely on, not someone who makes things harder. You already are, he said, opening his eyes to meet her gaze. Inko's smile widened, her tears now ones of relief and joy. She reached across the table and pulled him into a hug, her arms wrapping tightly around him. Izuku didn't hesitate. He returned the hug, his grip firm but gentle, his cheek resting against her shoulder. For a long moment, they stayed like that, the room quiet save for the faint hum of the city outside. Inko closed her eyes, savoring the rare moment of closeness, and Izuku let himself lean into her embrace, his heart feeling just a little less heavy. When they finally pulled apart, Inko wiped her cheeks again, a sheepish laugh escaping her. Look at me crying all over you. I'm a mess. It's fine, Izuku said, his voice lighter now. I don't mind. She reached out, brushing a stray strand of hair from his forehead. I love you, Izuku. Always. I love you too, Mom, he said, the words slipping out more easily than he expected. A knock at the door shattered the wholesome moment between mother and son. It was loud, hurried, and insistent, as though the person on the other side were on the verge of breaking the door down. Inko jumped slightly, clutching her chest. Goodness! Who could that be at this hour? And so desperate. Izuku's calm gaze shifted to the door. Dunno, but if I had to guess, I think it's probably Itsuka. Itsuka? Inko asked, her brow furrowing. Who's that? You'll see if I'm correct. Izuku replied nonchalantly. Curious and slightly wary, Inko stood and made her way to the door. She peeked through the peephole, only to see a red-headed girl outside, panting heavily, her face flushed and her expression a mix of exhaustion and barely contained frustration. Inko hesitated before opening the door cautiously. Can I help you? The girl straightened, gasping and placing her hands on her knees to catch her breath. Gee, good evening. Mrs. Midoriya, I presume? My name's Itsuka Kendo. Izuku nods. Called it. Inko raises an eyebrow. Good evening. And? Itsuka looks over Inko's shoulder and shoots a glare at Izuku. And I've been chasing after him. For 50 minutes. Chasing after Izuku? Inko blinked in surprise, glancing over her shoulder at her son, who was still sitting calmly at the table. Why were you chasing him? Itsuka threw her hands in the air, her voice rising. Because he slingshot himself out of the park. Who even does that? She jabbed a finger toward the interior of the apartment, glaring at Izuku. I've been running all over the city trying to track you down to prevent you from doing something stupid. Do you know how exhausting that is, Izuku Midoriya? Inko opened the door wider, her maternal instincts taking over as she gestured for the girl to come in. Oh, you poor thing. You look like you've been through so much. Come and sit down. Do you need water? Or a snack? Oh, you must be starving. I'm fine, ma'am, Itsuka said, though she gratefully stepped inside and sank onto the couch. Thanks, though. Izuku tilts his head. I'm somewhat impressed you managed to chase me all the way here considering how I got here in the first place. But I guess you're already a powerhouse yourself, Itsuka. Itsuka shoots another glare at Izuku, her tone shifting into exasperation. Oh, don't you start with me. You owe me an explanation. And maybe an apology. Izuku tilted his head slightly. Why would I owe you an apology? You dared me. Itsuka groaned, burying her face in her hands. You're still going on about that? It was a joke, Izuku. A joke. Who in their right mind takes go kill Endeavor for milkshakes seriously? Inko gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Kill Endeavor? Izuku, what is she talking about? Meh, forget it. He's fine. Izuku said with a dismissive wave. I didn't actually go through with it. I decided it wasn't worth the effort. That's not the point. Itsuka shouted, throwing her arms wide. You launched yourself out of the park without even looking back. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was? I thought you were going to die. I calculated the trajectory. Izuku replied matter-of-factly. It wasn't that dangerous. Itsuka stared at him, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. You're impossible like this. Absolutely impossible. Inko, still reeling from the absurdity of the conversation, stepped forward, her maternal curiosity piqued. Wait, hold on a moment. Izuku, why were you at the park with Itsuka, was it? Oh, Izuku said, glancing at his mother as if the answer were obvious. We were on a date. The room went silent. Inko's eyes widened, her hand flying to her chest. A date? Itsuka's face turned an impressive shade of red, her hands shooting up as she waved them frantically. We weren't really on a date. It was just. Well, okay, technically it was a date, but it's not. It's not like that. I mean. Izuku tilted his head again, his calm demeanor unshaken. We went to the park, just the two of us talking. That's a date as far as I'm aware. That's not. Ugh. Itsuka groaned, covering her face with her hands. Izuku, why do you have to say it like that? Inko, still processing, looked between the two of them, her mind racing. Izuku, you've never mentioned anyone special before. This is so sudden. It's a new development, and I didn't think it was that important. Izuku said with a shrug. Itsuka's nice. We've already gone on 3 dates and she kissed me on the cheek before, so I guess that makes us something. Izuku! Itsuka practically shouted, her face now a brilliant crimson. You don't just say stuff like that in front of your. Why not? He asked, genuinely curious. It's the truth, isn't it? Inko, though flustered, couldn't help but smile slightly, her motherly instincts kicking in again. Oh my goodness. Izuku, you have a girlfriend? Oh, Itsuka, you're adorable. You must be such a lovely girl if Izuku likes you. Itsuka buried her face in her hands, her voice muffled. This is so embarrassing. Izuku, oblivious to the chaos he'd caused, stood and stretched. Anyway, I'm going to my room. You two can talk. Izuku Midoriya, you get back here right now. Itsuka shouted, standing abruptly. But he was already halfway down the hall, his calm voice drifting back. You can stay as long as you want, Itsuka. Mom likes you, so I guess it's fine. The sound of a door clicking shut signaled his exit, leaving Itsuka and Inko in the living room, one embarrassed and the other looking more delighted by the second. But then, Inko realized what the girl in front of her represented, and what that could mean for Izuku. Was Izuku serious about her being his girlfriend? Perhaps it was appropriate to give this girl the motherly lecture, just in case. Inko sat across from Itsuka, her previously flustered demeanor giving way to a more composed, maternal seriousness. She offered the redhead a warm smile but leaned forward slightly, her hands clasped on the table. Itsuka sat down as well, still reeling from her embarrassment. So, Itsuka. She began gently, though her tone carried a firmness that left no room for evasions. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I need to ask you something. Do you care about Izuku? Truly? Itsuka froze mid-sip of the water Inko had poured for her. She carefully set the glass down, her cheeks still tinged pink from the earlier embarrassment. Why dash? Inko raised a hand, cutting off her nervous response. I'm not asking for anything dramatic. I'm asking what you think. What you feel. Itsuka's eyes widened slightly. What I feel? Inko nods. I'm his mother, Itsuka, and I need to know if you're serious about being a part of his life. Even if you don't know exactly what that means right now. The weight of Inko's words made Itsuka sit up straighter. Her flustered expression softened into something more thoughtful. I honestly don't know how to answer that yet, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko tilted her head slightly. Why don't we start with this? What did you think of Izuku before he got hit by that villain's quirk? Be honest. Itsuka hesitated, her hands fidgeting slightly in her lap. Before this, I didn't really know what to make of him. She let out a small sigh, her gaze dropping to the table. I mean, everyone at UA knows about him. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who stood out at the sports festival, the one who always gets into trouble, the one who's always trying so hard, the one who always pushes himself beyond his limits. But I didn't really know him, I guess. Inko nodded slowly, her expression understanding. So you didn't pay much attention to him? Not really. Itsuka admitted with a sheepish laugh. At times, he could be seen crying all the time. Some other days I could see him muttering to himself at the cafeteria. And some other times he seemed so convinced. Like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders all the time. And he was so focused on everyone else, helping them, supporting them, worrying about them, that I didn't know if there was any room for someone to get close to him. Also, the fact that we're from different classes doesn't help. I couldn't lock down his personality, and I didn't know what to make of him. I couldn't understand him, so I guess I just ignored him. Inko's gaze softened, and she placed a gentle hand on Itsuka's. I see. But do you feel that way now? Itsuka shook her head firmly, her hands curling into fists on the table. No. This whole quirk thing, as weird as it's been, has shown me a different side of him. One I didn't know existed. Itsuka glanced toward the hallway where Izuku had disappeared with a small smile. Without all that weight he usually carries, I've seen what he's really capable of. He's sharp, determined, confident. Maybe a little too confident sometimes, but he's amazing. And it made me realize how much of himself he hides behind all that self-doubt. Inko studied her carefully, her motherly instincts kicking in. So, Itsuka, what would happen if Izuku woke up normal tomorrow? If he went back to being the boy who carries the weight of the world and hides behind his doubt? What then? Itsuka's expression turned serious, her gaze steady as she met Inko's eyes. She took a deep breath, her tone filled with conviction. If that happens, then I'll stay by his side anyway. Inko blinked, surprised by the girl's resolve. You will? Yes. Itsuka said firmly, her voice unwavering. Because now I know what he's capable of when he believes in himself. If he goes back to doubting himself, I'll be there to remind him of everything he can do. I'll push him to see what I've seen. I'll help him find that confidence, even if it takes a long time. She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks reddening slightly, but she pressed on. I've seen a part of him that's incredible, Mrs. Midoriya. I want to be the person who helps him see it too. Inko's heart swelled with warmth and pride. She reached out, placing her hands over Itsuka's. Oh, Itsuka, that's all I could ever hope for. You're such a wonderful girl. If Izuku is lucky enough to have someone like you in his life, I have no doubt he'll keep growing into the amazing person I know he can be. Itsuka's face burned red, and she looked away, laughing nervously. It's not like that yet. I mean, we've only been on, 3 dates, if you can even call them that. Inko chuckled, patting her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, dear. Whether it's 1 date or 100, what matters is how much you care. And from what you've said, I can see that you care a great deal. Itsuka managed a small smile, her nervousness fading into something warmer. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. That means a lot. Inko leaned back, her smile softening as she glanced toward the hallway. Izuku may not say it out loud, but I know he values the people who stand by him. And I'm sure he's grateful to have someone like you in his corner. Itsuka glanced toward the hallway as well, her smile growing. I hope so. Because no matter what happens, I'm not going anywhere. For the first time in what felt like forever, Inko felt a sense of peace. Her son was in good hands, by the looks of things. Well, said with a bright smile, clapping her hands together. Now that that's out of the way, why don't you tell me all about how you and Izuku met? I'd love to get to know you better. Itsuka froze for a moment, her nervousness and embarrassment returning. Why not? Itsuka suppresses a sigh, as she was mentally preparing herself for what was bound to be a long and awkward conversation. She couldn't help but groan inwardly. Guess this is my life now, huh? The common room was dimly lit, the hum of the refrigerator the only sound breaking the silence. Bakugo sat slouched on the couch, one arm draped over the backrest, the other dangling over the edge, a bottle of water loosely gripped in his hand. His crimson eyes stared at nothing in particular, a deep frown etched onto his face. Footsteps echoed softly from the hallway, and Bakugo's gaze flicked toward the sound. Uraraka appeared in the doorway, hesitating when she saw him. For a moment, She seemed unsure whether to stay or go, but then she stepped into the room, her hands nervously clasped in front of her. "Oh, I didn't think anyone else would be in here," she said softly. Bakugo snorted, leaning his head back against the couch. "Guess that makes two of us." She walked closer, stopping a few feet from him. "Why are you sitting here all alone? Where's everyone else? Where'd you think?" He muttered, his voice low and rough. "Avoiding me." Still said about what Deku said. He tilted his head to look at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What about you? You here to give me some lecture too?" Uraraka shook her head quickly, biting her lip. "No, I can't really say much, can I? I'm judging you just like everyone else." Figures," Bakugo muttered, taking a swig from his water bottle. "At least you're honest about it." Uraraka hesitated, shifting awkwardly on her feet. "Still, I don't think I have the right to say anything, really. Not when I've got my own problems." Bakugo raised an eyebrow, his usual sharpness dulling slightly in curiosity. "What are you going on about?" She let out a bitter laugh, moving to sit on the edge of the couch opposite him. "I'm a coward, Bakugo. That's my problem." He snorted again, but this time it wasn't mocking. "That's so?" Uraraka nodded, her gaze fixed on her lap. "Yeah. I've been too scared to admit how I feel about Deku. For a long time. I kept telling myself it wasn't the right time, or that it didn't matter because we had bigger things to worry about. And now, I think I've lost him." Bakugo frowned, sitting up slightly. "What the hell were you talking about?" "It's just," she said quickly, her voice trembling slightly. I lost my chance with him. Kendo is with him now. I can't even be mad about it because she's such a good person. She didn't steal him from me or anything. It's my own fault. I let my chance slip away because I was too scared to take it. And when Izuku asked me out, I was too nervous to give him a coherent answer." Bakugo raises an eyebrow. "The nerd asked you out?" Uraraka sighs. "Yeah, he did. But I got too flustered, and I think he took that as a no." The room fell silent, the weight of her confession lingering in the air. Bakugo leaned back again, his expression unreadable as he studied her. "You're a loser," he said finally, his tone blunt but not harsh. Uraraka blinked, glancing up at him in surprise. "What?" "You're a loser," he repeated, gesturing vaguely toward her. "But you're not alone. Welcome to the club." Despite herself, Uraraka let out a weak laugh. "Gee, thanks, Bakugo. That's really comforting." "Wasn't trying to be." He shot back, though there was no bite in his words. He nodded toward the empty seat beside him. "Sit down. You're making the room look lopsided." She hesitated for a moment before sliding into the spot next to him. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence stretched on, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence that allowed thoughts to settle, words to form, and realizations to surface. Uraraka let out a long breath, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Do you think I still have a chance? With him, I mean." Bakugo glanced at her, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. "Hell if I know. Deku's not exactly predictable these days." She nodded slowly, her gaze distant. "Yeah, I guess you're right." More silence passed. And then Bakugo noticed it. The subtle shift in her expression. Her brows furrowed slightly, her lips parting as if she'd just come to some profound conclusion. Her eyes, which had been clouded with doubt, now carried a faint spark of determination. A small smile started to appear on her lips. "Wait, hold on a second. He's right. What are we doing? This is stupid. Things are more simple than I thought." "What's with that look?" Bakugo asked, raising an eyebrow. "You just figured out the meaning of life or something?" Uraraka blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. She glanced at him, her smile widening. "No, it's just. I realized something." "Well?" he prompted, leaning forward slightly. "Spit it out." Uraraka leaned back against the couch. "You're a pretty big loser yourself." Bakugo's head snapped toward her, his crimson eyes narrowing. "What the hell'd you just say?" "You heard me, firecracker," she said, grinning now. You're a loser. A big, loud, angry loser who blows stuff up when he's mad. Huh? Uraraka giggles. Just a jacked up, spoiled and whiny beach who explodes at everything. Bakugo stares at her in utter shock. What the actual pink cheeks? Uraraka giggles at his reaction. Also, you stink. Not only are you a whiny beach, but a smelly one too. Bakugo growls. Let's see you handling a quirk that makes you sweat nitroglycerin, fat face. Uraraka continues. And what about your clothes? You act like you own the color black. Bakugo raises both of his eyebrows, not sure what to make of this conversation so far. The Uraraka chuckles. You heard me loud and clear, pal. Bakugo scoffs, crossing his arms over his chest. Well, you suck at trying to make people feel better. What's your point? My point is, she said, her grin widening, I'm a loser too. A cowardly, spineless loser who can't even admit her feelings to the guy she likes. Just a cowardly skank who let a guy have total dominion over my choices as a hero, like my costume. And you know what? I'm not done yet. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees and counting off on her fingers. Let's see. Kirishima? He's a loser for pretending everything's fine. Even when he's scared out of his mind and we can all collectively see his bulge shrinking. Mina? Total loser. She's so bubbly and outgoing, but sometimes it's like she's trying too hard, like she's afraid people won't like the real her. Jiro? Absolute loser for hiding her talents as a musician from us. Also, she must think we're stupid if she really thinks we don't see how she treats Kaminari to make us believe she doesn't like him. Yaoyorozu? Rich loser, but a loser all the same. She's a loser for thinking she can be ready for every single scenario and for making the rest of us feel poor without even trying. I mean, come on. When we moved here, she said our rooms were the size of her closet. Her closet, for crying out loud. Bakugo blinked, his scowl replaced by a look of confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Uraraka ignored him, her momentum building. Ida? He's a loser too. He's so busy trying to live up to his brother's legacy that he forgets how to just be a normal person. And Todoroki? Oh, don't even get me started. That guy's a walking bundle of issues. He's got more daddy problems than a soap opera villain. Despite himself, Bakugo snorted, a short, sharp laugh escaping before he could stop it. Okay, I'll give you that one. That was a good one. And Izuku? Uraraka continued, her voice softening but her smile remaining. He's the biggest loser of all. He tries so hard to save everyone, to carry everything on his shoulders, that he forgets how to let people help him. Not to mention the literal waterfalls that come out of his eyes whenever he's too emotional. He's one of the biggest crybabies I've ever seen. Bakugo raises an eyebrow, his arms uncrossing slightly. What are you getting at, pink cheeks? What I'm getting at, she said, straightening up and looking him square in the eye, is that we're all losers, Bakugo. Every single one of us. We've all got flaws, problems, things we need to work on. But you know what else? We're not alone. We've got each other to help us get better. Bakugo frowned, his gaze dropping to the floor. So what? You're saying I should just walk up to everyone and say, hey, I'm a loser, please forgive me? That's stupid. It could be considered stupid. Uraraka said firmly. But it's also honest. Look, you messed up. You treated Izuku like crap, and everyone knows it now. But if you let yourself feel like a loser, if you admit you screwed up, then maybe the rest of the class will see that you're trying to get better. And let's be real, you probably did all that to Izuku because of your own issues, buddy. Bakugo rolls his eyes, not denying that statement. Uraraka continues. Maybe Izuku will forgive you, maybe the others will forgive you. But you have to take that first step. Bakugo was silent for a long moment, his jaw tightening as he mulled over her words. Finally, he muttered, easy for you to say. You're not the one everyone said at. True. Uraraka admitted, her voice softening again. But I know what it feels like to regret something you didn't do. I've been holding on to that with Izuku for a long time. And I don't want to keep feeling like this. I'm going to do something about it. She smiled again, leaning closer to him. And so should you. Bakugo looked at her, his crimson eyes meeting her warm, determined gaze. For once, he didn't have a sharp retort or a snarky comment. Instead, he let out a long breath and leaned back against the couch. Your annoying round face. He muttered with a small smile. And you're still a loser. She shot back, grinning. For the first time in what felt like forever, Bakugo allowed himself a small smirk. Yeah, maybe I am. Uraraka giggles. Of course you are, bud. For a moment, Bakugo stared at the ceiling, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he were fighting off a smirk. Then, with a sharp exhale, he let it happen. A small, crooked grin appeared, and he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You know what, round face? He said, his tone lighter than usual. You're right. I am a loser. Uraraka raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, this should be good. Go on. I'm a loud-mouthed, hot-headed BSD who scares the shit out of people when I don't mean to. Uraraka snickered. You do have that whole angry Pomeranian thing going on. Bakugo smirked, leaning into it some more. And I suck at talking to people without pissing him off. I'm bad at saying sorry, and I don't know how to stop yelling half the time. Hell, I probably yell in my sleep. Uraraka burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Oh, that's a mental image I didn't know I needed. Do you bark at your dreams too? Bakugo chuckled, the sound rare and rough but genuine. Maybe I do. What about you? Let's hear it. Oh, I'll have you know, I'm a huge loser myself. Uraraka said, her grin widening. She leaned back dramatically, throwing her arms over the back of the couch. I'm a people pleaser who can't stand conflict. I'm a stupid girl who's let herself be inspired and guided by some guy she met at the entrance exam. I freeze up whenever something personal comes up, and I'm way too competitive at claw machines. I've probably spent a year's worth of allowance trying to win stupid stuffed animals. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, his smirk turning into a full grin. Claw machines? That's pathetic. Hey, don't knock the skill it takes to win those things. She shot back, laughing. Besides, you're one to talk, Mr. Sleep. The two of them started laughing together, the sound bouncing off the walls of the common room. It was the kind of laughter that came from a place of relief, of shared vulnerability. For once, neither of them felt the need to put up walls or hide behind bravado. As the laughter died down, Bakugo leaned back against the couch, wiping a hand across his face. You know, this feels kinda nice. Letting all this sheet out. Not pretending I've got it all together. Uraraka nodded, her smile softening. Yeah. Being honest with yourself can feel pretty freeing. He glanced at her, his grin fading into something more thoughtful. Maybe being a loser with company isn't so bad after all. It's really not. She said gently. You don't have to be perfect, Bakugo. None of us are. But if you let yourself be honest about that, I think you'll find it's not as bad as you think. People aren't just gonna write you off. Bakugo huffed, looking away. Yeah, well, guess I'll find out soon enough. They sat in companionable silence for a moment before Bakugo turned back to her, his usual sharpness returning, though it lacked its usual edge. What about you, round face? You gonna take your own advice or what? Huh. She blinked, caught off guard. Deku. He said bluntly. You gonna wait around like a loser, or are you gonna talk to him to get your sheet sorted out next time you get the chance? Uraraka's face turned pink, and she waved her hands defensively. I don't know if dash. Don't even try that. He interrupted, pointing a finger at her. You just sat here telling me to be honest with myself. You don't get to chicken out now. She bit her lip, her expression a mix of embarrassment and determination. Finally, she let out a sigh and nodded. You're right. I'll try. I'll talk to him. When the time feels right. Good. Bakugo said, standing up and stretching. 'Cause if you don't, I'm gonna start yelling at you again. And this time I won't stop. Uraraka laughed, standing up as well. Fair enough. But don't think this means I'll go easy on you either, Bakugo. Like I need you to. He muttered, though there was no malice in his tone. The two of them exchanged a small, knowing smile before heading toward opposite hallways. As Uraraka reached the stairs, she glanced back over her shoulder. "Hey, Bakugo? What now?" he grumbled, stopping at the base of the boys' dormitory stairs. "Thanks," she said simply, her smile soft and sincere. Bakugo snorted, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Don't thank me. Just don't screw it up." With that, he turned and trudged upstairs, leaving Uraraka standing there, feeling lighter than she had in days. For the first time in what felt like forever, both of them walked away with a sense of release, a small but meaningful step toward something better. The harsh fluorescent light of the interrogation room buzzed faintly, casting stark shadows on the plain metal table and the two chairs on either side. The air was thick with tension, the kind that seeped into the walls and settled into the silence. The villain sat slouched in one of the chairs, his wrists cuffed, resting on the table. He was lean and wiry, with sharp features that gave him a perpetual sneer. His eyes gleamed with mockery as he watched the door swing open, revealing the towering figure of Endeavor. Well. The villain drawled, leaning back as far as his restraints allowed. "Look who's back. If it isn't Mr. Number One himself. Let me guess, you're here to fail at making me talk again. What's this now, the third time? Fourth?" Endeavor's expression was as stony as ever, his broad shoulders filling the doorway as he stepped inside. He didn't respond immediately, his piercing gaze fixed on the villain as he crossed the room and sat down with deliberate slowness. The villain chuckled, his tone dripping with smugness. "What? No fiery speeches today? No threats to burn my limbs? No, I'll make you talk if it's the last thing I do? You're slacking, big guy." Endeavor finally leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table and clasping his hands together. His intense blue eyes locked onto the villain's, but there was something different about his demeanor, something quieter, more measured. "I'm not here to fail," Endeavor said simply, his deep voice steady and calm. The villain blinked, his smirk faltering slightly. "Oh, that's new. What's the plan this time? Gonna yell at me until I crack? Maybe throw a few punches for good measure? Newsflash, buddy. I'm not scared of you. I'm not going to yell," Endeavor replied, his tone even. "And I'm not going to use violence against you. Not today." The villain's brow furrowed in confusion, his smirk fading entirely. "What are you playing at?" Endeavor leaned back slightly, his gaze never wavering. "I've been approaching this all wrong. I've been treating this situation the way I've treated every challenge in my life, with blind determination and brute force. But I recently had a conversation with someone that made me reconsider my methods." The villain raised an eyebrow, his sneer returning but with less confidence than before. "Oh, this should be good." Endeavor's voice grows thoughtful. "They told me that determination isn't always enough. That sometimes, it takes more than strength and stubbornness to reach your goals. And I've realized they were right." The villain shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his bravado cracking under the weight of Endeavor's calm. "So what, you're gonna start singing and hope I spill my guts? Hate to break it to you, but that's not gonna work either. I'm not interested in playing games with you," Endeavor said firmly, leaning forward again. "I'm here because there's a boy, a student, whose life has been turned upside down because of what you did. And while you might think you've won by keeping your secrets, I promise you, I will find a way to undo what you've done." The villain snorted, but the sound lacked conviction. "But you still haven't told me what this new method of yours is. Gonna bore me to death with speeches?" "No," Endeavor replied, his gaze narrowing. "I'm going to listen." The villain froze, his smirk dropping entirely. "What?" "I'm going to listen," Endeavor repeated, his voice steady but unyielding. "I've spent my career shouting, commanding, and forcing people to follow my lead. But I've learned that sometimes, people talk when they feel heard. So go ahead. Say whatever you want. Mock me, insult me, gloat about what you've done. I'll listen." The villain stared at him, his confusion deepening. "You're serious? That's your big plan? To sit there and let me run my mouth?" "Yes," Endeavor said simply. "Because I'm not here to prove anything to you. I'm here to understand. And once I understand, I'll act. Not with brute force, but with precision. The villain's lips curled into a sneer as he leaned forward, his chains clinking against the table. You think you're different now, don't you? Sitting there, all calm and collected, pretending you're some kind of enlightened saint. But let's get one thing straight, you're the same brute you've always been, Endeavor. And nothing you say is gonna change that. Endeavor didn't flinch, his expression steady. You don't know me. Not anymore. Oh, I know plenty about you. The villain snapped, his voice rising. You're the guy who burns through everything in his path just to get what he wants. You don't listen, you don't care, you just crush anyone who gets in your way. That's who you are, Enji Todoroki. That's who I was. Endeavor corrected, his voice low and deliberate. I don't plan on being that man anymore. The villain barked out a bitter laugh, his teeth bared in anger. Cut the crap. Men like you can never change. You think a little self-reflection erases the damage you've done? It doesn't. And I should know. Endeavor's eyes narrowed, his calm starting to fray under the weight of the villain's venom. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? The villain slammed his cuffed hands against the table, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. I mean, I've felt the effects of your brute force firsthand. My whole family has. Endeavor's jaw tightened, his mind racing. Go on. The villain's sneer twisted into something darker, his voice dropping to a near growl. You remember a man named Masaru Tenjin? The name triggered a faint flicker of recognition in Endeavor's mind, but he stayed silent, letting the villain continue. My father. The villain spat, his words like venom. He was a small-time thief. Never hurt anyone, never carried a weapon. He stole food, medicine, whatever he could get his hands on to keep us alive. You caught him a long time ago. Ringing any bells yet? Endeavor's brows furrowed, the faint flicker of recognition growing into something heavier. His memories of that time were hazy, a blur of missions and relentless pursuit of his goal to surpass all might. He tried to explain himself to you. The villain continued, his voice rising. He told you why he was doing it. He begged you to listen, to understand. But did you? You didn't care. You didn't even look at him. You just threw him down, burned half his face with your flames, and dragged him off to the cops like he was nothing. The weight of the accusation slammed into Endeavor, and his eyes widened slightly. The memory surfaced, unbidden, a scrawny man with hollow cheeks, trembling as he clutched a sack of stolen goods. The man's desperate words had been drowned out by Endeavor's fiery determination to make another arrest, to prove himself, to climb higher in order to surpass all might. I remember. Endeavor said quietly, his voice heavy with realization. Good. The villain snapped. Then you remember how you didn't give a DMN about what happened to him or to us. He went to prison for life, Endeavor. For stealing bread and medicine. And you know what happened to his family after that? We starved. My mom got sick and died. I ended up on the streets, just like him. And the whole time, I kept wondering. But why did you have to ruin us like that? Why couldn't you just listen? Endeavor's chest tightened, the weight of the villain's words settling over him like a crushing force. He remembered the case now, clearer than he wanted to. He'd been so consumed by his own ambitions, by his need to outshine all might, that he hadn't cared about the details. A thief was a thief and nothing more. That man was trying to save his family. The villain continued. And you destroyed him. You destroyed us. And now, you come in here acting like you're some changed man, like you're better than that. But you're not. You're still the same heartless BSRD who ruined my life. Endeavor didn't respond immediately. He sat there, his hands clasped tightly on the table, his gaze fixed on the villain's face. For once, he didn't know what to say. You know what else made my life hell after you took my dad away? The villain pressed on. It was me. My quirk. It's not flashy like yours. It's not powerful. It's not something people look at and say, wow, that's a real hero right there. My quirk? Everyone called it useless. Endeavor's eyes narrowed slightly, but he stayed silent, listening. My quirk works with emotions. The villain spat, his sneer deepening. Lucky me, am I right? People see quirks like mine, and they write people like me off. They say, "What's the point? What good is that?" He let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Do you have any idea how hard it was to find a girlfriend, a circle of friends, or even a job with a quirk like mine? Nobody wanted me. They didn't even try to see what I could do. All they saw was someone who didn't measure up. Someone who wasn't worth their time. Endeavor's jaw tightened, the villain's words cutting deeper than he expected. But the gang? The villain's voice softened, almost wistful. My mates didn't care about any of that. They didn't care that my quirk wasn't flashy or powerful. They didn't care that I didn't have some fancy education or a squeaky clean record. They took me in. They gave me a place to belong. They gave me camaraderie, acceptance. He paused, his eyes glinting with a mixture of anger and pain. So yeah, I became a villain. Because in a world like this, your world, there's no room for people like me. People who don't fit your mold of what's useful, what's heroic, what's worthy. Endeavor's shoulders tensed, but he didn't interrupt. He couldn't. And then there's you. The villain snarled, his voice gaining strength again. You talk about determination like it's the end-all, be-all. Like as long as you push hard enough, it doesn't matter who gets crushed along the way. You're so DMN rigid, so focused on your own goals, that you don't see the wreckage you leave behind. My dad was part of that wreckage. I'm part of that wreckage. We're all going to be part of that wreckage eventually. The villain leaned forward as far as his restraints would allow, his eyes boring into Endeavor's. And now you're the #1 hero. You're at the top, setting the example for everyone else. If this world is gonna follow your lead, if it's gonna be shaped by your cold, hate-filled determination, then I don't want any part of it. Endeavor's throat tightened as the villain's voice dropped to a near whisper, filled with quiet anger. I'd rather be dead than live in a world ruled by someone like you. The room fell silent, the villain's words hanging heavy in the air. Endeavor sat motionless, his usually steely expression betraying the weight of what he'd just heard. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The villain leaned back in his chair, his breathing shallow and uneven as he glared at the hero across from him. Endeavor didn't linger in silence for long. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out his phone. The villain's eyes narrowed, his sneer returning. What are you doing now? Calling in backup to drag me off to some darker hole in the ground. Endeavor ignored the jab as he tapped the screen, his fingers moving with purpose. The faint sound of ringing echoed through the small room, and after a moment, a voice on the other. And picked up. Yeah, it's me. Endeavor said into the phone, his deep voice calm but firm. I need a favor. There's someone here who needs a fair trial. And when I say fair, I mean it. This person has a right to be heard. The villain blinked, his sneer faltering. What the hell are you doing? Endeavor held up a hand to silence him, his attention still on the call. I'm also going to need resources. Housing, job placement, counseling. Whatever it takes to help them get back on their feet. And no, this isn't negotiable. If you can't do it, I'll find someone who can. The person on the other end must have asked a question because Endeavor's gaze flicked briefly to the villain. I'll explain everything later. For now, I need your word that this will happen. All of it. After a moment, Endeavor nodded, his expression softening just slightly. Good. I'll follow up with you soon. Thank you. He ended the call and set his phone on the table, leaning back in his chair. The villain stared at him, his expression a mix of disbelief and suspicion. What the hell was that about? The villain demanded, his voice unsteady. That, Endeavor said evenly, was me making sure you get a fair trial. And when this is over, it'll also make sure you have a stable place to live and a job waiting for you. The villain's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing again. But, you think this is gonna make me talk? You think I'm just gonna fall at your feet because you threw me a bone? No. Endeavor replied calmly. This isn't about making you talk. This is about doing what should have been done a long time ago. I failed you and your family. I let my own ambition blind me to what was right. But I'm not going to let that mistake define how this ends. The villain's anger faltered, replaced by confusion. You can't be serious. Men like you don't change. Why the hell would you? Do this for me? Endeavor's gaze softened, though his tone remained steady. Because you didn't choose this path out of malice. You chose it because you were desperate to survive. And I don't blame you for that. If I'd listened to your father instead of dismissing him, maybe things would have been different. Maybe you wouldn't have ended up here. But now, I have a chance to make up for that mistake, not just with words, but with action. The villain leaned back in his chair, his cuffs rattling against the table as he studied Endeavor with wary eyes. You really think you can make up for all the damage you've done? You think giving me a house and a job makes up for ruining my family? No. Endeavor admitted, his voice low. I can't erase the past. I can't bring your parents back, or give you back the life you should have had. But I can make sure you don't have to fight to survive anymore. I can make sure you have a chance to live, not just exist, but truly live. And that's what I'm going to do. The villain stared at him, his expression unreadable. For a moment, the anger and bitterness in his eyes flickered with something else, something closer to uncertainty. But it was gone in a moment. The villain's hands curled into fists, his expression twisting into a sneer. No, I don't want your help. You're just doing this because you feel guilty. This is all about you trying to make yourself feel better. Well, I don't need your pity. Endeavor sat back slightly, his piercing gaze unwavering as he clasped his hands on the table. You're wrong. He said simply, his deep voice calm but firm. Oh, I'm wrong. The villain snapped, his tone dripping with bitterness. You're telling me this isn't about your guilty conscience eating away at you? That you're not just trying to wipe the slate clean so you can sleep better at night? It's not. Endeavor replied evenly. I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do. The villain laughed bitterly, shaking his head. The right thing? Since when do you care about that? All you've ever cared about is results, climbing higher, burning brighter, beating All Might. You don't give a damn about the people you step on to get there. Endeavor's jaw tightened, but he didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, his voice steady and measured. You're right about one thing. I didn't care about the people I stepped on. Not back then. I was so focused on surpassing All Might, on proving myself, that I didn't stop to think about the consequences. And because of that, a lot of people suffered, including our families. The villain blinked, caught off guard by the admission. I spent years convincing myself that my methods were justified. Endeavor continued, his gaze distant as he reflected. That my determination, my strength, my results, were all that mattered. But I was wrong. I hurt people who didn't deserve it. I hurt my family. I pushed people away. I ruined lives. And for what? A title? A place at the top? All to reach someone who is unreachable. He shook his head, his voice tinged with bitterness. It's not worth it. I see it now. The villain shifted uncomfortably, his sneer fading. That's why I'm doing this. Endeavor said, his voice softening. Not because I'm trying to ease my conscience, but because I've seen the damage my old ways caused. I've seen what happens when people in power act without care, without compassion. And I don't want to be that person anymore. The villain stared at him, his expression unreadable. Really expect me to believe that? I don't expect you to believe anything. Endeavor admitted, his tone gentle but resolute. But I've learned something important recently, something I should have learned a long time ago. Leading with strength and fear only breeds more strength and fear. But leading with acceptance and care, it can make real changes possible. The villain frowned, his gaze dropping to the table as he processed Endeavor's words. I know the world isn't going to change overnight. Endeavor continued. But if the people in power, people like me, start treating the unfortunate ones with the same respect and care they'd want for themselves, then maybe, just maybe, we can make things better for everyone. One step at a time. That's what makes a symbol. The symbol I aspire to be. He paused, his lips quirking into a faint, bittersweet smile. I've spent my whole life chasing power, thinking it was the only way to make a difference. But power without compassion is meaningless. If I can use the power I have now to lift others up instead of tearing them down, then that's what I'll do. No matter how long it takes. The villain's hands relaxed slightly. his fingers uncurling from the fists they'd formed. His eyes flicked up to meet Endeavor's, and for the first time, there was no malice in his gaze, only confusion and something faintly resembling curiosity. "You really believe that?" the villain asked, his voice quieter now. "I do," Endeavor said simply. The villain shook his head, letting out a shaky breath. "You're a piece of work, you know that? Well, if you're serious about all this, maybe it's worth a shot." Endeavor nodded, his expression softening. "That's all I can ask. The rest is up to you, Tenjin." The villain sighs. "Right, well, I guess I should start by telling you how my quirk works." Endeavor nods. The duo start to talk about the incident that had occurred at the hideout and how the villain's quirk works. The tension that had hung in the air earlier now replaced with a quiet, tentative sense of understanding. For Endeavor, it wasn't about proving anything or seeking forgiveness, it was about taking the first step toward the future he wanted to create. And for the villain, it was the first time in a long time that someone had offered him more than condemnation. Chapter 6. New Feelings. The morning light filtered through the curtains of Izuku's dorm room, casting soft rays over his messy bed. For a moment, there was peace, until Izuku's green eyes blinked open. His gaze lazily focused on the ceiling, the faint haze of sleep still clouding his mind. Something felt. He shifted slightly, and that's when he noticed it. A warmth pressed against him, a weight pinning him down. Slowly, his eyes trailed down to see a mess of orange hair spilling over his chest. His heart skipped, just a little, as his sleepy mind processed the scene. Itsuka Kendo was draped across him like a blanket, her cheek resting against his shoulder. "Huh," he murmured to himself, his tone calm, yet a strange unease flickered in his body language. His breathing hitched for the briefest moment, and his arms, usually so stiff and controlled since losing his emotions, twitched as though they didn't know where to go. Itsuka stirred, a soft groan escaping her lips as her eyelids fluttered open. For a second, she seemed to enjoy the cozy warmth beneath her, but then her brain caught up. Her head shot up, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she realized the position they were in. What the dash?" she blurted, scrambling to push herself off of him. Her knee caught in the blanket, and she nearly toppled over, her hands landing on either side of his head to steady herself. "Izuku, why didn't you say anything? Were you just gonna let me stay like that?" Izuku blinked up at her, his expression calm, though the tips of his ears burned faintly red. "You seemed comfortable. I didn't see a reason to wake you." His voice was flat, but the slight tightening of his lips betrayed an awkwardness he couldn't suppress. Itsuka groaned, dropping her forehead to his shoulder for a moment. "This is so embarrassing." Izuku tilted his head slightly, his detached tone making the next words even more blunt. "It's not like it's the first time you've been physically close to me." Her head snapped up, eyes wide with shock and indignation. "Don't say it like that. You make it sound weird." He blinked at her, unbothered. "It's true though. Remember the kisses you gave me at the end of our dates? That's different." She protested, her face practically glowing. "This isn't a date." "Fair point," he said, shrugging. He moved to sit up, but her hands still braced on his chest made her wobble again, and she nearly fell back onto him. His hands instinctively reached out to steady her, lightly gripping her waist. The moment he realized what he was doing, his hands froze. His body felt strange. Normally, he would brush off something like this, but now his palms felt clammy, and his chest felt tight. He didn't let go immediately, though he did glance down at his own hands with a puzzled look. Itsuka, meanwhile, was acutely aware of his hands on her waist. She cleared her throat, pushing herself upright and awkwardly patting his shoulder. "Okay, let's just pretend this never happened." "Sure," he said, his tone still nonchalant. Yet, as he stood and turned his back to her to grab some clothes, his fingers twitched again. Shortly after getting properly dressed, the sound of their footsteps echoed softly through the modest apartment as Izuku and Itsuka made their way to the door. Inko stood by the kitchen counter, her hands busy tidying up but her eyes fixed on her son and his companion. "Heading out already?" she asked, her tone gentle but tinged with concern. "Yeah." Itsuka said with a cheerful smile, stepping forward. I'll make sure he doesn't slingshot himself across the city this time, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko pressed a hand to her chest, sighing in relief. Thank you, Itsuka. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you keeping an eye on him. She looked at Izuku, her motherly instincts kicking in. And Izuku, no more reckless stunts, alright? My heart can't handle it. Izuku blinked, his tone as calm and flat as ever. I calculated the risks. There was minimal danger. Inko groaned, rubbing her temples. That's not the point. Itsuka gave Inko an exaggerated thumbs up. Don't worry, Mrs. Midoriya. I've got this. Then she leaned closer, dropping her voice to a mock whisper. I'll keep him on a short leash. Izuku raised an eyebrow, glancing between the two women. I don't think a leash is necessary. Inko chuckled despite herself, shaking her head. Just stay safe, you two. And Itsuka. She paused, her tone softening. Thank you for spending time with him. It means a lot. Itsuka's smile faltered for a moment, replaced by something more genuine. Of course, it's no trouble at all. With that, the pair said their goodbyes and stepped out into the morning sunlight, the door clicking shut behind them. As they walked down the street, Izuku's strides were steady and purposeful, his expression unreadable as always. But to Itsuka, something felt different. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her sharp gaze catching the subtle shifts in his posture. His shoulders were slightly hunched, his hands jammed into his pockets, and his gaze darted around more than usual. It was faint, but unmistakable. His body language was slipping back into its old, nervous patterns. A grin spread across her face. Well, she said, sidling closer to him. Look at you. You're fidgeting. I'm not. Izuku replied flatly, though his fingers twitched against the fabric of his pocket. You so are. She teased, bumping her shoulder against his. Your body's giving you away, Izuku. He glanced at her, his calm expression betraying no emotion. My body seems to be acting independently of my thoughts. Aha, she said, her grin widening. Sure. Let's test that theory, shall we? Before he could respond, she stepped closer, her hip brushing against his. She gave him a playful nudge, her tone light and teasing. Whoops. Did I bump you? Izuku's steps faltered slightly, his shoulders tensing. I think that was deliberate. Maybe it was, she said with a smirk, leaning in just enough to invade his personal space. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing, he replied, his voice steady. It doesn't bother me. Oh, doesn't bother you, huh? She said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Without warning, she reached over and brushed her fingers lightly against the back of his hand, letting them linger for just a moment before pulling away. Izuku's breath hitched, a barely perceptible reaction, but one that didn't escape her notice. She stifled a laugh, moving in front of him and walking backwards so she could watch his face. You're so bad at hiding it, you know that? Hiding what? He asked, his tone as monotone as ever. Your nerves, she said, poking him lightly in the chest. Your body's screaming, help, I'm embarrassed, even if your voice says otherwise. Izuku blinked, his gaze dropping to where she'd poked him. I don't feel embarrassed. Suyer, you don't, she said, sidestepping back to his side. This time, she slipped her arm around his, holding it snugly against her side as they walked. Izuku stiffened, his fingers twitching against his thigh. Why are you holding my arm? Because I can, she replied cheekily. Because I want some payback for all the shit I've gone through in the past few days. And because it's funny watching you try to act all cool when your body's totally betraying you. It's not betraying me, he said, though the faint pink tinge at the tips of his ears said otherwise. She grinned triumphantly, leaning her head against his shoulder for a moment. You're adorable like this, you know that? I don't think adorable is an accurate description, he said, his voice flat. You'd be wrong, she said with a wink, pulling away just enough to bump her hip against his again. Izuku's steps faltered once more, and this time, he let out a soft sigh. Are you going to keep this up all day? Maybe, she said, laughing. Unless you admit that I'm getting to you. You're not. He replied, his tone unwavering. But the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides, the way his gaze avoided hers, and the faint flush creeping up his neck told a very different story. They continued walking, Itsuka's laughter ringing through the air as she teased him relentlessly. Despite his detached tone and calm words, Izuku's body betrayed him at every turn, and Itsuka delighted in every small crack in his stoic facade. By the time they reached the corner cafe, Izuku was noticeably tenser, his shoulders hunched and his hands shoved deeper into his pockets. "Relax, Izuku," Itsuka said, nudging him lightly. "I'm just messing with you. It's cute seeing you squirm a little." He sighed again, his tone still calm but with a faint hint of resignation. "I'm not squirming." "Sure you're not," she said with a grin. "I'm really not. I just don't know if it's wearing off or what," he said, his voice as even as ever. Itsuka tilted her head, glancing at him curiously. "If what's wearing off?" "The villain's quirk," he clarified, his green eyes focused ahead. "This emotional detachment. I don't know if it's starting to fade. Or if I want it to." That caught her off guard. She slowed her pace slightly, her expression shifting to something more serious. "If you want it to? What do you mean?" Izuku didn't look at her as he continued walking, his hands still in his pockets. "In this state, I've been able to do things I couldn't before. Say things I never would have said." He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. "I've been honest, brutally honest, with people. And because of that, I got to spend more time with you." Itsuka blinked, her cheeks flushing faintly. "With me?" "Yes," he said simply, glancing at her for the briefest moment. "Before this, I wouldn't have had the courage to talk to you the way I do now. Or ask you to go on a date. Or admit how much I enjoy your company." Her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly masked it with a light laugh. "You make it sound like I'm scary or something." "You're not scary," he replied calmly. "You're just intimidating in a way I can't explain." That stopped her in her tracks. "Intimidating? Me?" He nodded, still walking but slowing down when he realized she'd paused. "You're confident, strong, and decisive. When I was my usual self, I admired that about you, but it also made me feel small in comparison. Like I couldn't measure up even in my wildest dreams." Itsuka frowned, jogging slightly to catch up with him. "That's ridiculous, Izuku. You're amazing, quirk or no quirk. You shouldn't feel like that." "Maybe you're right," he said with a small shrug. "But I did anyways. And I don't know how to go back to that nervous version of myself after all that's happened in the past few days." They reached a quiet corner of the street, the noise of the city fading into the background. Itsuka stepped in front of him, forcing him to stop and meet her gaze. "What do you mean?" she asked gently. Izuku hesitated for a moment, his green eyes searching hers. "I've said things to people, blunt truths I've kept bottled up for the longest time. I told them exactly how I felt without holding back. And now I don't know how they'll act toward me if I go back to the way I was." She tilted her head, her expression softening. "You mean Bakugo?" His lips twitched slightly. "Him. And others. Uraraka, Aizawa-sensei, All Might, Endeavor, my mom. I've laid everything bare, and it's freeing. But it's also terrifying to think about going back to being the person who can't do that anymore." Itsuka crossed her arms, studying him carefully. "And that's why you're not sure if you want the quirk's effects to wear off?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Exactly. It's not just about being honest. It's about not feeling scared of what people think of me. This version of me doesn't hesitate. I don't second-guess myself. And a part of me likes that." "But," she prompted, sensing there was more. "But," he continued, his voice softening slightly, "I've also hurt people. With the things I've said. I know that. And even if I can't feel guilt or regret right now, I know they'll catch up with me when I'm back to normal. If I ever go back to normal." Itsuka's gaze softened, her teasing demeanor replaced by quiet understanding. She reached out, placing a hand on his arm. "Izuku, it's okay to feel conflicted about this. It's a lot to deal with." He glanced at her hand on his arm, then back at her face. I also don't want my normal self to drive you away. He said suddenly, his tone still calm but the words weighted. I don't think I'd be able to handle it. That took her breath away. For a moment, she just stared at him, her heart pounding in her chest. Izuku, she said softly, her voice wavering slightly. That's not going to happen. You don't know that. He replied, tilting his head slightly. When I'm normal, I'm nervous, awkward, and I overthink everything. You probably wouldn't find me as tolerable or interesting as you do now. Izuku, she began, her voice steady but warm. You really don't need to worry about any of this. He blinked, turning to face her. About what? About driving people away, she said, her grip on his arm firm but gentle. Especially the people who care about you. Your classmates, your mom. None of us are going anywhere just because you said some blunt truths. His gaze dropped to her hand on his arm, and his brow furrowed slightly. You can't know that for sure. I can and I do, she said confidently, taking a step closer. You know why? Because the people who care about you know you. They know you're kind, thoughtful, and sometimes a little too hard on yourself. And they probably know that a lot of what you said came from frustrations you've always been too shy to voice. Izuku tilted his head, his lips parting slightly. Even if that's true, they could still feel hurt by what I said. True, Itsuka admitted, her tone softening. But you know what that means? At most, you're probably looking at a slight lecture or a conversation. No one's going to abandon you over this, Izuku. They care about you too much for that. He stayed silent, his green eyes searching hers as though trying to gauge the truth of her words. And besides, she continued, her voice growing lighter, if anyone's got a problem, I'll take care of it. I'll give them one of my famous kendo pep talks. She flexed her free arm with a playful grin, adding, or a headlock if necessary. Izuku blinked, his lips twitching faintly. I don't think violence will be necessary. Good, she said with a chuckle, releasing his arm and folding her hands behind her back as she rocked on her heels. But seriously, Izuku, you don't need to stress about this. People aren't as fragile as you think, especially not the people who love you. He looked at her, his expression still unreadable, but his body language betrayed a faint tension, a tension that began to ease as her words sank in. And as for me? Itsuka added, her grin softening into something more sincere. I'm definitely not going anywhere. His head tilted slightly, his curiosity evident. Why not? Because, silly, she said, stepping closer and meeting his gaze. This experience has shown me a side of you I didn't know existed. And I realized something. You hide a lot of yourself behind your shyness and self-doubt. And underneath all that, you're more amazing than you give yourself credit for, Izuku. His breath hitched, his hands tightening slightly in his pockets. I don't know if I'd call it amazing. Well, I do, she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. And I think with a little help, you could show that side of yourself more often. Izuku blinked at her, his gaze steady but his posture subtly shifting, his shoulders straightened just a bit, and his chin tilted slightly upward. And that's why. Itsuka continued, her voice soft but filled with conviction. I'm going to be alongside you moving forward, to help you come out of that shell of yours. Because I think the world deserves to see the real Izuku Midoriya, the one who's confident, brave, and kind. And because. She hesitated, her cheeks tinging pink, but she pressed on. Because I like you, Izuku. I like you just the way you are, nervousness and all. He blinked again, his lips parting as though to speak, but no words came out. Itsuka laughed softly, stepping back slightly to give him space. You probably don't believe me, huh? But I'm serious about this. I like you. And I want to spend more time with the normal you, the you that stammers and overthinks and tries way too hard to make everyone happy. That's the Izuku Midoriya I've come to care about. The Izuku Midoriya I want to see again. For the first time, Izuku's body seemed to fully betray him. His hands left his pockets, fidgeting awkwardly at his sides. His gaze dropped, then lifted, then dropped again. His cheeks flushed faintly, and his fingers twitched like they didn't know what to do. He felt it again. That strange feeling in his chest. That makes 3. Thank you, he said finally, his voice quieter than usual. Itsuka smiled warmly, crossing her arms and leaning slightly toward him. For what? For saying all that, he replied, glancing at her briefly before looking away again. Even if I don't fully understand why you feel that way, I appreciate it. Well, get used to it, dummy, she teased, giving his arm a playful nudge. You're stuck with me now. Perfect, he said softly. Itsuka's heart skipped a beat at the word, but she quickly masked it with her usual playful grin. All right, enough mushy stuff. Let's keep walking before I start crying or something. Izuku nodded, his posture more relaxed than it had been all morning. They resumed their stroll, the city's noise filling the silence between them. But this time, it wasn't uncomfortable or awkward. It was the kind of silence that spoke volumes. The rest of the day passed with a mix of awkwardness and humor as Izuku continued to wrestle with his body's betrayals in yet another date with her. Itsuka, for her part, seemed to enjoy teasing him at every opportunity, her laughter lightening the mood. The teacher's lounge was quiet, save for the faint hum of the coffee machine in the corner. Izawa, seated at a desk with papers scattered in front of him, leaned back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. The silence was broken as the door creaked open, and All Might stepped in, his usual larger-than-life presence somewhat subdued in his skeletal form. All Might, Izawa called out without looking up, his voice flat but carrying a weight of irritation. You've got a minute? Of course, Izawa. All Might replied, closing the door behind him. What's on your mind? Izawa straightened and turned his sharp gaze toward All Might. Do you know where Midoriya is? He's been skipping a lot of classes lately. All Might frowned, his brows knitting together. I'm afraid I don't. I spoke with him recently, but judging by the way he's acting, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't care much for classes at the moment. Izawa's eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth tightening. That's becoming painfully obvious. He's not just skipping classes, he's distancing himself from everyone. I've tried to confront him about it, but I'm not sure he even cares what I have to say. All Might sighed deeply, pulling out a chair across from Izawa and sitting down. Have you talked with him directly? I mean really talked. Izawa leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. Tried. He talked back. All Might tilted his head, intrigued. How so? He spoke in front of the whole class, no less. Izawa said, his tone tinged with irritation. He told me, very bluntly mind you, that my teaching methods push students to their breaking point. That I'm so obsessed with preparing them for the harshness of the hero world that I forget they're still kids. All Might's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Izawa continued, his voice dropping to a softer, more reflective tone. He accused me of being distant, of teaching them to survive but not thrive. He said that I'm trying to turn them into soldiers for my own war against the world. All Might let out a slow breath, resting his chin on his hand. That's quite the observation. It's not the observation that bothers me, Izawa admitted, his gaze fixed on the papers in front of him as if they held answers. It's that he wasn't wrong. I've always known I'm not the most nurturing teacher. But hearing it said so plainly, in front of the entire class, it hit harder than I expected. All Might leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. You're not alone in that, Izawa. When I spoke with him, he was just as blunt with me. He said I've placed too many expectations on him. He called me out for putting my own insecurities on his shoulders. Izawa raised an eyebrow. And how did you take that? All Might chuckled dryly, though there was no humor in it. Honestly? Not well at first. I've spent so long trying to guide him that I didn't realize I was projecting my own fears onto him. He wasn't wrong either. But hearing it, it stung. The two sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their conversation settling between them. Do you think he's lashing out because of the quirk that hit him? Izawa asked finally. All Might nodded slowly. Most likely. He's always been thoughtful, careful with his words, especially around people he respects. This sudden bluntness. It's not like him at all. But I also think there's truth in what he's saying. Maybe this unfiltered honesty is revealing things he's been holding back for a long time. Aizawa grunted in agreement, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the papers on his desk. Even so, I can't just let it slide. He's still a student and skipping class because he doesn't feel like it isn't acceptable. Agreed. All Might said, his tone firm but understanding. But perhaps this is an opportunity for us, too, to reflect on what we're asking of him and of all our students. Young Midoriya's words, as harsh as they may seem, are a mirror. And if someone like him, who idolizes heroes, can see these cracks, then maybe we need to address them. Aizawa let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. You might be right, but it doesn't make it any easier to hear. All Might smiled faintly. No, it doesn't. But growth rarely comes easy, does it? The room fell silent again, both men lost in their thoughts. All Might rose from his chair and walked to the coffee machine in the corner of the room, his gaze fixated on the floor. Aizawa remained at his desk, staring at the scattered papers in front of him. His mind, however, was elsewhere, still replaying the conversation they just had. Izuku's words echoed in his head, sharper than he cared to admit. Growth rarely comes easy, huh? All Might rejoined Aizawa at the desk a few moments later, 2 steaming cups of coffee in his hands. He set one down in front of Aizawa before taking the chair opposite him again. Figured we both might need this to talk about this some more, he said, his voice softer now. Aizawa took the cup with a slight nod. Thanks. For a moment, they sat in silence, sipping their coffee. You know, All Might began, breaking the quiet. He wasn't entirely wrong. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but didn't respond immediately. All those things he said about us wanting our students to be like us. He hit the mark, didn't he? All Might continued, his tone contemplative. I've spent so much time trying to shape them into perfect heroes that I never stop to ask myself if that's what they want, or if it's even fair to ask of them. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. I've been thinking the same thing ever since I talked with Midoriya. I look at my students and I wonder, how many of them are bending under the weight of what I expect them to be? How many are trying to fit into a mold I've created because I think it's what's best for them? All Might set his cup down, folding his hands together. We both came into teaching with our own scars, our own ideas of what it means to survive in this world. And we've imposed those ideas on them without considering that their paths might need to be different from ours. Aizawa scoffed softly, though there was no humor in it. You and I aren't so different in that regard. I teach them to be practical, to prepare for a world that doesn't care about their dreams. I push them to their limits because I think it's the only way they'll survive. But Midoriya is right. Sometimes I do forget that they're still kids, that they're still figuring out who they are and their place in the world. All Might nodded, his expression somber. And I've done the opposite. I've put them on pedestals, burdened them with the responsibility of carrying on my legacy. I've tried to make each of them into heroes who can stand where I once did, without considering the weight of that expectation. For all my encouragement, I may have been holding them back more than I've been helping them grow. Aizawa looked at All Might, his gaze sharp but not unkind. You're right. Midoriya isn't the only one. I look at Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Yaoyorozu, even troublesome students like Mineta. They're all trying to live up to something we've unintentionally imposed on them. And I wonder, how much of their potential have we stifled because we've been so focused on shaping them into what we think they should be? All Might rubbed his chin thoughtfully. When I think about the students, I see so much promise, so much potential. But you're right. I've been so caught up in young Midoriya's journey specifically that I haven't paid enough attention to the rest of them. How many of them are struggling under the weight of expectations they didn't ask for? Aizawa nodded, his gaze thoughtful. They're a remarkable group. Each one of them has something unique to offer, not just as heroes, but as individuals. All Might leaned back, his expression contemplative. You're right. Young Uraraka's kindness and determination, young Todoroki's balance of strength and intellect, young Bakugo's relentless drive. They're all extraordinary in their own ways. But instead of nurturing that, I've been trying to shape them into something else, something that fits my own vision of heroism. Aizawa smirked faintly. You're not alone in that. I've been so focused on pushing them to survive in a harsh world that I've forgotten to let them shine on their own. They're not just students, they're the future generation of heroes of this country. And the future generation doesn't need clones of us, it needs something better. All Might nodded, his gaze steady. Exactly. They're already proving that they're capable of great things. Remember how young Yayarosa devised that brilliant plan against you during the final exams? Or how young Uraraka surprised everyone at the sports festival after nearly defeating young Bakugo? Or how young Kirishima was put under care at the hospital after stepping up at the Shai Hasaikai raid? They've shown time and time again that they can think for themselves, make their own decisions. And yet, we keep trying to guide them down paths we've already walked. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. And in doing so, we're holding them back. We're so caught up in our own fears and experiences that we forget these kids have the potential to change the world in ways we might not expect. All Might's eyes softened, a small smile forming on his lips. When you put it like that, it's humbling, isn't it? To think that we're not just teaching the next generation of heroes, but shaping the people who might entirely redefine the meaning of the word hero in the future. Aizawa leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. If we want them to reach that potential, we need to change. I need to change. I can't keep being so rigid and strict, pushing them to their limits without considering their well-being. I need to trust them more, let them make mistakes and learn from them on their own terms. All Might nodded in agreement. And I need to stop putting so much weight on their shoulders. They're not here to carry my legacy. They're here to create their own. My job is to encourage them, not dictate their paths. Aizawa smirked slightly. Who would have thought we'd end up reflecting on this because of one reckless student's blunt honesty? That kid really is a problem child. All Might chuckled, his voice warm. He is. But it's not just him. They all have something special, something worth nurturing. And if we're going to help them become the heroes they're meant to be, we need to do better. We owe them that much. Aizawa held out his hand across the table, his expression serious but resolute. Then let's make a pact. From this point forward, we do everything in our power to encourage them to find their own paths. No more trying to make them like us. All Might looked at Aizawa's hand for a moment before grasping it firmly, his smile widening. Agreed. We'll be the mentors they need, not the ones we think they should have. They shook hands, the weight of their shared resolution filling the room. As they released their grip, Aizawa leaned back in his chair, his usual stoic demeanor softening slightly. It's going to be a challenge. Old habits die hard. All Might laughed, his voice filled with a rare sense of ease. True. But if there's one thing I've learned from these kids, it's that they're worth the effort. Aizawa nodded, his gaze distant but determined. They are. And who knows? Maybe, just maybe we'll learn a thing or two along the way. All Might grinned, raising his coffee cup in a mock toast. To the future, and to being the mentors they deserve. Aizawa smirked, lifting his own cup in response. To the future. The clink of their cups echoed softly in the lounge, a quiet reminder of the promise they'd made. A promise not just to their students, but to themselves. The moon hung high in the night sky, its silvery glow casting soft light over the Class 1A dormitory. The streetlights illuminated the path as Izuku and Itsuka approached the building after their long day. The air was cool and quiet, a peaceful contrast to the bustling city they'd just left behind. As they neared the dorm's entrance, Izuku noticed a figure sitting on the steps. His green eyes squinted slightly in the dim light before recognition dawned. Uraraka? He murmured, his calm tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Uraraka's head snapped up at the sound of his voice. Her cheeks were flushed, her arms wrapped around her knees as she sat on the cold stone steps. Itsuka stopped a few steps behind Izuku, her sharp eyes flicking between the two. She gave Izuku's arm a light squeeze before leaning closer. I'll give you two some space, she said softly, stepping back into the shadows. Izuku nodded and continued forward, stopping a few feet from Uraraka. She looked up at him, her big brown eyes shimmering with a mixture of resolve and sadness. "Hey, Deku," she said quietly, offering a faint, nervous smile. "Hey," he replied, his tone calm but even. He tilted his head slightly. "What are you doing out here? It's late." She chuckled softly, looking down at her knees. "Yeah, I know. I was just waiting for you to get back." "Really?" he asked, his voice steady but his body language betraying faint curiosity. She nodded, taking a deep breath before meeting his gaze again. "Can we talk? I mean, just us?" Izuku glanced back at Itsuka, who gave him a reassuring nod from her spot. Turning back to Uraraka, nodded. "Sure. What's on your mind?" Uraraka bit her lip, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her jacket as she shifted nervously. I wanted to set things straight. About what happened the other day, when you asked me out." Izuku blinked, his expression calm but his posture subtly stiffening. "All right." She hesitated for a moment, gathering her thoughts, before finally speaking. "Deku, when you asked me out, I didn't know how to respond. It just came out of nowhere, you know? I wasn't expecting it and I panicked." He tilted his head slightly, his green eyes steady on hers. "Why did you panic?" She let out a shaky laugh, looking away. "Because I didn't know how I felt. Or at least, I didn't want to admit how I felt. And when you asked me, it was like all those feelings came rushing at me at once, and I just froze. I couldn't give you an answer because I didn't even know what the answer was." Izuku nodded slowly, his tone calm but thoughtful. "I see. And after that," she continued, her voice trembling slightly, "I kept thinking about it. About you. About us. And I realized. I was scared. Scared of what admitting my feelings would mean. Scared of what might happen if it didn't work out. Scared of ruining what we already had." He remained silent, his calm demeanor encouraging her to keep going. "I didn't handle it well," she admitted, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "And I feel guilty for that. I should have been honest with you, Deku. I should have told you how I felt instead of letting my nerves get the better of me. But I didn't, and now." She trailed off, her gaze dropping to the ground as she wiped at her eyes with the sleeve of her jacket. "Now," she continued after a moment, her voice steadier. "I know how I feel. I know that I like you, Deku. I like you a lot. But it's too late, isn't it?" Izuku's calm green eyes blinked at her, his expression unreadable. "Too late." She gave him a bittersweet smile, her voice soft. "You're dating Kendo now. And she's amazing. She's strong, confident, and brave. She's everything I'm not. And I can see how much she cares about you. I don't want to get in the way of that. I don't want to be the reason things get complicated for you too." Izuku tilted his head slightly, considering her words. "I see. She said, her voice trembling again. "I needed to tell you how I feel. Even if it doesn't change anything. I wanted you to know that. I care about you, Det. And I'm happy for you. Really. I'll cheer you on, no matter what." Her voice cracked on the last words, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, trying to stifle a quiet sob. For a moment, Izuku didn't respond. He simply looked at her, his expression calm but his body language subtly shifting, his hands twitching slightly at his sides, his weight shifting from one foot to the other. Finally he spoke, his voice quiet but steady. I didn't know what to make of my feelings toward you before this, Uraraka." He admitted, his green eyes flickering with faint hesitation. "Before the incident with the quirk that left me like this, I never really allowed myself to think about it. Or if I did, I buried it." Uraraka blinked, her head tilting slightly as she looked at him, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "You buried it?" He nodded slowly, his voice steady but tinged with a quiet vulnerability. "Yeah. I mean, you're amazing, Uraraka. You're kind, brave, determined. And when I thought about you, it just made me feel, well, like I wasn't enough to be someone you'd ever want to be with. I've felt that around many people, actually." Her lips parted, a faint gasp escaping before she shook her head quickly. "Deku, that's not true. He held up a hand, gently cutting her off. I know that now. Or at least, I think I do. But back then, it was easier to push those feelings aside. To tell myself I wasn't ready, or that I needed to focus on becoming a hero first. But the truth is, he hesitated, his hands twitching at his sides. I think I was just scared. Scared of ruining things between us. Scared of rejection. Scared of everything. Uraraka's heart ached at his words, her fingers tightening slightly around the hem of her jacket. And if it weren't for this quirk. Izuku continued, his voice growing quieter. Maybe I could have gone my entire life without ever taking a chance with you. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's the truth. She took a step closer, her big brown eyes shimmering as she looked up at him. Deku. You mean a lot to me, Uraraka. He said, his tone soft but steady. You always have. And even now, in this state, I know that much. But he hesitated again, his gaze dropping to the ground. I can't really trust myself right now. I think the quirk's effects are starting to wear off, and I don't know how I'll feel once everything is settled. I don't know if I'll go back to being too scared to tell you how I feel. I don't know if I'll be able to interact with you the same way I did before all this happened. Or if I'll be able to act on those feelings without holding back. Uraraka reached out, placing a gentle hand on his arm. Her touch was warm, grounding him even as his mind churned with uncertainty. It doesn't matter, Deku, she said softly, her voice filled with quiet conviction. He glanced at her, his green eyes searching hers. What do you mean? I mean, she said, her lips curving into a small, reassuring smile. I'll wait for you to figure things out. You don't have to rush, and you don't have to feel pressured. Just take your time and decide when you feel comfortable. His breath hitched slightly, the faintest flicker of emotion crossing his usually calm face. You do that? She nodded, her smile widening just a bit. Of course, you're worth waiting for, Death. And honestly, maybe this is a good thing for both of us. He tilted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his green eyes. How so? Because, she said, stepping back and crossing her arms loosely over her chest. This could be a chance for us to grow. As heroes, as people. Before we commit to anything. It's like you said, right? There's so much we're still figuring out about ourselves. And maybe by the time you're ready, we'll both be in an even better place. Besides, I think I'm finally ready to stop second-guessing myself and my feelings. Maybe I can grow a backbone in the meantime. Izuku considered her words for a long moment, his gaze thoughtful. Finally, he nodded, his voice quiet but steady. That makes sense. You're probably right. Wow. She teased gently, her smile turning playful. Did Deku just admit I was right? Mark this day on the calendar. He blinked at her, his lips twitching faintly. It happens sometimes. She laughed softly, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle the sound. All right, before I make this any more embarrassing for both of us, I should probably head inside. But before she moved, she stepped closer, her brown eyes meeting his green ones with a quiet intensity. Without saying a word, she leaned up and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek, lingering for just a moment before pulling away. She gave him one last smile before turning and walking into the dorms, the door clicking shut behind her. Izuku stood there for a moment, his hand absently touching the spot on his cheek where her lips had been. His mind felt calm, but his chest felt strange. Not unpleasant, but not quite familiar either. He felt it yet again. Another feeling inside his chest. All right, this is most definitely not a coincidence. This makes four. You okay there, Izuku? Itsuka's voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. He turned to find her with her arms crossed and her expression somewhere between amused and thoughtful. I'm fine, he said, his tone even. Why do you ask? Because, she said, pushing off the wall and walking toward him. You've been standing there like a statue for about a minute. Oh, he said, blinking. I was just thinking. Thinking, huh? She said, her eyes narrowing slightly. About a certain someone who just kissed you on the cheek? His calm expression didn't waver, but his fingers twitched slightly. It wasn't a big deal. Right, she said, her tone light but her eyes sharp. Well, for the record, I'm not mad or anything. Jealous? A little. But mostly, I'm glad you two work things out. He blinked at her, his head tilting slightly. You are. Yup, she said, smiling warmly. You've got a lot going on, Izuku. You don't need unresolved feelings weighing you down. And besides, she bumped her shoulder lightly against his, grinning. I know where I stand. He nodded slowly, his voice calm but thoughtful. Thank you. Anytime, she said, her grin widening. They walked to the dorms together, the night air cool and quiet around them. The dormitory door clicked shut behind Izuku and Itsuka, and they stepped into the dimly lit entryway. Laughter and quiet chatter drifted from the common room, a warm contrast to the cool night air they had just left behind. But as they moved further inside, the atmosphere shifted. The murmur of voices quieted, replaced by an expectant silence. Izuku and Itsuka paused at the threshold of the common room, where the entire Class 1A was gathered, their faces a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Kirishima nods. Midobro is here. You can start with whatever you wanted to say, Bakugo. At the center of the room, arms crossed and eyes sharp, stood Katsuki Bakugo. His usual scowl was present, but there was something different about it, a tension, a weight that hadn't been there before. Deku, Bakugo said, his gruff voice disrupting the silence even more. You got a minute? Izuku blinked, his calm green eyes meeting Bakugo's fiery red ones. I suppose so, he replied evenly. Itsuka glanced at Izuku, her expression curious, before stepping to the side and leaning casually against the wall. She folded her arms, her sharp eyes flicking between Bakugo and Izuku as she watched the scene unfold. Bakugo shifted his weight, his hands clenching into fists before relaxing at his sides. He took a deep breath, his gaze never leaving Izuku's. Listen up. He began, his voice steady but rough around the edges. I'm only gonna say this once, so don't interrupt me, alright? Izuku nodded, his expression unreadable. Bakugo looked around the room briefly, his gaze brushing over the other students. The rest of Class 1A sat silently, their eyes fixed on him with varying degrees of surprise, anticipation, and cautious optimism. Ever since we were kids. Bakugo started, his tone low but firm. I looked down on you because you were quirkless and I had a strong quirk, and yet I kept feeling like you were above me. Even when you didn't have a quirk, even when you were just some quirkless loser following me around, there was something about you that set me off. Several students exchanged glances. Bakugo continued, his voice growing heavier. I didn't understand it back then, but it was this feeling. Like no matter how strong I was, no matter how much better I thought I was, you were always above me. Like you were looking down at me, even though you weren't trying to. Izuku blinked, his calm gaze unwavering as he listened. I hated it. Bakugo admitted, his jaw tightening. I hated feeling like that. So I lashed out. I bullied you. I called you Deku, pushed you around, did everything I could to make you feel like you were nothing. Because I thought, if I could tear you down, maybe I'd stop feeling like I was the one who wasn't enough. The room was silent, the weight of Bakugo's words hanging in the air. But no matter what I did, Bakugo said, his voice cracking slightly. It didn't work. Nothing worked the way I wanted it to. You kept getting back up, kept looking at me with those demon eyes like you still believed in me, even when I didn't deserve it. Several students shifted uncomfortably. And then we got into UA. Bakugo continued, his fists clenching again. And I thought, this is it. I'll finally show him I'm better. But everything just became worse. I had to watch you grow stronger, watch you prove yourself over and over while I started to fall behind. His voice dropped, raw and unsteady. And every time I looked at you, I saw my weaknesses. My failures. And it set me off even more. Izuku remained silent, his calm expression unchanged, but his body language shifted subtly, his hands twitching slightly at his sides, his weight shifting just a bit. Bakugo took another deep breath, his gaze locking onto Izuku's. I've been a scummy friend for a long time. A loser, even. I tried to act like I was better than you, But all I was doing was running from the truth. And the truth is, you've always been better than me. Not because of your quirk, or your strength, or your fights. But because you've got something I don't. Something I've never had the guts to admit I didn't have. The room was so quiet that the faint hum of the refrigerator could be heard. And I don't expect this to change everything overnight. Bakugo said, his voice softening. Slightly. I don't expect you or anyone else to just forgive me for all the crap I've done. But I'm sorry, for everything. For the way I treated you, for the way I acted. I'm sorry. And I want to make it up to you. Bakugo finished, his tone resolute. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. I'm not saying it'll be easy, or that I'll get it right every time. But I'm done running from this. I'm done running from you. I'm ready to accept that I'm a loser with flaws like everyone else. He straightened his posture, his fiery red eyes boring into Izuku's calm green ones. That's all I had to say. With those words, Bakugo fell silent, his hands clenching at his sides as he waited for Izuku's response. For a long moment, Izuku didn't move. His calm green eyes studied Bakugo, and the faintest twitch of his brow suggested he was processing the weight of the apology. Then, a flicker of warmth stirred in his chest, unfamiliar yet comforting. His face tensed briefly as though trying to express something, but the fleeting emotion faded just as quickly as it had come. And there it is yet again. Is this the fifth one? He blinked, his usual blank expression settling back into place as he spoke. Didn't you hear what I said the other day? He said evenly, his monotone voice carrying across the room. Bakugo's eyes narrowed slightly, confusion flickering across his face. What do you mean? Izuku tilted his head slightly, his tone thoughtful but still detached. I'm starting to think none of you heard what I said the other day. In case you need a reminder, I said I don't think about the past anymore. Because ever since I entered UA, I've been lucky. I have amazing friends, awesome teachers, and even All Might is teaching us. Why would I hold on to the past when I've been given so much in the present? Bakugo's lips parted, but no words came out. His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides as he processed Izuku's response. I don't hold a grudge against you, Kachin. Izuku continued, his calm tone unwavering. I've learned a lot since we were kids, and one of those things is that holding on to anger or resentment doesn't help anyone. It just keeps you stuck in the past. I just want to keep moving forward, living and learning alongside all of you. The room was deathly silent, the weight of Izuku's words settling over everyone. Then Mina's voice broke the quiet. Well, she began, her tone hesitant but resolute. If Midori is willing to forgive and forget, I guess I can too. Jairu crossed her arms, her sharp eyes flicking between Bakugo and Izuku. Yes, same here. But I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take some time. Agreed. Mina said, nodding firmly. I mean, bullying someone for years isn't something you can just sweep under the rug, right? But Midori is the victim here, and if he's okay with it, then I can give it a shot. Jairu sighs. It's definitely gonna take some time, but still, it wasn't right of us to lash out at you like that the other day, Bakugo. It felt like we were projecting our frustrations onto you. Mina chuckles. Seems like we have some growing up to do too. Sorry for overreacting. That wasn't fair to you either. Bakugo glanced at Mina and Jairu, his expression unreadable before turning back to Izuku. Serious about this? He asked, his voice quieter than usual. Izuku nodded. I don't see a reason to stay angry. The past is the past. What matters is what we do moving forward. The rest of the class began murmuring in agreement, their expressions a mix of uncertainty and cautious optimism. Kaminari leaned back in his chair, scratching the back of his head. Man, Midoriya is being way more mature than I'd be in this situation. Right. Siro added with a half-smile. I mean, if I were in his shoes, I'd probably be way more dramatic about it. Leave it to Midobro to make us all look bad. Kirishima said with a sheepish chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. Momo stepped forward, her brows furrowed in thought. It's admirable, Izuku. Forgiving someone takes strength. I think it's something we can all learn from. Ida nods. Indeed. As a fellow classmate and friend, I'll admit that you're still better than me, Midoriya. Thank you for being an example to follow, even in your current state. Izuku looks at Ida with the same deadpanned expression. Better? I still find that hard to believe. Slowly, the rest of the class nodded in agreement. The tension in the room began to ease, replaced by a sense of cautious camaraderie. Bakugo, however, remained rooted in place, his fists clenching at his sides. He looked down, his jaw tightening. You're too damn nice for your own good, Deku. You know that? It's what I've been told. Izuku replied, his tone still calm. Bakugo let out a sharp exhale, his gaze flicking back up to meet Izuku's. I meant what I said, though. I'm gonna make it up to you. Somehow. You don't have to. Izuku said simply. But if it makes you feel better, then I won't stop you. Bakugo scoffed, shaking his head. DMN nerd. He muttered, though there was no malice in his voice. The room remained quiet for a moment longer before Mina clapped her hands together, breaking the tension. Alright, well, that was heavy. How about we all call it a night before I start crying or something? However, before anyone could leave, the sound of heavy boots echoed from outside the dorms. The door swung open, and the imposing figure of Endeavor stepped inside. His fiery presence was undeniable, the faint heat from his flames sending a ripple of silence through the room. Every head turned toward him, and the quiet hum of chatter ceased instantly. Izuku Midoriya. Endeavor said, his gruff voice cutting through the stillness like a blade. Step forward. Izuku blinked, his green eyes calm as they met the number one hero's intense gaze. He stepped forward without hesitation, his posture steady, while Itsuka instinctively followed a step behind him. Yes, Endeavor? Izuku asked, his monotone voice carrying across the room. Endeavor's sharp eyes flicked to Itsuka for a brief moment before returning to Izuku. The villain who used his quirk on you has finally decided to talk. The entire room seemed to hold its breath. Even those who had been halfway to the stairs froze in place, their curiosity getting the better of them. Endeavor crossed his arms, his fiery beard flickering softly. The villain initially refused to cooperate, but after some persuasion, he revealed the truth about his quirk and what it's done to you. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his expression unchanged. What did he say? Endeavor's eyes narrowed. He said he never intended for this to happen to you. That caused a ripple of confusion among the students, who exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Endeavor. He didn't mean to strip you of your emotions. Endeavor continued, his deep voice steady but intense. In fact, his quirk doesn't work that way. What he actually tried to do was destabilize our emotions back at their hideout, make them erratic and uncontrollable. His plan was to use our emotional turmoil to distract us, giving him an opening to escape with his companions. Todoroki looks down at the ground thoughtfully. Bakugo clenches his teeth. Be sturdy. Izuku's brows furrowed slightly, a faint flicker of reaction that went unnoticed by most but caught Itsuka's sharp gaze. So why didn't it work? Itsuka asked, stepping forward to stand beside Izuku. Endeavor glanced at her briefly before answering. When he tried to use his quirk on me, you jumped to shield us. He said, his gaze locking onto Izuku. But by doing so, you surprised him and disrupted his focus. His quirk misfired. Instead of destabilizing your emotions, it did the opposite, it heavily suppressed them. Suppressed them? Izuku repeated, his monotone voice steady but thoughtful. Endeavor nodded. According to the villain, his quirk didn't erase your emotions. It buried them. Deep down, you still feel everything, happiness, anger, fear, love, but the quirk suppressed your ability to access them. What was left for the most part is blind agreement and denial, the simplest forms of emotional response. A collective murmur spread through the room as the class absorbed Endeavor's explanation. That explains a lot. Momo said softly, her brows knit in concern. His calmness, his bluntness, it's like he's operating on autopilot. Jairu crossed her arms, frowning. But if his emotions are still there, buried, does that mean they'll come back? That depends. Endeavor said, his gaze still fixed on Izuku. The villain claims that the effects of his quirk can wear off naturally, but it takes time. Intense emotional triggers like moments of intense connection or stress could help speed up the process. Or, he hesitated, his fiery aura flickering slightly. Or what? Kaminari asked, leaning forward eagerly. Or they may never fully return. Endeavor finished, his tone heavy. It's impossible to know for certain. Every individual reacts differently to his quirk. The room fell silent again, the weight of his words pressing down on everyone. Izuku's calm voice broke the silence. I felt something, he said, tilting his head slightly. Strange feelings in my chest here and there, like a warmth or a tightness. I don't know how to describe it, but I've felt it about 4 or 5 times now. Endeavor's sharp gaze turned back to him, the flickering flames around his shoulders dimming slightly. Those must be signals. Signs that your emotions are starting to resurface. It might not seem like much, but it's definitely progress. The villain said this could happen, a gradual awakening, like sunlight breaking through a thick cloud. If you really have been experiencing them for about 4 or 5 times now, then you should wake up normal tomorrow. At those words, the class erupted into cheers, a collective wave of relief washing over them. Mina punched the air enthusiastically. That's awesome, Midori. You're coming back to us tomorrow. Yeah, man. Shiro added with a wide grin. We missed the old you. Even Momo, who had been reserved up until now, allowed a soft, hopeful smile to grace her lips. This is wonderful news, Izuku. Truly. Tomorrow can't come soon enough. But as the room buzzed with excitement, Izuku raised a hand, his calm voice cutting through the noise. Stop. The sudden bluntness of his tone silenced the class instantly. All eyes turned to him as he stood in the center of the room, his posture steady but his expression unreadable. Why are you all so happy about this? He asked, his voice even but firm. You're celebrating something that I'm not sure I even want. The class exchanged confused glances, their earlier excitement fading into concern. I don't know if I want to go back to the way I was. Izuku continued, his green eyes scanning the room. The nervous boy who stammers and second-guesses everything he says. The one who has to stay quiet to avoid making people uncomfortable. The one who always feels like he's walking on eggshells for the sake of everyone else. His words hung heavy in the air, the weight of his honesty pressing down on everyone in the room. I've said a lot of things since this happened to me. Izuku went on, his tone unwavering. Blunt things. Honest things. Things I never would have said before. And I don't know what to say to the people I've said those things to if I go back to normal. Do I apologize? Do I pretend like it never happened? What if they don't see me the same way anymore? Mina and Jairu exchanged uneasy looks, their earlier guilt about running down Bakugo surfacing once more. Momo's brow furrowed deeply, her fingers clasping nervously at her skirt. And what if I go back? Izuku continued, his voice growing quieter. And nothing changes? What if I'm still too scared to speak my mind? Too scared to take chances? Too scared to be the person I want to be? Itsuka, who had been standing silently beside him, reached out and gently placed a hand on his arm. Izuku, it's okay to feel this way. You don't have to have all the answers right now. But Izuku shook his head, his expression calm but resolute. He gently lifted her hand from his arm and placed it back at her side. No, Itsuka. This is just like I've been saying all day. Maybe it's better if my emotions don't come back at all. At least like this, I can think clearly. I can say what I need to say without worrying about how people will react. Maybe this is the version of me that's better for everyone. His monotone voice was steady, but the words carried a quiet intensity that left the room in stunned silence. Even Endeavor, who had been watching the exchange with his usual stoicism, furrowed his brow slightly, the faintest flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Izuku glanced around the room, his calm green eyes meeting the gazes of his classmates one by one. I know you all miss the old me, but maybe it's better if he doesn't come back. With those words, the room fell silent once more, the weight of Izuku's worries settling over everyone like a heavy fog. Then, Breaking the silence, Momo stepped forward. Her usually composed expression was tinged with a rare vulnerability, but her voice was firm. Izuku Midoriya. She began, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Your emotions are one of the many aspects of you that we all admire. They're part of what makes you. And for me, personally, they're one of the reasons I want to know you better. Izuku blinked, tilting his head slightly as he processed her words. You do. She nodded, her gaze unwavering. Yes. You're kind, thoughtful, and selfless to a fault. Those qualities shine because of your emotions, not in spite of them. And even now, when you're struggling with this condition, it's clear that the core of who you are hasn't changed. Her cheeks flushed faintly, but she didn't look away. I know it's not my place to tell you what to feel or how to handle this, but I hope you understand that your emotions aren't a weakness, Izuku. They're your strength. And they're one of the reasons we all look up to you. They're one of the reasons I want to spend more time with you. Izuku stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. His hands twitched slightly at his sides, the faintest flicker of something crossing his face before it settled back into calm neutrality. Before he could respond, Itsuka stepped beside Momo with her arms crossed. She's right, Izuku. You don't have to keep quiet or shut yourself down for our sake. We're your friends. And if anyone can handle your honesty, it's us. She grinned, nudging him lightly with her elbow. Besides, your blunt comments haven't exactly been all bad. I mean, look at what happened with Bakugo tonight. That kind of progress doesn't happen every day. Bakugo, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, scoffed but didn't deny her words. She's got a point, nerd. Izuku blinked, his calm green eyes flicking between Itsuka and Bakugo. I suppose that's true, he said quietly. More than just true. Endeavor interjected, his deep voice cutting through the conversation. He stepped forward, his fiery presence commanding the room. The only reason the villain finally talked is because of your bluntness, Midoriya. You made me realize the flaws in my own thinking, forced me to confront the truth about myself. That's not something just anyone can do. The class murmured in agreement, their earlier tension giving way to quiet encouragement. He's right, Kirishima said, stepping forward with a wide grin. You've got a way of getting through to people, man. Whether it's friends or rivals, you've got this thing about you that makes people want to be better. Todoroki nods with a small smile before looking at his left hand thoughtfully. That's what makes you special. Mina added, her voice light but earnest. You're not just strong, you're inspiring. And that doesn't come from being emotionless. That comes from being you. Zero nodded, crossing his arms. Yeah, dude. None of us want you to feel like you have to hold back around us. If you've got something to say, say it. We can take it. Absolutely. Jaira chimed in, her sharp gaze softening. You don't have to keep everything bottled up. We're your friends and we've got your back, dude. As the words of encouragement spread through the room, Izuku's green eyes scanned the faces of his classmates. Each one looked back at him with expressions of determination, support, and quiet affection. You're not alone, Izuku. Momo said softly, stepping closer. We're here for you no matter what. And we won't act differently toward you, even if you go back to being nervous and overthinking everything. Itsuka added with a teasing grin. Because that's the Izuku we all know and love. And if you want to be blunt, go for it. Kaminari said with a laugh. Honestly, it's kind of refreshing. The room filled with murmurs of agreement, the warm buzz of camaraderie chasing away the lingering tension. Izuku stood at the center of it all, his calm green eyes scanning the room as his classmates rallied around him. That strange warmth stirred in his chest again, much stronger this time, like an ember turning into a wildfire. For the first time since he got affected by the villain's quirk, a small, genuine smile appeared on his lips. Thanks, guys. As the warmth of the class's encouragement filled the room, Endeavor's gruff voice cut through the moment like a sharp gust of wind. Midoriya, he said, stepping forward with his usual commanding presence. The flames around his shoulders flickered softly, their heat a quiet reminder of his intensity. I hate to interrupt, but there's something important we need to discuss. The room fell silent once more, all eyes turning to the number one hero. Izuku's calm green eyes met Endeavor's, his tone steady as he replied. What is it? The villain who used his quirk on you. Endeavor began, crossing his arms. That is scheduled for a trial tomorrow. I'd like you to attend. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his expression calm but thoughtful. Why? Endeavor studied him for a moment, his sharp gaze unyielding. Because I made a promise to that villain, and I intend to keep it. But I need your help to do that. Izuku blinked, his tone as even as ever. A promise? To the person who did this to me? Yes. Endeavor replied firmly. And before you ask, it's not what you think. The class exchanged confused glances, their earlier camaraderie giving way to quiet curiosity. I've been doing some digging. Endeavor continued, his voice lowering slightly. Research into this villain and the gang he was part of. What I found out surprised me. What do you mean? Momo asked, her brows furrowing in concern. They're not the kind of villains we're used to dealing with. Endeavor said, his tone heavy. They're not power-hungry criminals or megalomaniacs trying to take over the world. They're a group of unfortunate individuals who fell to thievery and crime to survive. Desperation drove them to this life, not ambition. The room was silent, the weight of Endeavor's words settling over the students. Izuku's brow furrowed slightly, a rare flicker of reaction. So, they're victims of circumstance. In many ways, yes. Endeavor said, nodding. But that doesn't excuse their actions. They've still committed crimes, and they'll face the consequences. However, he paused, his fiery aura flickering as his tone softened. It's not as black and white as it seems. This particular villain wasn't trying to hurt you, Midoriya. His goal was to escape and regroup with his comrades, nothing more. And when his quirk misfired, it left you in this state. He knows what he did, and he's been cooperative ever since. That's why I made him a promise. The class leaned in, their curiosity growing. What promise? Izuku asked, his calm tone unwavering. Endeavor's gaze hardened, his voice steady and resolute. I promised him that I would listen from here on out. That I would hear more sides of the story. That I would atone for all the damage I caused him. And that I wouldn't turn a blind eye to the circumstances that led him and many others down this path. If there's a chance to stop someone else from falling into the same cycle of desperation and crime, I have to take it. That's what being a symbol of a better future means. Izuku's green eyes studied Endeavor carefully, his posture steady. And you want me to attend because? Because this isn't just about me. Endeavor said, his tone firm. It's about setting an example. For heroes, for villains, and for everyone in between. Small steps lead to big changes, Midoriya. And this is one of those steps. The room was quiet, each student processing the weight of Endeavor's words. And what about me? Izuku asked, his calm voice carrying a quiet intensity. What am I supposed to feel about him? I mean, for one, I'm grateful to him for letting me know what it's like to live without inhibitions, but I don't know if I can just look past what he did to me. That's for you to decide. Endeavor replied, his fiery gaze meeting Izuku's. But I'll tell you this. Every emotion you feel, gratitude, anger, confusion. It's all valid. You've been through something no one else can fully understand, and it's okay to not have all the answers right now. Izuku glanced down briefly, his hands twitching slightly at his sides. Endeavor took a step closer, his voice lowering slightly. I'm not the same man I used to be thanks to you, Midoriya. I was a brute, a hero focused only on results, with no regard for the people around me. But I'm trying to change. I want to be better. And this? Taking the time to understand someone's pain, to see the world through their eyes. It's part of that change. Todoroki raises an eyebrow, though he stays quiet. The flames around Endeavor's shoulders flickered softly as he continued, his voice resolute. I can't undo the mistakes I've made. But I can take responsibility for them. And I can promise you this, I'll do everything in my power to make sure that people like that villain, people who've fallen through the cracks, get the help they need. That's how we move toward a better future. The room was silent, the weight of Endeavor's words hanging in the air. Finally, Izuku looked up, his green eyes meeting Endeavor's fiery gaze. "All right," he said quietly, his tone calm but reluctant. "I'll go to the trial." Endeavor nodded, a faint flicker of approval crossing his stern features. "Good. Get some rest for now." With that, he turned and walked toward the door, the heat of his presence lingering even as he disappeared into the night. Izuku turns to the stairs with the same dull expression. However, before he could take the first step upstairs, he felt a strange, nagging feeling on his back, one that urged him to look back. Once he did, he saw the faces of their classmates. They didn't say a word, but in their smiles, he saw it. They were willing to support him and stand beside him through thick and thin. Momo smiles and waves softly. "See you tomorrow, Izuku." The corners of Izuku's mouth curve upwards in a small smile before turning around again, walking upstairs to get some rest. As soon as he does, Itsuka smiles mischievously and runs after him. Stay tuned for the last chapter coming in about 1 or 2 days. Ending. Izuku Midoriya kinda cares. The morning sun peeked through the curtains of Izuku's dorm, casting a soft, golden glow over the room. Izuku stirred beneath the covers, his green eyes fluttering open as the warmth of the sunlight coaxed him awake. He let out a soft groan, stretching one arm upward. And then it hit him. The events of the past few days came rushing back like a tidal wave, the villain's quirk, his detached attitude, the blunt truths he'd shared, and more. Cringe wasn't a strong enough word to describe what Izuku felt. His face turned a deep shade of red, and he buried it in his pillow with a muffled scream. "Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh God, no!" He sat up abruptly, clutching his head as his thoughts spiraled. What did I even say all this time? Did I really expose my history with Kachin to everyone? Did I really insult Aizawa-sensei in front of the whole class? Did I actually say all that stuff to Mayim? Oh my gosh. Did I actually ask Uraraka out on a date only to walk out as if nothing had happened? How am I supposed to face anyone after this? But amid the chaos of his spiraling thoughts, one person stood out. One name. One person. Itsuka. He murmured, his voice softening. She stayed by my side through all of it. She didn't care that I wasn't myself. She helped me, supported me, even put up with me. A faint smile tugged at his lips despite his embarrassment, his heart fluttering as memories of their time together played in his mind. I think I want to see where this goes." His cheeks flushed even redder as he said the words aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. "I think I want to try a relationship with Itsuka." The sound of a door creaking open snapped him out of his thoughts. "Is that so?" "Hell yeah," a familiar voice said, brimming with excitement and triumph as she struck a fist up. Izuku froze, his wide green eyes darting toward the source of the voice. Standing in the doorway to his bathroom, towel drying her fiery orange hair, was Itsuka Kendo. She was dressed casually in a loose t-shirt and shorts, her grin as wide as the morning sky. Itsuka?" Izuku stammered, his face practically glowing as he scrambled to sit up. What are you doing here?" She leaned casually against the doorframe, her grin never faltering. "Well, good morning to you too, Izuku. Nice to see you're back to normal. How did you dash? Why are you dash?" He gestured wildly between her and the room, his brain struggling to form coherent sentences. "I let myself in," she said nonchalantly, tossing the towel over her shoulder. "You didn't seem to mind the close contact we had last night, so I figured, why not?" Izuku's jaw dropped, and his mind raced as her words sunk in. "See close contact. Last night? What are you talking about?" "Oh, you know." Stepping closer. "I came here after you went to sleep. Didn't hear you complaining when I got on top of you." Izuku clutched his blanket like a lifeline, his face somehow turning an even deeper shade of red. That wasn't dash. And I didn't know how to. Why you can't just dash?" Itsuka laughed, the sound light and teasing as she tossed him a clean set of clothes from his dresser. "Relax, Izuku. I'm just messing with you." He caught the clothes clumsily, blinking at her in bewilderment. You're messing with me? Of course I am. It's adorable when you're flustered, she said, still grinning. But seriously, get dressed. We've got a trial to attend, and I'm coming with you. Izuku hesitated, clutching the clothes in his hands. Coming with me? Yup, she said, turning to head back toward the bathroom. Like I said yesterday, you're stuck with me now. And besides, she glanced over her shoulder, her grin softening into something warmer. If you're nervous about today, you don't have to go through it alone. I'll be right there with you. Izuku stared at her, his heart pounding in his chest. The warmth of her words, the sincerity in her gaze. It was almost enough to make him forget the embarrassment of the morning. Almost. Now, get to hustling. Itsuka called, disappearing back into the bathroom. We've got a big day ahead of us, and I'm not letting you be late. Izuku sighed, the faintest smile tugging at his lips as he clutched the clothes she had tossed to him. His cheeks were still burning, and his mind was still racing, but for the first time in days, he felt like himself again. Thanks, Itsuka. He murmured, more to himself than to her. Izuku and Itsuka descended the stairs together, the faint clinking of plates and the aroma of breakfast drifting up from the common room. The dorms were quiet this early in the morning, most of their classmates still fast asleep, but as they stepped into the kitchen area, they noticed that they weren't alone. Standing by the counter, pouring a cup of coffee, was Uraraka. Her brown eyes lit up the moment she saw them. Seated at the dining table with a book in hand was Momo, who also looked up, her elegant smile softening when her gaze landed on Izuku. Good morning, Deku. Uraraka chirped, her tone unusually chipper as she placed her coffee down and bounded over to him. You're up early. Did you sleep well? Uraraka. Izuku stammered, instinctively scratching the back of his neck as his cheeks flushed. Good morning. Yeah, I slept fine. You? Oh, you know. She said, leaning in closer than necessary, her big brown eyes locked on his. It was okay, but it could have been better. Maybe if I'd had someone to keep me company late at night. Izuku's brain short-circuited. What? Kate keep you company? I mean, I wouldn't know about that. Not that I'm saying I wouldn't, but wait, that's not what I meant. Uraraka giggled, her cheeks pink but her confidence unwavering. Relax, Deku, I'm just teasing you. She playfully patted his arm, her fingers lingering just a moment too long. Itsuka cleared her throat loudly, stepping forward with her hands on her hips. Morning, Uraraka. Don't mind us, we're just passing through. But before she could drag Izuku away, Momo closed her book and stood gracefully, her smile warm and inviting. Good morning, Izuku, she said, her voice calm but laced with genuine affection. Refreshed today. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thanks. Izuku replied, his blush deepening as he glanced between Uraraka and Momo. Good morning, Yaoyorozu. You know. Momo continued, stepping closer. I, for one, am particularly glad you're back to normal, Izuku. Seeing your changed attitude was quite off-putting, but it's comforting to know you're all right now. We wouldn't have you any other way. However, I imagine this must have been quite the experience for you. If you ever feel like talking about everything that's happened, I'd be more than happy to listen. I imagine it's been overwhelming, and you shouldn't have to carry that alone. Thank you, Izuku said, his voice barely above a whisper. That's really kind of you. It's no trouble, Momo replied, her smile softening further as she reached out and lightly adjusted the collar of his shirt. After all, it's what friends do. And perhaps we could be more than that someday. And more. Izuku's voice cracked as he stumbled back a step, his face now a deep shade of crimson. Uraraka crossed her arms, pouting slightly as she stepped back into Izuku's personal space. Well, if you're offering, Yaoyorozu, I'd like to be more than friends with Deku too. She looped her arm through his, grinning up at him boldly. Wait. Well. Izuku's wide eyes darted between the two girls, his heart racing as his usual nervousness returned in full force. Itsuka, watching the scene unfold, pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering something under her breath before stepping forward and grabbing Izuku's free arm. All right, that's enough, you two. Lover boy over here's got somewhere to be. Uraraka and Momo both looked at her, their expressions shifting from flirtatious to briefly taken aback. Uraraka regains her teasing smile for a moment, wanting the moment to continue. Somewhere to be? Where could you be taking him after all he's gone through, Kendo? Yes. Momo added, her tone as polite as ever, but gaining a small teasing edge. We could always join you if it's important. Izuku could still be experiencing side effects of the quirk that affected him. Izuku blushes even more at their smiles. Itsuka gave them both a tight, passive-aggressive smile, her grip on Izuku's arm firm. Sorry girls, but this one's strictly for Izuku and me. We've got a trial to attend, and we're running late. Now let's go, you Casanova wannabe. Without giving either girl a chance to respond, she spun on her heel and practically dragged Izuku toward the door. Bye. Izuku managed to squeak out, waving awkwardly as Uraraka and Momo watched them leave. Once they were outside, the crisp morning air hit them, and Itsuka finally let go of his arm. She crossed hers over her chest, letting out an exasperated sigh. Well, that was something. Izuku, still red-faced, scratched the back of his neck nervously. Yeah, they were forward. Ugh, you can say that again. Itsuka muttered, though there was a faint twitch at the corner of her mouth that might have been a smirk. They walked in silence for a moment before Izuku spoke again, his tone thoughtful. You know, as nerve-wracking as that was, I think I feel a little more confident. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. Confident? After what just happened? Yeah, he said, nodding slowly. I mean, I'm still really nervous, but it's different. I think after everything that happened with the quirk, I've learned something. Even when I'm scared, I can push through it. Maybe that's a sign that good things are coming to my life. Itsuka blinked, her surprise quickly giving way to a grin. Good things, huh? Why yeah. Izuku said, his cheeks tinging pink again as he glanced at her. Like spending more time with all of you, for example. Her grin widened, but she rolled her eyes playfully, giving him a light shove. You're such a dork, Izuku. Sorry, he said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. But she shook her head, her grin softening into a warm smile. Don't be. You're perfect just the way that you are. Come on, let's get moving. We're starting to run late, and I'm not letting you chicken out now, playboy. Yes, ma'am. Izuku replied, his smile faint but genuine as they continued down the street together. Meanwhile, the common room fell into a brief silence. Uraraka and Momo stood still, watching the door with amused expressions before exchanging glances. Then, Uraraka burst out laughing, clutching her stomach as the tension melted into humor. Did you see his face? She managed between giggles. He turned so red I thought he was going to pass out. Momo, unable to resist, let out a soft laugh herself, covering her mouth with one hand. It was quite the reaction. I suppose we may have been a little overwhelming. A little? Uraraka said, leaning against the counter for support. I was practically glued to his side, and you were adjusting his shirt like a doting housewife. Momo's cheeks flushed, but she smiled nonetheless. Well, it worked, didn't it? We got a reaction. A very Izuku Midoriya reaction. Uraraka straightened up, her laughter dying down as she sighed, a warm smile still on her lips. It's so weird though, seeing him like this again. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad he's back to his usual, stammering, overthinking self. But seeing him without emotions was just bizarre, you know? Momo nodded, her expression growing thoughtful. It was incredibly unsettling to say the least. Izuku's emotions are such a core part of who he is. They're what make him so genuine, so inspiring. Uraraka nods, her voice softening. Exactly. It's part of why I like him so much. When he's himself, he cares so much about everyone and everything. You don't see that kind of heart every day. Momo smiled warmly at her friend. I couldn't agree more. His kindness, his determination, his empathy, his unparalleled heart of gold. Those are the things that make him extraordinary. They're the reason he's captured so many hearts, Not just ours, but everyone's. Uraraka grinned, leaning her elbow on the counter and propping her chin on her hand. You know, I'm really glad we're talking about this. For the longest time, I was so scared of saying how I felt. I was afraid it'd ruin things, or that I'd embarrass myself. Momo nodded, her expression tinged with understanding. I know the feeling. I've spent so much time trying to appear perfect, composed, like I have everything together. But it's exhausting, and it creates this distance that I don't want between me and the people I care about. Like Izuku? Uraraka added knowingly, her smile turning sly. Like Izuku. Momo admitted, her cheeks flushing faintly. They shared a quiet laugh, the camaraderie between them easy and light. Well, Uraraka said, straightening up and clapping her hands together. Now that he's back to normal and we've both laid our feelings out there, I'm not going to waste any more time hiding how I feel. Momo raised an eyebrow, a curious smile playing on her lips. Oh. Uraraka's grin grows. From now on, I'm going to be direct. No more hesitating, no more second-guessing. If I like him, I'm going to show it to him. Momo chuckled softly, placing a hand on her hip. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I'll have to make some changes too. No more perfect facades. If I want to get closer to him, I'll need to let him see the real me, the one who gets nervous, makes mistakes, and doesn't always have the answers. Uraraka gave her a playful nudge. You mean the human version of Momo Yaoyorozu? Yeah, I think that's a good plan. Momo laughed, shaking her head. And I suppose the bold version of Achiko Uraraka isn't a bad idea either. They shared another laugh, the light-hearted banter easing the tension from earlier. Then, Uraraka's grin turned mischievous, and she leaned closer to Momo. But you know, Itsuka better watch out. She might think she has a head start, but she's not the only one in this race. Momo's smile mirrored Uraraka's as she crossed her arms. Indeed. When she least expects it, we'll seize our opportunity. I won't throw away my shot, and I know you won't either. Team effort. Uraraka asked, holding out her hand. May the best girl win. Momo replied, shaking it firmly. With smug smiles and playful determination, the two girls returned to their breakfast, their resolve stronger than ever. Izuku and Itsuka strolled down the quiet hallway toward the teacher's lounge. The atmosphere was calm, with the soft murmur of distant voices and the occasional chirping of birds. Izuku's mind wandered as he walked, still adjusting to the rush of emotions that had returned to him. It was overwhelming but also comforting, like reconnecting with an old friend. Beside him, Itsuka walked with her usual confident stride, occasionally glancing at him with an amused smile. As they rounded a corner, a familiar voice called out, sharp and unmistakable. Oi, Deku! Izuku and Itsuka turned to see Bakugo standing at the far end of the hallway. He was holding a stack of cleaning supplies, sponges, rags, a bucket, and a mop. His usual scowl was present, but there was a strange lightness to it, a lack of the biting malice that used to accompany his words. Kachin! Izuku said, blinking in surprise. What are you doing? Bakugo strode toward them, his movements brisk and purposeful. Bakugo jabs a thumb at the supplies. What does it look like I'm doing, nerd? I've got extra chores today. Extra chores? Itsuka repeated, raising an eyebrow. But, did you get into a fight or something? Bakugo clicked his tongue, shifting the bucket in his grip. Because I put myself on the DMN list, that's why, orange hair. Gotta start. Making it up to the nerd for being such a pain in the butt all these years. Izuku's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to protest, but Bakugo cut him off with a glare. Save it, that. This isn't up for debate. I don't care if you forgive me or whatever. This is for me. Got it? Izuku hesitated, his emotions swirling in his chest, but he nodded. All right. Bakugo's expression softened for a fraction of a second before he smirked. He shifted his stance, leaning the mop against his shoulder as he eyed Izuku critically. Don't get me wrong, though, Bakugo said, his tone sharp but lacking malice. I still see you as my rival. That hasn't changed. You're still the DMN nerd I need to surpass. Izuku blinked, his brows furrowing slightly. Really? Did I stutter? Bakugo said, rolling his eyes as if the answer were obvious. I'm not letting you outshine me forever, Deku. I'm gonna rise again, stronger than ever. You just wait. His smirk widened, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination. Itsuka, watching the exchange, tilted her head slightly, a small smile tugging at her lips. For someone who just called him a rival to surpass, you're being awfully respectful about it. Bakugo scoffed, his gaze flicking to her briefly before returning to Izuku. Don't get the wrong idea, man hands. I'm not going soft or anything. I'm just doing things differently now. That's all. Izuku studied Bakugo carefully, his green eyes thoughtful. There was no venom in Bakugo's words, no anger or resentment. Instead, there was something new, something unfamiliar yet strangely welcome. Respect. After all this time, their rivalry had changed. It was no longer fueled by pride or envy. It wasn't about tearing each other down. It was about pushing each other to be better, to rise higher, to achieve their goals, not out of spite, but out of genuine respect. Izuku felt a warmth in his chest, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. All right, Kaken. I'll be ready. Bakugo's smirk widened, and he shifted the bucket in his grip. Demen right you will. And don't slack off, nerd. If you fall behind, I'll leave you in the dust. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Izuku replied, his smile growing. Bakugo chuckled, low and brief, but genuine. He adjusted the mop on his shoulder and turned to leave, throwing one last glance over his shoulder. Remember this, Deku. He said, his tone laced with determination. I'll rise again. Stronger, faster, better than ever. You just watch. And you, orange hair. He turned to Itsuka for a moment. Take care of the nerd for me, will ya? He has an annoying tendency to throw himself to the fire for others too much for his own good. Itsuka chuckles. Thanks, I'll definitely keep that in mind. With that, he strode off down the hallway, his footsteps echoing softly as he disappeared around the corner. Izuku stood silently for a moment, staring after him. Itsuka nudged his arm, her grin playful. Looks like you've got yourself a proper rival now, Aizu. Izuku nodded, his expression thoughtful. Yeah. I think I do. Izuku and Itsuka made their way down the quiet hallway leading to the teacher's lounge. Izuku clutched the straps of his backpack nervously, his earlier boost of confidence tempered by the knowledge of the scolding his mentors were definitely about to give him. Beside him, Itsuka walked with her usual steady stride. Relax, Izuku. You've got this. Just explain everything and they'll understand. I know. Izuku stammered, his voice betraying a flicker of his lingering nerves. But it's still Aizawa-sensei and All Might. What if they think I've been too blunt? What if they dash? They won't. Itsuka interrupted, nudging him lightly with her elbow. Trust me. After everything you've been through, they're not going to hold that against you. Izuku nodded, though his hands still trembled slightly as they approached the lounge door. Taking a deep breath, Izuku raised his hand and knocked. Come in. Aizawa's voice called from within. Izuku opened the door cautiously, stepping inside with Itsuka following close behind. The lounge was neat and orderly, the faint aroma of coffee lingering in the air. Aizawa sat at a desk near the window, his sharp eyes scanning a stack of papers. All Might stood nearby, his towering presence as imposing as ever, though his usual cheerful demeanor seemed absent. The two teachers looked up as Izuku and Itsuka entered. Aizawa set down his pen, his gaze sharpening as it landed on Izuku. Midoriya. Aizawa said evenly, his voice carrying a weight that made Izuku's stomach flip. We've been meaning to speak with you. All Might crossed his arms, his expression unusually stern. Yes, young Midoriya. There are some things we need to address. Izuku froze in place, his heart racing. Yes, sir. Itsuka glanced between the two teachers, her brows furrowing. Wait, what's going on? Aizawa leaned back in his chair, his sharp gaze never leaving Izuku. Midoriya, we've been reviewing everything you've said to us over the past few days. Bluntness. your unfiltered honesty. And frankly, we're severely disappointed in you. Izuku's breath hitched, his hands tightening around the straps of his bag. Disappointed? You've crossed a line, young man. All Might said, his deep voice carrying a heavy gravity. The things you've said to us about our teaching, about our methods. Those aren't things you say to your mentors. Izuku's face went pale, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words. I'm sorry. He blurted out, bowing deeply and repeatedly. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I was just Relax, Midoriya. Aizawa interrupted, his voice softening ever so slightly. We're just. All Might echoed, glancing at Aizawa. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose before waving a hand dismissively. We're just messing with you, kid. Izuku froze mid-bow, his wide green eyes blinking up at them in confusion. What? All Might's stern expression broke into a wide grin, and he let out a booming laugh. CK. It was a prank, young Midoriya. Get dunked on. Itsuka, who had been standing stiffly beside Izuku, groaned and face-bombed. Seriously? You should have seen the look on your face. Aizawa said, smirking faintly as he leaned back in his chair. Absolutely priceless. Izuku straightened up slowly, his cheeks flushing bright red. What? That's not funny. I thought Aizawa waves a hand. Relax, kid. We already know about the trial. Endeavor filled us in about the situation last night. All Might nodded, his grin softening into something more reassuring. And you have our full permission to attend, young Midoriya. We wouldn't miss the chance to support you on something this important. Izuku blinked, his hand still clutching his bag tightly. You know. Of course we know. Aizawa replied, his tone casual. Endeavor might be a lot of things, but he's thorough. He told us everything, including how you handled the situation with the villain. Even though you were still as reckless as always, you did well, Midoriya. And we're proud of you. All Might added, his blue eyes shining with sincerity. This trial is an important step, not just for the villain but for you as well. It's a chance to reflect on everything you've experienced and to grow even stronger. Izuku's grip on his bag loosened, his heart swelling with a mix of relief and gratitude. Thank you. You've earned it. Aizawa said, his smirk returning. Just don't let the trial distract you from your training. I won't. Izuku said quickly, nodding. Itsuka crossed her arms, her amused grin returning. You know, you guys almost gave him a heart attack. That was the point. Aizawa replied, shrugging. Gotta keep him on his toes. All Might chuckled, his booming laughter filling the room. A little humor never hurts anyone, young Kendo. And you have to admit, his expressions are simply priceless. Itsuka chuckles softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Alright, I'll give you that one. He looks adorable. Izuku glanced between his two mentors, their earlier pranks still fresh in his mind, before taking a deep breath. Aizawa-sensei, All Might. Both men turned their attention back to him, their expressions softening. What is it, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, his tone even but curious. Izuku hesitated, his green eyes flickering with uncertainty. Are you really not angry at me? For the things I said to you? All Might's smile faded slightly, replaced by a thoughtful expression. He exchanged a glance with Aizawa, who leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as he regarded Izuku. No. Aizawa said simply, his tone firm but not unkind. We're not angry. In fact, I think we needed to hear it. Izuku blinked, his eyes widening slightly. Needed to hear it? Really? All Might stepped forward, his towering presence imposing but his voice gentle. Yes, young Midoriya. Your words were blunt, yes, but they were also honest. And sometimes, honesty is exactly what we need as mentors. Aizawa nodded, his sharp gaze steady on Izuku. Following orders without hesitation and offering blind agreement doesn't help anyone, not us, and certainly not you. You weren't wrong to call us out. All Might folded his arms, his tone thoughtful. For me, it was a wake-up call. I've spent so much time trying to shape you all into the perfect heroes, pushing you to live up to the legacy I left behind when I retired. But in doing so, I forgot that you're not me. You're your own persons with your own paths to follow. And I need to respect that. Izuku's lips parted, but no words came out. And as for me, Aizawa continued, his tone softening slightly. I've always been focused on survival, on making sure you all come out of this hero course alive. But in my focus on survival, I've overlooked important stuff. Your feelings, your strengths, your growth as people. Those things matter just as much, if not more. Izuku stared at them, his green eyes shining with a mix of surprise and quiet gratitude. All Might speaks again, his voice steady and reassuring. Young Midoriya, from now on, we'll strive to be the mentors you and the rest of Class 1A deserve, not the ones we think we should be. Because at the end of the day, we're here to guide you, not to dictate who you should become. Aizawa leaned forward slightly, his gaze softening. We're proud of you, Midoriya. And we'll do our part to make sure you and the rest of the class have the support you need to grow into the heroes you're meant to be. Izuku felt a warmth in his chest, his earlier nervousness melting away as their words sank in. He nodded slowly, his voice quiet but steady. Thank you. That means a lot. All Might smiled, his blue eyes shimmering with pride. No, thank you, young Midoriya, for reminding us of what it means to be mentors. Now go, Aizawa said, his smirk returning. You've got a trial to attend, and you're wasting time standing here. Izuku nodded again, turning toward the door with Itsuka following close behind. As they stepped out into the hallway, Itsuka glanced at him, her grin widening. See? Told you they wouldn't be mad. Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Why yeah, I guess you did. Itsuka gave him a playful nudge. You worry too much, Aizu. Now let's get going. He smiled at her, his earlier anxiety replaced by a quiet sense of reassurance. Right. The courthouse loomed ahead, its tall stone columns casting long shadows in the crisp morning sunlight. Izuku and Itsuka approached the entrance, their footsteps echoing softly on the pavement. Izuku clutched the straps of his backpack, his nerves creeping up again despite Itsuka's calming presence beside him. Standing near the entrance, arms crossed and flames flickering faintly around his shoulders, was Endeavor. His towering figure was as imposing as ever, but there was a quietness about him, a subdued intensity that felt different from the usual fiery force he projected. Midoriya. Kendo. Endeavor greeted, his gruff voice breaking the stillness as they approached. He straightened, stepping toward them with measured steps. You came. Izuku nodded, his expression earnest. Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me be part of this. Endeavor's sharp blue eyes softened, a flicker of something unspoken crossing his face. No, Midoriya. Thank you. I wasn't sure if you'd agree after everything that's happened. Izuku hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure either. I still don't know what to feel about the villain. Endeavor studied him for a long moment, his fiery aura dimming slightly as he spoke. That's fair. After what you've been through, it's only natural to feel conflicted. But maybe, hearing his story will help you make sense of it. Izuku tilted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his green eyes. His story? Endeavor nodded, his tone heavy with reflection. The villain you're about to face isn't just some random criminal. He's a product of this society. A product of me. Izuku's eyes widened, and even Itsuka, usually composed, glanced up at Endeavor in surprise. What do you mean, sir? She asked. Taking a deep breath, Endeavor began, his voice quieter than usual. Years ago, I was consumed by a single goal, becoming number one. I didn't care about the cost or the people I hurt along the way. All that mattered was surpassing All Might. And in that blind drive, I overlooked everything else, including the lives I impacted in ways I didn't even realize. He paused, his gaze hardening as he continued. The villain's father was one of those people. A small-time criminal called Master Tenjin, I apprehended early in my career. He wasn't dangerous, just desperate. He was trying to provide for his family the only way he knew how. But I didn't see that. All I saw was an obstacle in my path, and I arrested him without hesitation. Izuku and Itsuka listened intently, the weight of his words settling over them. That man's arrest destroyed his family. Endeavor said, his voice growing heavier. They lost everything. His son, Makoto Tenjin, the villain whose quirk affected you, grew up in poverty, bitterness, and resentment. He fell into the same cycle of crime as his father, and now here we are. Another life ruined because of my blind ambition. Izuku's chest tightened, the conflict within him growing more pronounced. Endeavor turned to Izuku, his fiery blue eyes locking onto his green ones. You called me out, Midoriya? You told me that blind determination is meaningless. And you were right. I've spent my entire career chasing power, but what good is it if it only leaves destruction in its wake? Izuku blinked, his expression softening as he listened. That's why I'm here. Endeavor continued, his voice steady with resolve. Not as the #1 hero, but as a man seeking redemption. I can't undo the damage I've caused, but I can try to make things right. And maybe I can help this villain find redemption too. Itsuka crossed her arms, her tone thoughtful. You really think he can change? Endeavor nodded slowly. I don't know, but I have to believe it's possible. For him, for me, for everyone. If we want a better future, it starts with taking responsibility for the past. Izuku's grip on his bag loosened, his green eyes shimmering with a mix of understanding and uncertainty. Endeavor. Thank you for telling me this. Endeavor placed a heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder, his fiery aura flickering softly. No, Midoriya. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen the truth. Let's go. The trial is about to begin. With that, the three of them turned toward the courthouse, their steps heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. Even as they entered the courtroom, Izuku felt the weight of the event that was about to unfold. Izuku sat beside Itsuka in the gallery, his hands clasped tightly in his lap as he tried to calm his racing thoughts. Endeavor stood nearby, his broad frame a quiet but commanding presence as they waited for the proceedings to begin. The murmur of voices hushed as the side door opened. A pair of officers entered, escorting a man in HNDCFFS. He walked with a slight shuffle, his head bowed and his posture hunched, as though the weight of the world rested squarely on his shoulders. Izuku's green eyes widened slightly as he got his first proper look at the man who had changed his life so profoundly. Makoto Tenjin. He was young, mid to late 20s at most, but there was an undeniable weariness about him that made him seem older. His unkempt hair fell into his eyes, and his face was gaunt, his cheekbones sharp against pale skin. The dark circles under his eyes told of sleepless nights, and his thin frame suggested he hadn't had a proper meal in weeks, if not longer. His clothes, though clean, were worn and ill-fitting, hanging loosely on his wiry frame. Izuku's gaze sharpened as his mind began piecing together details with the precision of an analyst. He's malnourished. Izuku thought, noting the hollowness in Makoto's cheeks and the way his hands trembled faintly at his sides. Probably hasn't eaten regularly in a while. And that posture. It's not just exhaustion. It's loneliness. Isolation. Kinda like. Makoto's eyes lifted briefly, scanning the room, and for a fleeting moment, Izuku caught a glimpse of them. They were dull, not empty, but heavy, as though weighed down by a lifetime of regret and despair. A pang of something sharp and unnameable struck Izuku's chest, and he straightened slightly in his seat, his fingers tightening around each other. Itsuka, sitting beside him, noticed the change in his demeanor. Izuku? What's wrong? Izuku hesitated, his green eyes still locked on Makoto as he shuffled toward the defendant's seat. Finally he spoke, his voice soft but steady. It's him. Tenjin. Itsuka asked, tilting her head slightly. What about him? Izuku tore his gaze away, looking down at his hands as he tried to gather his thoughts. He's not all right. He's tired, malnourished. But more than that, it's like he's been alone for a long time. Like he's been carrying everything by himself. Itsuka frowned, her gaze flicking toward Makoto before returning to Izuku. How can you tell? Izuku replies thoughtfully, his voice barely above a whisper. I can see it. It's in the way he walks, the way he holds himself. His eyes. They're heavy. Like he's already given up. Itsuka studied him carefully, her expression softening. Really? How does that make you feel? Izuku hesitated, the weight in his chest growing heavier. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly as he continued. Grateful. For my friends. My family. My place at UA. Everything. Because I know. If things had been different, if my story had gone another way, I could have ended up in a similar situation to him. Itsuka's eyes widened slightly, and she reached out, placing a reassuring hand on his arm. Izuku. Please don't say that. It's true though. Izuku said, his voice steadier now, though still laced with emotion. If I didn't have my mom, my friends, All Might, Aizawa-sensei. If I'd been alone, if I'd lost hope, I don't know where I'd be. But looking at him, it makes me realize how lucky I am. How close I could have been to falling down that same path. Itsuka squeezed his arm gently, her tone firm but kind. But you didn't, Izuku. And you're here now. You've got all of us and we're not going anywhere. Izuku nodded slowly, his chest tightening as a small, grateful smile tugged at the corners of his lips. I know. Thank you, Itsuka. The courtroom fell into a quiet lull as the judge entered, signaling the start of the trial. The trial had been long, each piece of evidence stacking against Makoto Tenjin like stones on a scale that tipped heavily toward guilt. The prosecutor's closing argument had been sharp and methodical, painting Makoto as a cunning criminal who needed to be put behind bars. Now, the judge prepared to issue the verdict. The air in the courtroom was tense, thick with anticipation. Makoto sat at the defendant's table, his head bowed, his thin shoulders hunched as though bracing for the inevitable. But before the gavel could strike, a voice broke through the silence. Your Honor, Izuku said, standing from his seat in the gallery. His voice trembled slightly, but his green eyes were steady. May I say a few words? The judge paused, their brow furrowing as they looked toward the young hero in training. And you are? Izuku Midoriya. He replied, bowing slightly. I'm one of the people affected by Makoto Tenjin's actions. He used his quirk on me and it changed my life. I'd like to speak if you'll allow it. There was a murmur among the spectators, a ripple of curiosity and skepticism. The judge exchanged a glance with the prosecutor, who looked reluctant but gave a small nod. Very well then, the judge said, motioning for Izuku to step forward. You may speak. Izuku walked toward the center of the courtroom, each step feeling heavier than the last. Itsuka watched him from the gallery, her eyes filled with quiet support. Endeavor, standing near the back, crossed his arms, his expression unreadable but attentive. Standing before the judge in the courtroom, Izuku took a deep breath. His heart pounded in his chest, but his resolve was firm. I still remember the moment your quirk struck me. Izuku began, his voice clear but tinged with emotion. I remember the way it felt, like a part of me had been locked away, like my motives and goals were there but I didn't feel the drive to accomplish them. I remember the confusion, the uncertainty, the way it changed how I interacted with the world and the people around me. He glanced toward Makoto, who had lifted his head slightly, his dull eyes meeting Izuku's for the first time. For a while, I didn't know how to feel about it. And even now, I'm not sure I fully understand. But what I do know is this. If I had been in your position, if my circumstances had been different, I think I could have walked down the same path you did. The courtroom was silent, every eye fixed on the young man standing in the center. When I was a kid, I didn't have a quirk. Mine developed late and for years I was different. I was the kid who couldn't do what everyone else could. The one who was always looked down on, who felt like he didn't belong. He paused, glancing back at Makoto. And I know what it's like to feel that way. To feel like the world is against you. To feel like no one understands. Makoto's gaze didn't waver, but his hands trembled slightly in his lap. I don't blame you for your actions, Makoto Tenjin. I don't excuse them either, but I understand how someone could end up where you are now. I've seen how society treats people who fall through the cracks. I've felt it myself. And I know it's not always easy to make the right choice when the world seems to have given up on you, when not even those closest to you believe that you can go far. The faintest flicker of something, surprise, confusion, or perhaps hope, crossed Makoto's face. I stand here today, not to excuse what you've done, but to say that I see you. I see the person behind the actions, the circumstances that shaped you. And I believe that redemption is possible. Not just for you, but for all of us, if we choose it. The silence in the courtroom was deafening, the weight of Izuku's words settling over everyone like a heavy blanket. No matter what happens today, I hope you find a way to move forward, because I believe you can. I believe we all can. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Makoto's lips parted slightly, as though he wanted to speak, but no words came. His trembling hands stilled, his eyes now locked on Izuku's, unblinking. Izuku keeps his gaze on Makoto, his green eyes soft but piercing. I also think I understand why you ended up where you are. You joined a criminal gang because they were the ones who offered you something no one else did. Camaraderie. A place to belong. Izuku took a step closer, his voice growing quieter but no less impactful. I can't imagine what it's like to live without that. To go through life feeling like you have no one. I can't imagine it because now, I have amazing friends. People who support me, believe in me, and stand by my side no matter what. If I didn't have them, I don't know who I'd be. Itsuka watched him from the gallery, her expression softening as she placed a hand over her heart. Endeavor stood at the back, his arms crossed, his eyes unreadable but locked on Izuku. And that's why I don't blame you for seeking that camaraderie, even if it came from the most unlikely of places. Because when you've been overlooked, dismissed, or pushed to the margins, even the wrong kind of belonging can feel better than nothing. Makoto's hands trembled in his lap, his lips pressing into a thin line. But here's the thing. You were willing to cooperate. You told Endeavor how your quirk works, even when you didn't have to. And that tells me something important. You're seeking redemption. I respect that. I admire it. Because it takes a lot of willpower and courage to face your mistakes and start making a change. It's not easy, and it's not something everyone is strong enough to do. Makoto lifted his head slightly, his eyes locking onto Izuku's. There was no hostility in his gaze, no defensiveness, only quiet astonishment. Izuku paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. I can't change the outcome of this trial. I can't decide what happens to you next. But what I can do is this. I forgive you. For what you did to me, for how it affected my life. I forgive you. And I hope. No, I know that you'll take this chance to build a better future for yourself. The room was silent, the weight of Izuku's words hanging in the air like a palpable force. Even the judge, who had maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the proceedings, seemed momentarily moved. Izuku took a step back, bowing deeply toward Makoto. Thank you. For letting me speak my mind. I wish you all the best. With that, Izuku returned to his seat beside Itsuka, his heart pounding in his chest. The judge cleared their throat, breaking the silence. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. That was illuminating. They turned their attention back to the defendant. After careful consideration of the evidence and testimony, this court finds Makoto Tenjin guilty of the charges brought against him. A murmur rippled through the courtroom, but the judge raised a hand to quiet it. However, in light of Mr. Tenjin's cooperation and the circumstances presented, this court sentences him to 5 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 4 years, contingent on good behavior. Makoto sat still for a moment, his shoulders rising and falling as he took a deep breath. Then, slowly he nodded. I understand. Makoto said, his voice low but steady. Endeavor smiles faintly from the back. This is a new starting point. For Tenjin and for me. I won't let it go to waste. Thank you, Midoriya. As the officers approached to escort him out, Makoto turned his head slightly, his eyes finding Izuku's once more. For the first time, there was something new in his gaze, something brighter, warmer. Makoto smiles softly. Sorry for the problems I caused you, kid. You don't seem like that bad of a hero. The world needs more people like you. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. Then he allowed himself to be led away, his thin frame standing a little taller than before. Izuku watched him go, a quiet sense of relief washing over him. Beside him, Itsuka leaned closer, her voice soft. "That was beautiful, Izuku." Izuku smiled faintly, his chest tightening with a mix of emotions. "I just said what was on my mind. How I felt and stuff." "I know. You should do that more often," Itsuka said firmly, her hand resting briefly on his arm. The courtroom began to empty, the murmurs of the spectators growing distant. But in Izuku's heart, the moment lingered, a reminder of the power of understanding, forgiveness, and the belief that even in the darkest places, redemption is possible. The park was quiet and serene, a soft breeze rustling through the trees as golden sunlight dappled the grass. Izuku and Itsuka laid side by side on a gentle slope, the soft ground beneath them still warm from the afternoon sun. The scent of blooming flowers mingled with the fresh, earthy smell of the grass, creating an atmosphere that was both calming and invigorating. Izuku stared up at the sky, his hands folded behind his head as he watched a pair of clouds drift lazily across the blue expanse. His body felt lighter than it had in days, and yet his mind was buzzing, filled with thoughts of the trial and everything that had come before it. It felt freeing. He murmured, almost to himself. Itsuka glanced at him, propping herself up on one elbow to look at his face. "Speaking my mind," Izuku clarified, his green eyes still fixed on the sky. "At the trial, when I said everything I wanted to say, it felt freeing. Like for once, I wasn't holding anything back." Itsuka smiled, her orange hair catching the sunlight. "Yeah, I could tell. You were amazing, Izuku. Seriously, I don't think I've ever seen you that sure of yourself." Izuku blushed faintly, his gaze dropping from the sky to the grass beside him. I don't know about amazing, but thanks. It felt good to say what I needed to say. And seeing the way Makoto looked at me when I forgave him, I think it made a difference." "It definitely did," Itsuka said firmly. "You showed him that someone believed in him. That's not something he's had much of in his life, I'd bet." Izuku nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Yeah, I guess so." They fell into a comfortable silence for a moment, the distant chatter of children playing and the soft rustling of leaves filling the air. Then Itsuka broke the silence, her tone light and teasing. "By the way, when's the last time your mom called you?" Izuku blinked, turning his head to look at her. "Now that you mention it, I don't think she's called me at all today." "That's weird," Itsuka said, raising an eyebrow. "I thought she'd be all over you, calling to check if you're eating enough, getting enough rest, and so on." Izuku chuckled softly, his blush deepening. "Yeah, she is. But I think I know why she hasn't called." "Oh," Itsuka prompted, tilting her head. Izuku sat up slightly, leaning back on his hands as he looked out at the park. "Before you came to our apartment the other day, she made me a promise to me. She said she wouldn't worry so much about me anymore. That she'd let me be free to follow my own path." Itsuka's teasing grin softened into a warm smile. "That's really sweet. Your mom sounds amazing." "She is," Izuku said, his voice quiet but filled with affection. "She's always been my biggest supporter. And knowing that she's keeping her promise, it means a lot." Itsuka leaned back, resting her weight on her hands as she stretched out her legs. "You know, Izuku, I'd say things have turned out pretty well for you lately." Izuku glanced at her, his expression curious. "What do you mean?" Itsuka grins. "Well, your classmates seem supportive, All Might and Aizawa-sensei actually listen to your criticism, Bakugo's respecting you more, and your mom's being more encouraging than ever. Not to mention, you're on yet another date with me right now." Izuku's face turned bright red, and he sputtered, his words tripping over each other. Date? Is this a date are we dash?" Itsuka laughed, reaching over to nudge his shoulder playfully. "Relax, Aizu. I'm just teasing you. But come on, admit it, things are looking up, right?" Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, his blush still lingering as he gave her a shy smile. "Why, I guess they are." "See," Itsuka said, her grin widening. You've got a lot to be proud of, Izuku. And you deserve every bit of it. Izuku's smile grew, his heart swelling with gratitude and something else he couldn't quite name. Izuku laid on his back again, his green eyes fixed on the sky, but his thoughts weren't on the clouds or the sunset. They were on the girl lying next to him, the one who had been by his side through one of the most tumultuous times of his life. He turned his head to look at her, and for a moment he forgot how to breathe. Itsuka's orange hair caught the fading sunlight, glowing like fire. Her eyes, bright and sharp, softened as she stared at the horizon, her lips curved into a faint, content smile. There was a strength about her that Izuku had always admired, but now, in this quiet moment, he saw something more, something he couldn't quite put into words. Beautiful, he said softly before he could stop himself. Itsuka blinked, turning to look at him with wide eyes. What? Izuku's face immediately turned bright red, and he waved his hands frantically. I just dash. Itsuka chuckles, the sound warm and genuine as she shook her head, blushing softly. Relax, Izuku. I just wasn't expecting that. But, thanks. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his neck. After a moment, his expression grew more serious, his gaze dropping. But, I do have a question. Shoot. Itsuka said, propping herself up on one elbow again to look at him. But, why did you stick with me? Even when I was so uncaring? Itsuka's expression softened, and she sat up fully, hugging her knees to her chest as she considered his question. The playful glint in her eyes faded, replaced by something deeper. Because, dummy, I've genuinely grown fond of you and I feel genuinely attached to you. I want to see you rise above all that self-doubt and fear you carry around. You're holding yourself back, you know? Izuku's green eyes widened slightly, his breath hitching as her words struck a chord in him. Itsuka smiled faintly. The first days you were under the quirk's effects, you said some things to me, things I think you didn't even realize you needed to say. Stuff about how you never felt like you were on the same level as everyone else, how you thought you'd always stay on the sidelines, how you feel inferior to everyone else. She turned to look at him, her orange eyes piercing but kind. But you also showed me something else. You showed me how noble you are. How much you care about the people around you, even when you're struggling yourself. And you showed me that. Maybe I could be better too. Better? Izuku asked, his voice barely audible. Itsuka nods with a small laugh. Yeah. Your blunt observations about my looks and my training? They weren't exactly comfortable to hear, but they made me realize things about myself, about how I'm too hard on myself sometimes, how I try to please other people when I should do things to be at peace with myself. You've changed something in me for the better, Izuku. And now I want to do the same for you. Izuku stared at her, his heart pounding in his chest. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. Itsuka said softly. Just listen. She reached out, placing her hand lightly over his. These past few days, I've gotten to know you better than I ever thought I would. And you know what I see? I see someone who's kind, noble, and brave, even if he doesn't always believe it himself. Someone who's willing to forgive, willing to fight for what's right, willing to carry burdens that aren't even his to carry. Her grip on his hand tightened slightly, her voice trembling with emotion. You don't deserve to be alone, Izu. You never have. And I want to be the one to be there for you. To keep you company through your darkest times. Because I don't want you to ever feel like you're not enough again. Izuku's chest tightened, his throat constricting as her words sank in. Itsuka speaks again, her voice barely above a whisper. I mean it. I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere. The world seemed to fade away around them, leaving only the warmth of her hand on his and the quiet intensity of her gaze. Izuku swallowed hard. Thank you. For everything. Itsuka smiled, her own eyes glistening as she leaned back on the grass again, breaking the moment with a soft laugh. You're actually such a dork, Izuku. But you're my dork now. Izuku let out a nervous chuckle, his blush returning full force as they laid back on the grass together again. You know, Izuku began, his voice soft, saying what was on my mind. It really did help. It made my life better in some ways. And what happened with the people close to me? It was a miracle that things ended like this. Itsuka chuckles. You can say that again. But Izuku hesitated, his grip on the blade of grass tightening slightly. I'm still not sure if I could do it again. I was really uncaring and blunt, a jerk, almost. What if I end up hurting someone's feelings without meaning to if I speak out again? What if dash? Before he could spiral further, Itsuka rolls her eyes and leans in, cupping his cheek and pressing a quick, soft kiss against the other. Izuku froze, his green eyes wide as his blush spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. Itsuka? She grinned, sitting back and crossing her arms. That's enough overthinking for today, Izuku. Beep dash, he stammered, still flustered. Itsuka shook her head, her voice warm but firm. Look, it's not wrong to voice your thoughts. If there's a problem, the best way to solve it is to address it. But the key to doing that is knowing how to voice them. Izuku blinked, his attention fully captured by her words. Knowing how. Itsuka nods. You have to be considerate of the other person's feelings. You can't just drop the truth on someone like a hammer like you've been doing these past few days. You have to ease into it, make sure it's something they can actually hear and understand. Her grin returned, playful but kind. And knowing you, Izu? You'll do that really well. Izuku's blush deepened, but a small smile tugged at his lips. You really think so? Of course. Itsuka said confidently. You've got one of the biggest hearts of anyone I know. And that heart of yours? It'll guide you all the way. And if you need help speaking your mind, I'll be right here with you. The weight in Izuku's chest seemed to lift, replaced by a warm sense of reassurance. He looked down at the grass, his smile growing. Thanks, Itsuka. I really needed to hear that. Anytime. She replied, nudging his shoulder lightly. They lay back on the grass together, the world around them quiet and still. Izuku let his eyes drift up to the sky, the clouds now tinged with shades of pink and orange as the day began to fade. Itsuka glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her expression thoughtful. So, what do you think will happen now? Izuku tilted his head slightly, meeting her gaze. With what? With everything, she said, gesturing vaguely. With all the changes your little incident caused. What's next for all of us? For you and me now that we're a thing? Izuku looks back up at the sky, thinking deeply about that question for some moments. What comes next? What will happen now that he's laid his feelings bare on the table? What comes now that the people around him are starting to make changes of their own for the better? What will happen now that he is officially in a relationship with Itsuka? Then it dawned on him. His expression turned into a small smile as he reached for her cheek and pressing a soft, gentle kiss against the other. Itsuka's cheeks instantly turned crimson at the gesture, and she quickly looked at him in shock, but before she could say anything he pressed a finger to her lips. Izuku's eyelids drop and his smile widens, turning into a genuinely relaxed expression. You know what, Itsuka? I kinda don't care. Thanks for reading. So, looks like this little story of mine just came to a conclusion. Don't worry, you don't have to read this if you don't want to. This is mostly just me giving some extra context about the story and explaining some of the choices I made while writing it. Guess I should start by explaining how this story came to be, huh? Well, everything started in the most unlikely of places. A My Little Pony fanfic. Like I said on Chapter 1, this story was inspired by a story on fanfiction in which a character called Spike is affected by a spell for some time, making him bluntly voice his honest thoughts with little to no restraint. I wish I could give you a link to it, but the story is gone for some reason. Maybe someone can link the story in the comments if you know where to find it? Either way, I remembered the story being pretty funny, so I thought, what if Izuku Midoriya from My Hero Academia went through something similar given all he has to put up with? And thus, this story was born. Still, it took me about 5 months to actually start writing the story because I always thought it would just be some fun concept in my head rather than a story people would be interested in reading. When I published the first chapter, one was surprised at how many people seemed to dig this idea, so I kept writing because people seemed interested and I didn't want to let them down. However, I quickly fell out of love with this story, not because I disliked it or anything like that, but because I felt a little disappointed that a story like this got relatively a lot of attention in a small amount of time while some of my other stuff barely got traction in comparison. Like, my biggest project thus far has been The Fighters, and it took around 10 chapters for it to actually start getting views, although I'm falling out of love with that story as well for different reasons. In the end, I didn't want this story to be super long, intricate, or dramatic either way. It was bound to be a short story all the same. Even if I felt a little bit frustrated with this story, I wanted to give it a proper conclusion that felt satisfying to some extent. Did I deliver on that? Guess the answer to that question is up to you either way. From my point of view, I don't feel entirely satisfied with the way this story came together, or some of the stuff I did while writing it. There's some stuff I regret doing, some stuff I wish I'd handled differently, and some stuff I could have just removed entirely. I know I could take the easy way out by going back to those chapters and editing them to make something I feel more comfortable with, but that would be the coward's way to a quick sense of satisfaction. Not to mention you'd probably have to go back and read the entire story again to understand it. One of the things I disliked the most of this story was the process of the actual writing, like the sentence structures I use and the level of complexity. To be honest, I'm still not sure of how I want to write. I don't know if I want my sentences to be some multi-layered complex structure or if I want them to be something even a 5-year-old can read without issue. That lack of conviction led me to write some less than ideal paragraphs that were confusing to read in some instances. The things that were most difficult for me to write were the actions between dialogues. Like, I want the characters to show reactions when they're talking to someone, but I'm still unsure of how to integrate those reactions into the dialogue without the text feeling awkward to read. Plus, I'm not a native English speaker and I'm still learning new stuff about grammar and writing in general. I'm still making tons of mistakes while writing, and it shows at many points of every single chapter. The other thing I hate about my own writing are descriptions. Am I giving too many details? Not enough? Are my descriptions making sense? Are my descriptions too awkward to read? I'm never really sure, and that frustrates me. You might also be asking, what about the villainous quirk that affected Izuku? To be honest, I didn't even want to bring back the villain or his quirk after chapter. That villain was supposed to be a one-time plot device to kickstart the story, so I didn't give it much thought at first. But then, the story progressed and I had to bring him back for the ending, so I had to come up with an explanation for his quirk. Did I make a satisfying explanation for the way his quirk affected emotions? No, I didn't. I was pretty focused on the actual characters, and I'm not a professional psychologist anyways. All of these things honestly get to me more than they should. When I fail to control or explain something, it gets to me because I want to make these stories as best as possible. I know this is all fan fiction and I'm not being forced to write a masterpiece, but I still want my stories to be as good as they can be to leave some sort of impact on the reader. Whether if it's due to the writing, to the character arcs, to the funny sad moments, or something else entirely, I'd want some people to remember these stories with a small smile. It's also kind of funny because I'm not picky at all with the stories from other people I read, but when it comes to my own stuff, I'm always overly critical and really picky. I guess I'm just that insecure. Guess the story is over, so it's no use whining about these things now. Now, why did I choose Izuku to be paired up with Itsuka Kendo? For two reasons. Firstly, in the original story, Spike gets paired up with Rainbow Dash, who is a tomboyish character who digs the way Spike voiced his honest opinions without too much care, and when he got back to normal, she swears she'd be there for him in order to help him come out of his shell. I thought Itsuka would be a great equivalent to RD, not only personality-wise, but story-wise too. And the second reason? Because I love Izuku x Itsuka, that's it. What about the other girls? Some of you who have been reading some of my other MHA-related stuff might think I dislike Uraraka because of the things that happen to her in my stories, but that's far from the truth. If Itsuka Kendo is my favorite girl from MHA, Achiko Uraraka is a close second. However, I feel like Uraraka needs a little bit of time apart from Izuku to tap into her whole potential as a character. She has all the potential in the world to stand out just as much if not more so than Izuku, but she can't really shine on her own if she's seen with him all the time, which is why I made her resolution with Izuku a little vague. I also love Izuku BTW. What about Momo? Well, initially Momo wasn't even going to be included in this story, but then I published the first chapter, and I started to wonder how some of the students from Class A might react to this new blunt Izuku. Momo crossed my mind, and I started to imagine why she could have a problem with this new Izuku. I was pretty inspired at the time, which led to the final scene of Chapter 2 being done the way it was. After I was done, I realized I went a little overboard with Momo's reaction, so I had to make some slight changes to the story moving forward to integrate Momo a lot more. Did I make a good job at it? I guess so. Perhaps I could have done more. Perhaps some of you wanted me to incorporate more girls, but I decided not to because I didn't want the story to feel overcrowded. Besides, the focus of this story wasn't Izuku getting a huge harem, though I'll admit that writing some of those scenes was pretty amusing, and seeing some of your comments was also pretty hilarious. Did I want to incorporate more characters? It would have been pretty funny seeing Eri or Koda interacting with this Izuku, but I didn't see a way to logically incorporate them into the story nor a reason to do so, which is why they were never even mentioned. I also wanted some villains to see this new Izuku, but given the time this story takes place in, it wouldn't have been possible because the League of Villains were uniting with Redestro and the Meta Liberation Army at the time. I also wanted to incorporate Itsuka's family in some way, but again, I didn't see a logical way to incorporate them or a good reason to do so. Also, the other main reason I didn't add more characters or conflicts to the story is because I didn't want to drag the story out needlessly. The story was always meant to be pretty short. Some years ago, I started to write fanfiction despite knowing nothing about writing in general. Some of the stuff I wrote back then wasn't incredibly horrendous, but most stories I wrote back then were never finished because I always struggled to write long fics, which made up the vast majority of my stories. Most times I tried, I always either got burnt out, I fell out of love with the story, or I tried to do too much in a single story. In turn, those unfinished projects frustrated me, and I ended up abandoning writing altogether for a while. Now that I'm back, I don't want to make that mistake again. Even if some of my other stories are quite long, I'm trying to not let things burn me out again. Plus, I think I pretty much said everything I wanted to say in this story. Even if I'm not 100% satisfied with how this story came together or the things that happened while I was writing it, I feel at peace knowing I finished this project. Now, I could be tempted to write a sequel to this story in the future to elaborate further into the changes Izuku's blunt comments caused, but I honestly wouldn't count on me actually writing it. I feel kinda satisfied with the way this story ended, so I think I'd be milking the idea if I were to continue. Not to mention, a lot of people wouldn't understand that story unless they read this one first. I don't want to write a story that requires you to read something else in order to understand it. So, guess this is how this story ends, for better or for worse. Thanks to everyone who's been here from the very beginning, and if you're only discovering this story just now, thanks for giving my stuff a chance. Whether if it's on a sequel or another story entirely, I'll see you next time.